Hey everyone, Diavolo here, and in today's video I've decided to cover the majority of the unanimated arcs from throughout the entire Kimetsu no Yaiba story. To do this, we will be covering the entire Entertainment District arc, Swordsmith Village arc, Hashira Training arc, Infinity Castle arc, and finally, the Sunrise Countdown arc. The series here is truly packed with a continuous feed of just breathtaking action and an in-depth lore which spans over 1,000 years and finally comes to an end in such an extremely satisfying way that it just hits everyone in the right spots. So just before we do get into the video, if you are new around here and want to keep up to date with the latest anime series explained videos just like this, then make sure you hit that subscribe button and also be sure to leave a like on the video, as it really helps out with pushing my stuff to a bunch of new amazing people. But anyway, enough of that, let's get into the beautiful world that is Demon Slayer. So 4 months after the Mugen Train incident and the passing of Rengoku, all three boys had been relentlessly training at the Butterfly Mansion and occasionally going on missions so that they could improve their strength. Tanjiro says that they're able to endure all of the training since the boys are together. Later, after completing one of his solo missions, Tanjiro approaches the Butterfly Mansion to hear the screams of the young girls inside. Inside the property, Aoi and Naho scream to be let go after the sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui picked them up and started to take them away. While the other girls in there plea for their freedom, Aoi calls out to Kano to try and help save them. Initially hesitant on what to do, Kano makes the decision to chase after Uzui and she grabs a hold of the girls. Tengen looks at Kano and tells her to obey her orders, but when she doesn't respond to him, he becomes aggravated and starts to call her a stuck-up pig. The other girls get scared by his screaming, but they all manage to muster up their courage to swarm him and stop him from kidnapping Aoi and Naho. At this point, Tanjiro enters the property, and although he initially gets confused as to what's going on, he decides to headbutt Tengen in order to free the girls. However, as he goes to make contact, Tengen escapes the headbutt, flying above them and revealing that he previously used to be a ninja. Tanjiro angrily demands that Uzui returns the girls, while Kyo and Sumi continuously assault him with names. Because of this, Tengen becomes even more riled up at their disrespect and he demands that they obey him as their superior officer. However, Tanjiro stubbornly refuses to acknowledge Tengen as his superior, causing him to explode with anger. While seething with anger, Tengen explains that he needs female corps members in order to carry out his mission. He then states that since they aren't Tsukuko, he doesn't need to ask Shinobu for permission to take the girls. Kyo cries out that Naho isn't a corpse member, so Tengen just tosses her off the roof and decides to only take Aoi. Still not pleased with the outcome, Tanjiro demands that he gives up Aoi and instead he will go in her place. And with almost perfect timing, Zenitsu and Inosuke arrive to help protect the girls, also offering to go on the mission in place of them. Uzui ends up giving in and whacks Aoi on the back as he returns her to the girls. As the boys set off on the mission, they ask Tengen where exactly they are going, to which he says, the flashiest place in Japan, steeped in lust and avarice, ultimately revealing that they are heading towards the one and only Entertainment District. Before arriving outside the Entertainment District, Tengen begins instructing the trio and establishes himself as the leader of the 3 young demon slayers. He then specifically states his status as a god and demands that they all bow, scrape and avert their eyes. Being genuinely intrigued, Tanjiro falls for the Tengen's flamboyance and asks what it is that Uzui rules over as a so-called god. Sensing the complete absurdity of the scenario, Zenitsu concludes that Uzui is a bad sign and is left speechless by just how gullible Tanjiro truly is. Tengen explains that he is the god of festivals, and upon hearing this, Inosuke loudly introduces himself as the god of the mountain, trying to imply that they are both on equal ground. But this disgusts Uzui. He then instructs the group to follow him to a wisteria house. There they will discuss their plans. Then in almost an instant he sprints off and vanishes, leaving the group to chase after him in a complete panic. Once they arrive at the wisteria house, Tengen asks the group to be on a lookout for a young lady he could marry, which infuriates Zenitsu. He angrily tells Tengen to stop screwing around and stop using members of the corps to be his matchmakers. Tengen blows up and yells that he doesn't need a matchmaker since he's already married, and that they're searching for his wives who have failed to respond to his letters. Zenitsu, who doesn't believe it, tells Tengen to stop spreading his fantasies, causing Tengen to angrily whack him in the face with a pile of letters. Tanjiro begins to sift through all of the letters, noticing the large quantity. He comments that she must have been a fast writer, to which Tengen clarifies that the large quantity is due to the fact that he has 3 wives. After hearing this, Zenitsu's head erupts and fills with rage, thinking that the Tengen is lying. He demands to know how he could possibly have 3 wives. Tengen gets angry at his remarks and punches Zenitsu in the stomach with such force that it renders him completely unconscious. Tanjiro begins to ask how they plan on sneaking into the district, leaving the Tengen to explain that they will be disguised. His wives, which are Kunoichi, were originally stationed there after he himself failed to find any leads as a customer. But after they narrowed down a few possible locations of where the demon might be, they lost all communication. Overhearing the situation, Inosuke bluntly asks what if his wives are already dead, to which Tengen also punches him in the stomach, knocking him unconscious as well. Within the entertainment district, a majority of the workers are individuals who were sold into the business due to poverty and debts. As a courtesan, their job is to appeal and entertain customers so they can eventually find a wealthy man who is willing to buy their freedom. The highest classification of a courtesan is an Orion, who is considered to be the most artistic, beautiful, and educated, and is thus only ever reserved for the wealthiest of customers. As the group finally arrives, Tengen uses his charming looks to give away the boys who were disguised as girls, and is initially successfully able to give Tanjiro away to the Tokito house. Tengen then proceeds down the street with the other 2 boys following behind. Inosuke and Uzui notice a courtesan procession coming towards them on the street, and learn that the Orion named Konohatsu is on her way to greet a suitor. Zenitsu notices the Orion and angrily yells at Tengen, demanding to know if that's his wife as well, which ends up earning him another punch in the face. A woman approaches Tengen and asks him if he is looking for a house and offers to take Inosuke into the Ogimoto house, to which Tengen accepts. Standing there alone, Zenitsu fearfully starts to realize that he is the only one left with the Hashira. Skipping over to the Ogimoto house, where 2 women are clapping for joy at just how beautiful Inosuke is after removing her makeup. Due to this, they become motivated to educate him and transform him to become the most popular Orion within the district. Meanwhile, in the Kyogoku house, Zenitsu is in the middle of putting on an emotional performance with his shamisen after being abandoned by Tengen Uzui, and at the Tokito house, Tanjiro is assisting in doing household chores. The staff asks Tanjiro to carry the Orion's belongings up to her room, which he does so happily. When he arrives at the room, he discovers 2 young girls gossiping inside and overhears them talking about Ashinuke. Confused, Tanjiro asks what it is. The girls explain that Ashinuke is when a courtesan runs off with a customer without paying off their debts. They also mention a rumor that Suma, the most recent courtesan, had run away, which catches Tanjiro's attention. Just then, Koinatsu walks into the room and tells the girls to stop gossiping, and thanks Tanjiro for carrying up her belongings. She gives him a piece of candy to express her gratitude, and Tanjiro decides to ask her if the rumor regarding Suma was true or not. Koinatsu looks stunned by the sudden question and asks him why exactly he's asking her. Tanjiro panics and lies, telling her that Suma is his older sister. But due to Tanjiro being unable to lie, he pulls a sour face and ends up frightening all of the girls. Koinatsu again questions Tanjiro if he was sold into the house just like his sister, causing him to again uncomfortably lie that he was in fact sold and was exchanging letters with Suma. Koinatsu reluctantly tells Tanjiro that she does not believe Suma would run away. However, when they discovered her diary in her desk, she had written that she was planning on running away. She also reveals that there has been no information regarding if she has managed to escape or not. Tanjiro begins to speculate that it could be the demon that was creating the facade that Suma had run away and might possibly be responsible for implanting the diary. He then prays for her safety and promises to himself that he will find a way to help her. At a similar time in the district, Tengen is seen on the top of a roof watching the activity of the public. He fails to notice any unusual activity and can't help but have a bad feeling on the lack of action, and proceeds to speculate that the demon must be strong due to its ability to hide its presence. Back at the Ogimoto house, Inosuke is starting to investigate the whereabouts of Makio and overhears two women conversing in front of Makio's room. The woman began to gossip that Makio was feeling unwell and had not left her room for the entire day. Inosuke begins to speculate on the information and proceeds down the hall. However, he becomes infuriated at having to wear the uncomfortable kinemon during the hot weather and recalls Tengen's threats. Before the boys had separated, Tengen had threatened him not to strip down or speak due to his deep voice, making it harder for Inosuke to gather information. Inside Makio's room, an ominous voice is seen questioning a woman who she was sending letters to. A large obi-like demon is then seen holding the woman hostage. The demon calls the woman by her name, revealing the hostage to be Makio. While being held hostage by the obi demon, Makio tries to formulate a plan to try to escape. However, the demon senses Inosuke snooping in the hallway and decides to make an escape itself. Inosuke senses the change in the atmosphere and rushes into the room. He discovers the room is destroyed and senses the demon is hiding in the ceiling. As the demon tries to escape, Inosuke begins to give chase and rushes down the hallway. As he prepares to turn down the hallway, he decides to punch a hole in the wall in order to pull the demon out. However, when he swings, a customer comes into the clearing and unknowingly gets punched into the wall. The staff look in horror as Inosuke looks around to try and find the demon, but to his frustration, he loses sight of it and blames the customer. Over at the Kyogoku house, Zenitsu calms down after his emotional performance and begins to search for Hinatsuru. Due to the fact that the staff had been mourning the manager's death, he's had trouble collecting any information on her possible whereabouts so far. So Zenitsu decides to use his advanced sense of hearing in order to listen to try and find any information on what's going on. In doing so, he overhears a girl quietly sobbing and rushes to try and find her. When he arrives, he discovers the room is completely destroyed and the girl is disheveled in the middle of it. He approaches her, but she begins to sob again, causing Zenitsu to frantically try to comfort her. As he's kneeling on the ground, Zenitsu suddenly gets chills and senses something approach from behind him. The Orien of the house, Warabahime, glares down at him and coldly demands what business he has in her room. Without turning around, Zenitsu recognizes the sound that she is giving off is not human and realizes that she is the demon that the four slayers have been searching for. Warabahime angrily repeats her question after Zenitsu fails to respond, and the other girls of the house explain that Zenitsu is new to the house. Zenitsu attempts to apologize and explain that he was checking on the girl, but this angers Warabahime, who rudely calls Zenitsu ugly and creepy, leaving him shocked. Warabahime looks around to see that the room is still in a mess and pulls the girl who was crying by the ear, causing her to yell in pain. The girl apologizes for failing to clean the room, but Warabahime continues to harm the girl, causing her to yell out in agony. Unable to put up with the abuse, Zenitsu grabs Warabahime by the arm, demanding that she let go of the girl. Skipping back 2 nights before the Demon Slayers arrived at the entertainment district, the manager of the Kyogoku house, Omitsu, holds a meeting with the Orien of her household. She explains to Warabahime that she has to restrain herself from bullying the other courtesans of the house, to which Warabahime feigns her innocence. Omitsu expresses her frustration at having ignored her behaviour, explaining that she has gone too far, but Warabahime guilts her by mentioning that she brings money into the household. Omitsu becomes nervous as she mentions a tale she heard from an elder when she was just a child. She explains that the elder had recalled a courtesan who was extremely beautiful but had a rotten personality. The courtesan was the Orien of their household and had been around since the elder was a child, and was eerily similar to the Orien the elder saw when she was an adult. Coincidentally, the Orien's names both ended in Hime, and had a nasty glare when they were both displeased. As Omitsu continues talking, she notices the similarities between the elder's description and Warabahime. However, before she questions the fidelity of her race, Warabahime transforms into her original appearance as Daki and pulls Omitsu from the house. As they fly up into the night sky, Daki eerily remarks that the people around her had managed to survive by remaining silent on the atrocities that they've witnessed until tonight. Omitsu fearfully brandishes a knife, revealing her intention to kill Daki. However, she berates Omitsu for being more stupid than she believed and bids her goodbye, dropping her to her death. Daki nonchalantly lands on a nearby rooftop and struts away as the citizens discover Omitsu dead on the ground. When she returns to her room, Daki discovers Muzan awaiting and humbly greets him. Muzan comments on her appearance and speculates that she's eaten a large amount of humans. He proudly congratulates her and cautions her to not act recklessly. Daki complies and receives information regarding the possible arrival of the Demon Slayers. She is encouraged by Muzan to become even stronger and crueler than she was before. The flashback ends and rolls into the situation with Zenitsu confronting Watanabe. She becomes angry and slams him into the wall, rendering him completely unconscious. She openly voices her disgust and demands that he never touch her again, and also scarily remarks that she will administer harsher discipline. The commotion causes Omitsu's husband to rush over and apologize for Zenko's actions. He begs her to forgive him as they prepare for the customers. Suddenly, Watanabe has a sudden change of character and apologizes to the manager while he quickly orders for her room to be cleaned. As Watanabe leaves the room, she has her doubts about Zenitsu and realizes that he isn't any ordinary human and might actually be a member of the Demon Slayers. In her cleaned room, she can be seen ominously laughing to herself as she openly welcomes the idea of Demon Slayers arriving in the district, promising she'll eat all of them. Outside, Tanjiro waits, looking into the night sky, feeling uneasy, as he comments on the dark and musky smell that has taken the town. With the manager being informed of Zenko's sudden disappearance from the Kyogoku house, the staff member explains to him that she had disappeared after being left to rest in her room. However, the mention of Zenko angers the manager, and he tells the staff member to forget all about Zenko. The manager chases her out before expressing his frustration at having to submit to Watanabe's desires. Elsewhere, on the rooftop, Inosuke can be seen explaining the demon he saw in the Ogimoto house to Tanjiro. His exotic description and excitement worries Tanjiro, and he tells him to calm down until Tengen and Zenitsu arrive for the meeting. Tengen stealthily and flashily arrives undetected and proclaims that Zenitsu will not be arriving. He also mentions that he might have put the boys in immediate danger. Tengen tells Inosuke and Tanjiro that they must leave the district before the upper rank demon makes their move, and announces that he will be continuing the mission alone. Tanjiro tries to argue against his decision. However, Tengen quickly leaves as fast as he arrived. Tanjiro begins to wonder if they aren't trustworthy due to being members of the lowest Demon Slayer rank. But Inosuke interrupts to inform him that they've climbed the ranks a fair bit, and he flexes his hand out and shows Tanjiro the Kano rank, which appears and tells them their status in the ranking. Confused about the revelation, Inosuke explains to Tanjiro that following the final selections, their hands were marked with the wisteria flower engraving. Tanjiro is left slightly embarrassed and not knowing how to check, but Inosuke promptly tells him to cheer up. Tanjiro gets back on track and tells Inosuke that he will meet with him outside the Ogimoto house once night falls, claiming that he wants to finish investigating the Tokito house before he leaves, which angers Inosuke. He punches Tanjiro by the cheek and tells him to follow him at that moment, but Tanjiro explains that there might be a secret passage beneath the household that might lead to the demon. He tells Inosuke that he thinks the Tengen's wives are still alive as well as Zenitsu, and he asks him to comply in order to save them successfully. Inosuke smiles and lets Tanjiro know that he was thinking the exact same thing and agrees to the plan. Back at the Tokito house, Koinatsu has finished with her preparations and is visited by Tanjiro. He arrives without his disguise and informs Koinatsu that he is leaving the house and asks her to pass on his payment for his meals he's had. She asks why he's dressed that way, and Tanjiro explains that he's actually a boy, while apologizing to her. But to her, this was no surprise, as she claims that she knew all along and wondered what he was up to. He tells her that he hopes to save the individuals who have disappeared from the house, and she expresses her relief while also saying that she'll be leaving as well. They wish each other well and say their goodbyes before Tanjiro leaves the room, but when Koenatsu hears a sound, she turns around to discover Daki standing right behind her. As Tanjiro hurries off, he catches the faint smell of the upper rank demon. At the Okamoto house, Inosuke can be seen complaining as he waits for Tanjiro to arrive. Since their time to meet was long overdue, Inosuke became fed up and decides to begin the mission alone. He jumps with such force that he bursts through the ceiling and calls for the mice to bring his swords. These mice are Tengen's servants, who had been especially trained to act on missions. As Inosuke begins to change and make his leave, a member of the staff can be seen with a horrified expression as she sees Inosuke with a boar's mask. Over at the Kyogoku house, Omitsu's husband is seen holding a kimono in his hand. In just moments, Tengen appears in the room and holds a kunai to his throat, demanding to know the whereabouts of Hinatsuru and Zenko. The man quickly reveals that Zenko had suddenly disappeared and that Hinatsuru was sick, therefore she went to a low-end brothel. Tengen questions the man further and asks who he thinks is responsible for causing the trouble within the house. However, the man begins to hyperventilate, but Tengen reassures him that he can be trusted and he will exact revenge on the individual responsible. The man envisions his deceased wife and informs Tengen that it's Wadabahime who's causing the problems. He also informs him that she has the north room where the sunlight never falls. The man stops talking for a moment and quickly turns around. However, by that point, Tengen had already left. The man is left alone in the room holding his wife's bloody kimono. When the Tengen arrives to Watabahime's room, he discovers that the demon is not there and she is probably out hunting. He quickly leaves to search for Hinatsuru and swears that he will return to defeat the demon with his own hands. Elsewhere, Tanjiro has discovered Daki within Koenatsu's room as she attempts to kidnap her within her obi. Daki informs Tanjiro that she will not be eating him since he is dirty and old, meaning that only a Hashira will suffice her appetite. Tanjiro yells at her to release Koenatsu. However, his demands irritate Daki as she lashes out, throwing him from the building. Tanjiro is left stunned from her immense speed and power, but he manages to regain his composure and stands back up on his feet. He begins to analyze the situation and realizes that her obi has a special power that can swallow people whole. At that moment, Daki climbs out of the window and is amazed that Tanjiro is still alive. Tanjiro apologizes to Nezuko after realizing that one of the shoulder straps is broken on the box. He tells her that he has to leave her here for now and warns her not to come out of the box unless her life is in utter danger. He initiates his attack against Daki by using his water-breathing fourth form, Striking Tide Turbulent, to attempt to slash at her obi. He successfully manages to perform an aerial attack against Daki and slices the end of the obi that was holding Koenatsu captive. Daki states that Tanjiro is cute, but he makes her sick and compares him to a dying rat before saying that she likes him as well. After arriving at one of the Kiremese houses, Tengen is seen caring for his wife, Hinatsuru. She tells him to leave her to go investigate the loud sounds that were heard within the district, but before he can do so, she apologizes to him for failing to complete the mission. When she initially arrived at Yoshiwara, Hinatsuru was placed in the Kyogoku house to investigate. She realized that Watabohime was the demon but could not make any hasty decisions. In an attempt to escape and avoid suspicion, Hinatsuru drank poison and pretended to fall ill. However, she was gifted an obi by the Orient to spy on her and ultimately kill her if she did anything suspicious. Tengen comforts Hinatsuru and tells her she did well during the mission, revealing the defeated obi in the background. He advises her to leave the district as soon as the antidote takes effect, to which she agrees as they embrace. As Tengen leaves the house and heads back towards the battlefield, he tries to listen for the sounds of the demon and hears the vibration coming through an underground cavern. He pulls out his blades and uses his sound-breathing first form roar to slam onto the ground, causing a large explosion which can be heard by Daki in the distance. She questions Tanjiro as to how many demon slayers are in the district, but he refuses to tell her. She tries to strike a deal with him that if he answers her question, she will spare him while simultaneously trying to intimidate him. He begins to discredit his ability to perform the water breathing compared to Sakonji and Giyu, but Tanjiro mentions that he needs to rely on the Hinokami Kagura in order to land powerful blows, but he lacks the ability to perform multiple strikes with it. Tanjiro tries to regain his focus and encourages himself that all of his training should pay off. He mentally envisions Kyojuro's voice telling him to keep his heart burning, and manages to perform the Hinokami Kagura Raging Sun to block Daki's Obi. Daki notices the change in his fighting style as Tanjiro cuts off a large section of her Obi. As she tries to analyze this change, Tanjiro suddenly bursts towards her. He swings his blade down using Hinokami Kagura Flame Dance to try and decapitate her, but she narrowly avoids it. As Tanjiro tries to attack her again, Daki gains the upper hand and tries to decapitate Tanjiro with her Obi. However, Tanjiro utilizes another Hinokami Kagura Fake Rainbow to escape. Daki is left confused, trying to locate where Tanjiro has disappeared to, but within seconds, Tanjiro appears behind her and uses Hinokami Kagura Fire Wheel to attack her once again. Tanjiro's blade makes contact with the neck of Daki, but Daki manages to quickly deflect Tanjiro's attack and sends him flying into the ground. He tries to continue his attack, however, he is left exhausted from his use of Hinokami Kagura and has trouble getting up. As Daki quickly approaches, Tanjiro manages to use the recovery breathing technique to overcome his technique and narrowly avoids Daki's attack. Tanjiro goes on the offensive and attacks Daki, however, her Obi gets in the way, preventing him from defeating her, leaving him with no choice but to raise his body temperature even higher. Tanjiro recalls an interaction he had with Kyo at the Butterfly Mansion. She begins to worry over Tanjiro's uncontrollable fever and tells him that she needs to inform Shinobu. Tanjiro tries to reassure her that he's fine and not to tell Shinobu. However, Kyo mentions that his fever has been at 100.4 degrees for over several days now, and it could mean that something is terribly wrong. He confesses to her that he has been training with the Hinokami Kagura in order to improve his skills, and begs her to hold on a bit before reporting to Shinobu. Kyo reluctantly agrees, but tells him that she will only wait for a bit. Back in the battle against Daki, Tanjiro begins to gasp as the Hinokami Kagura begins to take a toll on his body, but he refuses to let up in order to protect the people in the district. He uses his determination to promise that he won't allow Daki to take another life, and cause the people to go through the sadness he and his comrades had to experience. His breath fumes out from his mouth as he prepares to attack Daki yet again. Flashing back to earlier at the Ogimoto house, a member of staff frantically approaches the other woman as she claims to have seen a monster. The other women are left confused at the woman's unusual claims, as she explains that she saw a boar monster destroying the ceiling and the floor. Elsewhere in the house, Inosuke can be seen cackling as he discovers a hole leading to the demon's nest. He proudly yells at the hole to prepare itself before trying to dive in head first. After realizing that only his head fits, he takes it as a challenge and begins to snap his body, claiming that he can dislocate all joints of his entire body, all the while frightening the life out of the staff that seem to be observing him while he's doing this. He manages to somehow slither through the opening and travels down through the tunnel until he reaches a main cavern area. Once he arrives, he discovers long trails of the Obi draped throughout the entire cavern. As he takes a closer look, he can see multiple people being held captive within the Obi and discovers Zenitsu knocked out among them as well. Inosuke becomes disgusted with the worm-like Obi and begins his assault against the Obi by slicing sections of it off while simultaneously assaulting it with words. The women who were held captive begin to slip out from these sections, causing the Obi to panic at the situation around it. The Obi analyzes Inosuke's natural abilities and has trouble formulating a plan. However, Daki's consciousness takes control as she orders the Obi to capture him alive. As Inosuke prepares to slice another section of the Obi, it suddenly becomes more elastic and folds along Inosuke's blade. Before the Obi can attack him though, Inosuke gains the upper hand by maneuvering to perform beast-breathing 6th Fang Palisade Bite. However, the Obi manages to distract him. The Obi mentions Inosuke's failure at protecting the individuals he's freed, claiming that it can just easily swallow them all up whole again. It proceeds to move towards the unconscious individuals. However, a kunai flies out of nowhere, causing the obi to react. Two women appear holding kunai and agree with Inosuke's description of the worm-like obi and begin to attack it. They explain to Inosuke that they're there to help him and will protect the others from the obi. Inosuke reluctantly agrees, but then he asks them who they are, to which they reveal that they're the Tengen's missing wives, Suma and Makio. Makio begins to scold Suma, who sulks after revealing that she was the first one who was captured. She also begins to cry as she realizes that they can't help everyone and are most likely going to die. The obi seems pleased by Suma's pessimistic attitude and questions who should get eaten first. But before it can get the chance to attack, Zenitsu quickly attacks the obi. Amazed by his skill, Inosuke comments that he probably shouldn't wake Zenitsu up, and Suma and Makio question this man's identity. The obi is left amazed by Zenitsu's speed, but tries to understand the sounds it heard. It specifically mentions that there were two sounds like thunder. One came from Zenitsu, but when the obi finally recognizes the source of the second sound, the ceiling explodes and breaks down. Suma looks up into the distance and a silhouette can be seen from the individual who's dropped down into the hole. Tengen brandishes his blades as he takes a deep breath and within seconds slashes the obi within his vicinity. Makio turns around and calls out to Tengen, who apologizes for taking too long. He then promises that things are about to get real flashy. Going back to Makio as a young adult, she lived the lifestyle of a kunoichi and was often taught to survive instead of trying to accomplish the mission. These ideals were again reiterated into her mindset when she married Tengen, who would tell his wives to always prioritize their lives and return to him. He would make sure to let them know that he would take responsibility to protect the public after protecting them. Makio would often question if his morals were right or not. However, Hinatsuru would reassure her that wanting to live was not immoral. Back in the cavern, Tengen greets his wives by patting them on the head and compliments that they've put in great work. Inosuke calls out to the god of festivals and gets mad at him for allowing the obi to escape. But Tengen loses his temper and defends his wives, saying that they saved the people that were trapped. Makio interrupts him to say that they need to leave immediately before things get worse. He then quickly instructs everyone to follow him. Now up on the rooftop, Tengen sprints towards the battlefield and Inosuke and Zenitsu struggle to catch up with him. In the middle of the battle between Daki and Tanjiro, the obi comes flying and unexpectedly enters Daki's body. Tanjiro realizes that the obi is entering Daki's main body and tries to attack her, but she quickly disappears. She then reappears on a nearby rooftop as her hair turns white. She squeals with delight as she learns there's a Hashira within the district. At that moment, a bystander discovers Tanjiro acting suspiciously on the street and tells him to stop fighting in front of his shop. Daki overhears the man and becomes enraged by his comment. She lashes out a flurry of attacks on the buildings around her and ends up cutting off the man's arm. In the process, she also manages to kill other bystanders in nearby houses, destroying them all as well. Tanjiro sees the bloodshed nearby and tells the man to tie a tourniquet around his arm despite bleeding heavily himself. Daki begins to walk away after destroying the houses, but Tanjiro tells her that he will not allow her to get away with this. Daki cockingly tells him to stop speaking to her since an ugly human's life has no value and he is just another rotten corpse. Hearing this and seeing the damage that she has caused around him, Tanjiro's heart begins to beat louder and louder and his eyes start to fill with rage. Tanjiro recalls a letter that was addressed to him by Shinjiro Rengoku, who admits that he wronged him. In the letter, he thanks him for mourning Kyojuro's death, as well as for befriending Senjuro, and proceeds to express his embarrassment for his behaviour when they first met. He explained that he was wallowing in sorrow over the death of his wife and incompetence as a Hashira that he turned to alcohol. Despite his lack of presence as a father, Kyojuro had proved himself to be a better son. He was managing to become a Hashira, even though Shinjiro had refused to continue teaching him. Shinjiro writes in his letters that Tanjiro is gifted with a power and is destined for greatness, as seen from the Demon Slayer mark he was born with. However, Tanjiro clarifies that Shinjiro is wrong because he wasn't born with the mark. He recalls getting the mark when he was protecting his younger brother from a falling brazier, and then it changed in appearance during the final selection. Unlike his father, who was born with the mark, Tanjiro simply acquired it, meaning he wasn't a chosen one. Nonetheless, he refuses to back down. Back in the fight, as Daki walks away from Tanjiro, he quickly grabs her and narrowly tries to cut her neck, but she manages to avoid the attack and move away from him. She loses her foot in the process, but her regeneration skills allow her to develop a new one within seconds. Tanjiro notices her regeneration and asks Daki why she steals people's lives and ruins them. His tone of voice comes off as familiar to Daki as she envisions a different swordsman before her. Although she doesn't recognize the swordsman, Daki realizes that she's envisioning Muzan's memories. Tanjiro continues to question her, reasoning, and taunts her with the fact that she was once a human who endured hardships as well. Daki proceeds to glorify the privileges of being a demon, seemingly mocking the circumstances that humans face. Her confidence grows as Daki believes that she is now untouchable due to the fact that she has returned back to her original form. She bids Tanjiro farewell and begins to think about going after the Hashira. However, Tanjiro utilizes the Hinokami Kagura Burning Bones Summer Sun to burn the obi blocking his path. Daki is left stunned by her wounds and inability to regenerate to the point where she begins to shake and is left to defend herself from Tanjiro's flurry of attacks. He closes in and swings his blade to decapitate her, but she continues to resist as her neck transforms into an obi refusing to be cut. Tanjiro's blade begins struggling as it tries to cut through Daki's obi-like neck. The resisting cloth forces Tanjiro to abandon his attack and escape before Daki has the chance to fight back. However, when he tries to recollect his thoughts, Daki charges towards him and tries to slash him. Tanjiro analyzes her movements and has realized that he can see her in slow motion, giving him the advantage. As her wild obi attacks him from multiple directions, Tanjiro manages to pin them all in a single spot and proceeds to charge at her while cutting away the obi. His flames burn the obi away within seconds as he comes to a close proximity to Daki. However, just when he's about to decapitate her, Tanjiro envisions his sister, Hanako, desperately begging his brother to breathe. In that moment, Tanjiro loses his focus and begins gasping for air after nearly passing his physical limitations. He collapses onto the ground, finally feeling the pain that he has been suppressing, and his eyes begin to bleed. It is revealed that he has been acting on hunger and has been using his life force to surpass his limitations. However, his sister was able to warn him before he could sustain any life-threatening damage. Daki glares down at Tanjiro and berates him for his weaknesses as a human. She mocks his injuries and slowly approaches him to deliver the final blow. Before she can deliver the attack, a leg comes down and kicks Daki behind, rupturing her head. Nezuko can be seen boiling with rage as she stands between Tanjiro, who's struggling to breathe on the ground, and Daki. Nezuko recalls the memories of when her family was slaughtered on that snowy night, and her rage grows stronger as she prepares to fight the upper rank demon. Daki's head and face begin to regenerate as she glares holes into Nezuko. She recognizes her as the demon Muzan specifically had told her about. Nezuko's face begins to transform as her infinite anger begins to push her forward, leaving everyone wondering what would happen in Nezuko's case as she also gained the ability to have no physical limitations. Flashing back to just before when Muzan arrived at the Kyogoku house to see Daki, there he had told her to find the demon who had escaped his grasp, just like Tamiyo. He identifies her as having a hemp-like patterned kimono as well as a checkerboard obi, and tells Daki that she is his last hope to catch Nezuko. Flashing forward, now in the present, Daki promises that she will kill Nezuko and lay her down at Muzan's feet as proof of this. Nezuko faces Daki and charges to once again try to kick off Daki's head. However, Daki is able to cut off Nezuko's leg using her obi. While Nezuko looks down at her bleeding thigh, Daki uses the opportunity to knock her off the roof and blast her into a nearby building. As the two demons are fighting, Tanjiro falls unconscious and envisions his brother Takeo. In his dream, Takeo mentions how Tanjiro and Nezuko are very alike when they're kind and angry, and goes on to recall an instance when he saw Nezuko get angry. He explains how fearful he was when he saw her and was worried about her lack of concern for herself, mentioning that within an instant she could have lost everything that she holds dear. Back in the fight, Daki jumps down from the rooftop and approaches Nezuko, who's trapped underneath a pile of rubble. She mocks her for being weak and a half-developed demon. Daki continues to provoke her and cockingly says that she will not fight Nezuko anymore and will simply leave her trapped and expose her to the sunlight instead. However, before Daki can say anything else, Nezuko comes out from the rubble and regenerates her leg in an instant, leaving Daki stunned at her abilities. Nezuko proceeds to instantaneously regenerate her arm, which was cut off as well, leaving Daki uneasy as she realizes that her regenerative abilities are on par with an upper rank demon. Nezuko's body transforms as she breaks her bamboo muzzle, and a horn grows out the right side of her forehead, and her body also becomes covered in ivy-like demon crests. Daki gets more intimidated by Nezuko's change in aura as she tries to defend herself from one of her kicks, stressfully cutting it off with her obi. However, before she can cut Nezuko's head, Daki is smashed to the ground by Nezuko's kick. Daki is left shocked as Nezuko's leg pierces through her body, pinning her onto the ground. She tries to make sense of how Nezuko could attack her with the leg she had just sliced off, but then realizes that Nezuko had instantly regenerated the leg within that moment, admitting that Nezuko's regenerative abilities are greater than her own. Nezuko begins to become manic following her transformation. As Tanjiro still remains in his unconscious state, Takeo desperately taps him on his back, begging for him to help. He tells Tanjiro to please wake up and help Nezuko, who isn't acting like herself anymore, forcing Tanjiro to awake with concern. As this happens, Daki remains pinned on the ground, and she tries to use her obi to free herself from Nezuko's hold. Her obi effectively severs multiple limbs from Nezuko's body, but before she gets the chance to scoop them up, Nezuko's severed hands grip onto her obi. Her limbs remain connected by her unusually solidified blood, with some of the blood falling onto Daki. In an instant, Daki is set on fire by the blood, causing her to scream out in agony. Nezuko's limbs wind back to reattach to her body and they self-cauterize each cut. She proceeds to forcefully stomp down on Daki's head, causing it to erupt in flames. Nezuko continues to stomp multiple times on her head before she forcefully kicks Daki through a nearby building and into one behind it. As she follows Daki to continue her assault, Nezuko comes across an injured woman who stares at Nezuko with fear as she tends to her bleeding wound. Nezuko falls into a trance and charges into the home towards the woman as she fails to suppress her hunger for blood. Out of nowhere though, Tanjiro jumps on top of Nezuko and uses his blade to act as a muzzle in order to restrain her. He yells at her to fight the hunger and encourages her to be strong, but she lashes out at him and scratches him on the face, trying to escape. He apologizes to her for making her fight after smelling the blood that spilled from her injuries. He proceeds to reassure her that her big brother is now there to protect her and that she can now heal herself. Nezuko manages to regain her footing and she jumps through the ceiling with Tanjiro on her back, causing an intense amount of damage to happen to the building. As Tanjiro struggles to restrain his sister, the walls of the room are seemingly slashed as Daki barges into the room with her burned face. She is seen seething with anger as she is forced to regenerate her burned body and angrily approaches the siblings. Tanjiro becomes conflicted on what to do as he realizes that there are bystanders he needs to protect, but he also needs to defend Daki's attacks without releasing Nezuko. As Tanjiro makes his decision to protect the public, Tengen Uzui suddenly appears before him and expresses his surprise at Nezuko's flashy demonization. Tengen goes on to comically berate Tanjiro for speaking highly of Nezuko's ability to restrain herself back at the Ubuyashiki estate, despite him struggling to restrain her now. Daki sees Tengen and excitedly reacts to a Hashira arriving before her, but is quickly and chillingly told to shut up. Tengen tells her to scram and says that she is too weak to be an upper rank demon. All of a sudden, Daki's head, which had just been decapitated as Tengen flew past, fell into her lap, leaving her completely stunned and simply confused at what had just transpired. Tanjiro was left shocked by Tengen's swift victory over Daki, but the sound Hashira reminds him that the fight isn't over, as his sister is still out of control. Tanjiro struggles to restrain her, with Tengen suggesting to sing her a lullaby to put her to sleep. But at that moment, Nezuko regains her footing and jumps out of another building window, taking her brother with her again as they continue the struggle. Realizing his words aren't reaching her, Tanjiro asks his mother, in a dreamlike state, what he should do. He then remembers Tengen's earlier advice to sing Nezuko a lullaby. He begins to sing her a song that their mother had sung in the past, and over a short period of time, his lullaby soon reaches her. Nezuko remembers asking their mother about the song when she was a child, causing her to break down in tears. Nezuko comes to her senses and changes from her advanced demonized form into her regular childlike state, promptly falling asleep. Tanjiro lets out a relieved sigh as he successfully holds Nezuko in his lap. Back in the house, Daki screams at Tengen for cutting her head off, and he responds by telling her to die quietly. The enraged demon reminds him that he had denied her upper rank status, which he affirms, but she proceeds to insist her status, much to his annoyance. To the Hashira's astonishment, Daki begins to throw a tantrum and cry, and he notes that she's been taking far too long for when she should have been showing signs of dying by now. Still throwing her tantrum, Daki calls out to Guataro to save her, and a male demon begins to emerge from her body. Tengen senses the danger and attempts to immediately attack the two, but his blades hit nothing but air as the demon disappears from his sight. Tengen wonders why Daki is still alive after being beheaded, as well as the presence of the new demon, who he comments as having a great reaction speed. Gyotaro tells Daki to heal her burn, complimenting her good looks, and he then wounds Tengen when he attempts to try and attack them again. Gyotaro compliments Tengen's attempt to attack him, as well as his success at blocking his attack. He reveals that he was intending to kill Tengen with that attack, and prepares to take him on in a battle. Within the entertainment district, there are men known as goos, or barkers, who work to attract customers to enter the brothels. Gyotaro worked as one of these men, and eventually named himself using the word goo. Inside one of the brothels, Gyotaro and Tengen are about to engage in combat, but before they do so, Gyotaro begins to analyze Tengen's appearance. He comments about his nice face, good skin, and height, mentioning that he must attract a lot of attention from women. Gyotaro begins to creepily scratch at his face until he begins to bleed, and voices his jealousy over Tengen's looks. In the corner of the room, Daki can be seen crying as she whines at Gyotaro to kill the other demon slayers who burned her as well. She proceeds to tell him that they ganged up on her and she tried her hardest to kill them, causing Gyotaro to seethe with anger. Using two large sickles, he creates a flurry of large arc-like slashes aiming them towards Tengen. Tanjiro can be seen carrying Nezuko as he rushes to put her to safety. He looks up into the sky and sees the sickles return back in the direction that they came, like a boomerang. He becomes concerned when he smells Tengen's blood and rushes to return to help. At that moment, Inosuke and Zenitsu can be seen flinging towards Tanjiro as they awkwardly announce their arrival. Tanjiro quickly informs them to help Tengen, and Inosuke ensures him that he's going to be real flashy, before quickly leaving Tanjiro to put Nezuko in her box. Back at the parlor, Gyotaro seethes with jealousy after witnessing how cool Tengen looks by protecting the bystanders within the home, causing him to brag about his appearance and marriage to the three women. Gyotaro pauses in astonishment before furiously scratching his face after hearing Tengen's polygamy. He proceeds to use his blood demon art, Flying Blood Sickle, to try and kill the Hashira, but Tengen manages to block it. A large explosion causes the floor beneath Tengen to give in, and he manages to escape by dropping down one floor. However, Gyotaro commands his sickles to turn, and they come straight for Tengen yet again. By this point, Tengen had realized Gyutaro's abilities to change the sickles in the directions that he wants, and tries to formulate a plan on how he will try and defeat these siblings. He theorizes that in order to kill the demons, he would need to cut off Gyutaro's head instead of Daki's head, and tries to test it out. Tengen grabs 3 small balls and throws them into the air. He proceeds to aim for them and precisely hits them to cause an explosion within the brothel. As the brothel begins to crumble, Tengen is seen standing on the rubble as he admits it won't be easy to defeat the demons. He looks at the large obi ball before him, and the siblings emerge unscathed as they confidently proclaim that they fight as one. After successfully finding the box and placing Nezuko inside, Tanjiro quickly tries to return to the battlefield in order to assist Uzui. While this happens, at the battlefield, Gurotaro scowls as he mentions Tengen's supreme abilities, calling him different and talented compared to the other Hashira he's killed. His comments somewhat irritate Tengen, and he berates him for thinking that he's talented compared to the other people on the planet, calling him ignorant. He grows more and more angry as he recalls the people that he's lost over the years despite being called the Chosen One by Gurotaro. After listening to him speak, Gurotaro grows irritated by the fact that he has not died yet, revealing that his poison-drenched sickle should have killed him by now. Tengen explains that he has a built-up resistance to poison as he was raised in a shinobi household with 9 siblings. But by the age of 15, 7 of them had already died. His father was a cold, heartless individual who would regularly force them to undergo intense training, and as a result, his brother adopted the same ruthlessness and cold-hearted personality. Unable to understand that type of mindset, Tengen left his clan alongside his wives and approached Kaguya Yubashiki to become members of the corps. Kaguya had warned them it would be hard to reject the values they were raised in, but openly welcomed them and thanked Tengen's family for deciding to put their lives at the risk to protect others. In the present, Gurotaro notices the deterioration in Tengen's physical state and becomes gleeful when he realizes that his poison is slowly taking effect. Tengen proceeds to refute his claims, saying that he is still in pristine condition, and charges forward to attack the siblings. As they engage in a battle, Tengen manages to kick Daki away from Gurotaro and releases numerous dark bees which cause a cluster of explosions. By setting a distraction, Tengen attempts to decapitate Gurotaro while only holding the tip of the end of one of his blades, but it is promptly blocked by the demon. As both sides reassess the situation, Daki is left whining as she pathetically reattaches her head to her body once again. Gurotaro comforts Tengen about discovering the method on how to defeat them, but he feigns his innocence, pretending not to notice. Despite Tengen's discovery, Gurotaro cockingly says that despite knowing their weakness, Tengen will still die from the poisoning since the demons have the advantage in battle. At that moment, Zenitsu and Inosuke arrive to question the validity of Gurotaro's claim that they are going to win. The two boys flamboyantly announce their arrival to the fight, which confuses everyone at that moment. But then Tanjiro drops down from the ceiling above them and stands between the injured Tengen and the demons preparing to fight. Makio and Suma can be seen frantically trying to evacuate the citizens of the district as the battle resumes against the demons. Gurotaro tries to discourage the three new arrivals and manages to intimidate Tanjiro. However, Tengen Uzui comes up behind them and proudly announces that they are going to win. As Daki finishes reattaching her head, she loudly doubts his words by saying that they can't win since the Hashira has been poisoned. Unfazed, Tengen once again proudly announces their intent to win and speaks highly of the three boys. Looking back at him, Tanjiro sees the persona of Kyojuro Rengoku emitting from Tengen as he speaks, which excites Inosuke. Gurotaro and Daki get riled up and reveal that they've eaten 15 and 7 Hashira respectively, and begin to attack the group. As Daki attempts to attack Tengen and Tanjiro from behind, Zenitsu bursts through the home within seconds to block the attack, and Inosuke follows up. Now on the rooftop, Daki finally recognizes Zenitsu from the Kyogoku house, and he demandingly commands her to apologize to the girl whom he had found crying earlier. She mocks his speech by revealing that the women are treated like merchandise within the district, and as the Orion, she was allowed to do as she pleased with the other people, since she was the main breadwinner of the house. When she looks up at Zenitsu, a third eye appears on Daki's forehead, revealing that Gurotaro can see them via her eye now. Back at the brothel, Tanjiro becomes intimidated by Gurotaro's evil aura, but formulates a plan to counteract his attacks and protect Tengen. However, the demon manages to rush towards Tanjiro within an instant and catch him off guard, narrowly piercing him through his jaw. Before he can do so, Tengen grabs a hold of Tanjiro by the nape of his clothes and throws him to safety, before engaging in the battle with Gurotaro. As he crash lands and looks back to see the two fighting, Tanjiro senses an ominous object approaching them from above, and Daki's obi can be seen crashing down on all around them. On the rooftop, Daki can be heard cackling as she admits she is now displaying her full strength since Guataro is awake and allowing her to use his advanced senses. Zenitsu and Inosuke can be seen covered in cuts and wounds as they prepare to engage with Daki in battle. Guataro disregards the claims that Tengen made earlier of the boys being Tsuguko and tries to undermine their capabilities as swordmen. The 4 demon slayers can be seen engaging in battle with the 2 demons of the entertainment district, fighting ferociously on the rooftop and inside one of the brothels. As the building begins to collapse, Tengen Uzui finds himself getting cornered between 2 of Guataro's attacks. However, Tanjiro jumps in and manages to protect him from the slashes. Tengen proceeds to use sound-breathing 5th form string performance to try to corner Guataro, but Daki's Obi interferes and protects her brother from the attacks. Tengen begins to be pushed back by the Obi. However, Tanjiro moves in to cut the Obi and tries to distract Guataro. The Hashira is left amazed at Tanjiro's endurance despite suffering a serious shoulder wound and realizes that Tanjiro had tied his sword to his hand to prevent him from dropping it due to his exhaustion. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Zenitsu and Inosuke can be seen struggling as they try to evade the attacks from Daki's Obi. The boys realize that Daki is now attacking them with the blood blades used by Guataro, making it impossible for them to approach her. Now that the brothel has been destroyed, Tengen and Tanjiro are left to fight Guataro and the Obi beneath the night sky. On a nearby rooftop, Hinatsuru appears carrying a large box filled with kunai darts and proceeds to launch dozens of them down below on Guataro. At first, he is left confused by the random attack, but then Guataro uses his blood demon art, Rampant Art Rampage, to deflect them all away from him. Guataro is left shocked though when Tengen proceeds to attack him despite getting pierced with the darts. He attempts to decapitate him with his sickle, however Tengen manages to evade his attacks and successfully cuts off his leg. At that moment, Guataro is struck on the neck by one of the kunai darts and fails to regenerate his leg, realizing that the darts were coated with a wisteria extract. As his body begins to go numb, Tanjiro closes in on him to try to decapitate Guataro, leaving him seething with curiosity as the demon slayers quickly gain the upper hand. The kunai darts which were utilized by Hinatsuru were revealed to be coated in a poison which would generally paralyze a demon for half a day, or possibly even immobilize a lower ranked demon. She can be seen on a nearby rooftop pleading for the poison to work for even just a moment as the demon slayers attempt to decapitate Guataro. However, at that moment, Guataro manages to regenerate his legs and proceeds to attack them at a close vicinity. He uses his blood demon art, rotating circular slashes, flying blood scythes to emit numerous blood slashes to attack them. Before they can reach him, Uzui grabs a hold of Tanjiro again and throws him back to protect him from the attack. Within milliseconds, Tengen uses his sound-breathing form, constant resounding slashes to deflect Guataro's attack, but finds that he has disappeared from his sight. To his horror, he looks up to the roof to see that Guataro has managed to capture Hinatsuru and is about to kill her. Tengen tries to save her, however, Daki's Obi blocks him from reaching her. Tengen yells at Guataro to stop as he tries to push through. Tanjiro comes close to the building and tries to use his Hinokami Kagura to reach her, however, his body refuses to listen to him. Tanjiro quickly changes tactics and uses a form of water breathing to quickly save Hinatsuru from Guataro. Realizing that he managed to save Hinatsuru, Tanjiro decides to utilize both water breathing as well as the Hinokami Kagura in order to increase his attacking power. Guataro is left surprised by Tanjiro's unexpected maneuvers and chases at him. At that moment, Tengen comes behind Guataro and swings his blade at Guataro's neck while openly yelling that he owes Tanjiro. Nearby on a rooftop, Inosuke can see Tengen move in as he attempts to cut off Guataro's head. His frustration grows as they continue to evade Daki's attacks instead of move in to try and decapitate her. Zenitsu calls out to Inosuke and explains that in order to defeat them, they need to make sure that their heads aren't connected, instead of trying to decapitate the two simultaneously. Inosuke, stunned, looks at Zenitsu absolutely amazed and calls him awesome after seeing the difference in his personality compared to his usual demeanor. Meanwhile, Tanjiro assists Tengen by also trying to swing his blade down on Guataro's neck. However, the demon manages to use his sickles to halt both of their attacks and attempts to absorb their blades. Tengen uses his free arm to use his second blade to pierce Guataro, but his quick reflexes allow him to catch the tip of the blade in his mouth. Sensing that Guataro is about to unleash more blood blades, Tengen tells Tanjiro to hang in there as Hinatsuru yanks Tanjiro away from them, allowing Tengen to leap off the roof while pulling the demon with him. Before he can leap down to help, a voice can be heard telling them to watch out as Inosuke and Zenitsu crash onto the roof while fighting the Obi. Inosuke and Zenitsu ask Tanjiro for help in order to defeat Daki, and agrees asking that they'll finish quickly in order to help the Tengen as well. Hinatsuru tells the boys that she will hide quickly in order to allow them to focus on the battle, and disappears as they face Daki. She gets excited when Tanjiro joins their fight and informs his comrades that they need a fast attack in order to cut her neck. Inosuke realizes that she has slowed down and decides to go first to attack, as Zenitsu agrees with Tanjiro to protect him from behind. Inosuke proceeds to dash forward using Beast Breathing 8th Fang Explosive Rush, with Zenitsu and Tanjiro use Thunder Breathing 1st Form Thunderclap and Flash 8-fold and Water Breathing 3rd Form Flowing Dance respectively to protect Inosuke from the Obi. Daki begins to crack under the pressure as Inosuke closes in on her and manages to draw both of his blades on either side of her neck. Inosuke bruises his heels into the ground as he uses his Beast Breathing 6th Fang Palisade Bites to effectively decapitate Daki. Tanjiro smiles with joy as he witnesses Inosuke leap and catch Daki's head in the air. Rejoicing at successfully cutting off her head, Inosuke claims that they have to act fast and keep her head separated from her body. Inosuke quickly tries to escape with the head in order to prevent her from reattaching it to her body. He tells the other boys not to worry about him, but to instead help Tengen. But before he can even get to safety, Daki uses his hair to put up resistance. He manages to stop her resistance though, but before he can get away, Guataro appears behind him and impales him through the chest. Tanjiro looks on in horror as Guataro grabs Daki's head while Inosuke collapses to the floor. He then looks down onto the ground and is once again horrified to see the Tengen laying bleeding and unresponsive on the ground. Zenitsu tries to warn Tanjiro of the oncoming Obi attack, but before he can escape, the roof collapses beneath him and Tanjiro falls to the ground, seemingly buried beneath the rubble. As he falls unconscious, he apologizes to everyone, and specifically Nezuko for losing the battle. In his dream, Nezuko can be seen telling him to stop apologizing for any faults in their lives or feeling unworthy. She reassures him that it isn't his fault that their lives were ruined, and tells him that they'll work together to make a better future for themselves. Nezuko begins to cry as her body morphs from her human form to her demon form as she pleads for him to never apologize for any regrets and tells him she understands how he feels. Tanjiro awakens from his dream and tries to recollect his thoughts, but before he gets up, Guataro can be seen standing over him, questioning if he's still alive. Guataro takes it upon himself to tell Tanjiro that Inosuke was pierced through the heart. Zenitsu was suffering and trapped beneath the rubble, and Tengen's heart had stopped due to the poison. He proceeds to refer to all of them as pathetic and asks Tanjiro how the demon in the box is related to him, and responds by saying that she is his younger sister. Guataro begins to laugh at Tanjiro's pathetic attempt to protect his younger sister and tells him he should be using his hands before proceeding to break his fingers. As Tanjiro withers on the ground in pain, Guataro proceeds to berate him for his weaknesses and pulls him by his hair. He teases Tanjiro and tells him to try to decapitate him, but instead of attacking him, he slaps his hand on a small bag and hangs his head down in defeat. Believing that he broke Tanjiro's spirit, he reveals his grand idea of offering Tanjiro the opportunity to become a demon for the sake of his sister. Tanjiro suddenly looks up into the sky, and Guataro asks him if he's been trying to hold back his tears, but to his surprise, Tanjiro responds that he had been preparing for the moment. His face gets close to Guataro's, and Tanjiro brings his head down and headbutts him with a great force, momentarily stunning Guataro. Daki screams at him to get up, but as his legs falter, he looks down to discover that a kunai has been lodged into his leg. He realizes that when Tanjiro had looked down, he had opened a bag given to him by Hinatsuru which contained wisteria poison. Tanjiro manages to stand back up while Guattaro remains paralyzed and crouched before him. Tanjiro uses his remaining strength to swing the blade down onto his neck. As he tries to force the blade down and through, Tanjiro envisions himself in Guattaro's place, and he thinks that if he were in this situation, he would want his comrade to kill him before he could live as a demon. On a nearby rooftop, Daki can be seen rushing to her feet at the sudden change of events to try and help her brother, but before she can even get close to them, Zenitsu manages to free himself from the rubble. He attacks her using thunder-breathing first form Thunderclap and Flash to bring her attention to him, and then uses Godspeed to attack her neck. Zenitsu pleads with his blade to cut through her neck since he was given the chance to escape the rubble and attack her while Guattaro was subdued. Tanjiro continues to struggle to cut through Guattaro's neck, but before he can do so, Guattaro manages to emit his blood blaze to repel his sword. Tanjiro is knocked off balance as Guattaro regains his footing, causing them to re-engage in battle. Guattaro gains the upper hand and brings his sickle down on Tanjiro's neck. However, at that moment, Tengen regains his consciousness and protects him from the sickle. Despite being severely poisoned and missing his left hand, Tengen engages in the head-to-head combat with Guattaro, while remarking that he's perfected the musical score technique. It is revealed that his technique allows him to analyze maneuvers of his opponents and read them like notes on a piece of sheet music. However, the poison had hindered his attacking ability, meaning that he can only defend Guattaro's attacks. Guattaro manages to land a powerful attack to the left side of Tengen's face, resulting in the loss of his eye, and proceeds to stab Tengen. Tanjiro yells out to Tengen after witnessing him get stabbed, but Tengen orders him to ignore and jump. Tanjiro leaps into the air towards Guattaro and attempts to decapitate him, but is brutally stabbed through the jaw by Guattaro's sickle. The demon begins panicking as they gain the upper hand and tries pulsating his poison to kill Tanjiro. However, Tanjiro proceeds to endure through the pain and swings his sword towards Guattaro. Tanjiro can be seen swinging his blade down on Guattaro's neck, despite the demon's sickle piercing through his jaw. His arm strength isn't enough to slice through his neck, so he resorts to forcing his entire body to push through, ignoring the pain. Guattaro notices the change in Tanjiro's scar as he develops a Demon Slayer mark, and his eyes roll back in his head. The change in his demeanor proves to be too great as Tanjiro's blade cuts through Guattaro's neck, causing him to panic. Meanwhile, Daki can be seen resisting Zenitsu's attempt to decapitate her. She tries to use her obi to kill Zenitsu at close range, but Inosuke unexpectedly rushes up, revealing that he protected his heart from being stabbed by rearranging all of his organs. He also reveals that the poison has no effect on him at all since he was raised up in the mountains, before proceeding to assist Zenitsu by decapitating Daki. The three boys let out a roar as they muster out their strength to slice the demon's neck. After the long battle, Zenitsu and Inosuke manage to decapitate Daki up on the rooftop while Tanjiro can be seen decapitating Guattaro simultaneously on the ground. The heads fall onto the ground and roll until they end up face to face. As Guattaro's body falls onto the ground, Tengen notices something being emitted from it and becomes alarmed. Meanwhile, up on a nearby rooftop, Suma, Hinatsuru and Makio have arrived to witness the end of the battle. As Makio begins to bicker with Suma over her behaviour, Hinatsuru notices something is amiss down on the battlefield. She looks down to see Tanjiro is struggling to breathe as he bleeds out from his jaw while trying to slow down the poison. Tanjiro looks over at Tengen, who's sitting down in front of him and yelling at him with a panicked expression. However, Tanjiro fails to comprehend his sudden alarm as Tengen looks at him with horror. Under the night sky, Nezuko can be seen looking down at her brother with a concerned expression. As Tanjiro begins to regain his consciousness, he looks around to see the destroyed buildings around him. Nezuko nudges her brother as a way of letting him know that she was the one who saved him from the destruction. Tanjiro attempts to get up to search for the others, but his legs give out from beneath him and he collapses onto the ground. He hears someone calling out to him in the distance and recognizes the voice as belonging to Zenitsu, and is unexpectedly picked up and carried by Nezuko. The pair move towards the source of the commotion and discover Zenitsu has awakened from his slumber, not remembering any of the events that had just transpired. He tells Tanjiro that he can hear Inosuke's heartbeat getting weaker and weaker, and points to him laying unconscious nearby. The siblings rush over to him, and Tanjiro attempts to wake up Inosuke, but to his dismay, he feels his heart getting weaker. Tanjiro begins to panic and thinks of exposing him to sunlight or sending a crow to Shinobu for help, but realizes that he doesn't have the time for either options. His tears begin to swell up as Inosuke lays dying before him. But Nezuko nonchalantly comes forward and unexpectedly sets Inosuke on fire. Tanjiro looks amazed as he witnesses Inosuke's poisoned skin heal right before his eyes, and his comrade suddenly awakes to announce he's hungry. The three rejoice at the fact that he's okay and embrace as Tanjiro begins to sob. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Suma begins to wail loudly, pleading for Tengen to live after winning the battle. Her co-wife Makio begins to panic as she realizes the antidote they administered is not working to remove the poison from his body, and Hinatsuru begins to weep. Realizing that he doesn't have much time to live, Tengen begins to relay his final words to his wives, but is interrupted by Suma's loud wails. Makio becomes enraged at Suma's overreactive cries and begins to pull by her hair and shove rocks into her mouth to make her be quiet, while Hinatsuru tries to prevent them from bickering. In a comical fashion though, Tengen sits, spectating at his wives while they continue to bicker during his final moments as he slips away. He then realizes that he can no longer move, speak, or do anything due to the poison. But then, everyone momentarily pauses when Nezuko suddenly appears next to Tengen. They proceed to stare at her as she raises her hand and grabs him before setting him on fire. His wives look in horror until Suma comically pulls Nezuko away, saying that it's too soon to cremate him. To their surprise, Tengen begins to speak again and asks how it is possible that the poison has been removed from his body, which brings relief to his wives. Tanjiro subtly explains that Nezuko's blood demon art has somehow managed to remove the poison from their bodies and expresses his relief to know that Tengen is safe. Tengen tries to tell Tanjiro to rest, if not he will die from his injuries, but Tanjiro informs Tengen that he needs to confirm that the demons have been defeated before he can rest. The siblings proceed throughout the rubble in search of the demons' heads and come across a pool of blood. Tanjiro pulls out an apparatus and decides to collect the blood in order to be studied. Once the blood has been collected, Tamio's cat mysteriously appears before Tanjiro, and he puts it in the box to be delivered to Tamio. As the siblings continue their search, Tanjiro smells the scent of the demons and guides Nezuko towards them. When they arrive, Guataro and Daki can be seen viciously arguing over their defeat. Their heads begin to disintegrate as they blame each other for losing the battle, with Guataro disregarding Daki for being useless. Daki retaliates by saying that someone as ugly as Guataro cannot be considered her relative, which leaves Tanjiro looking at them concerned about the hurtful words they are spewing at each other. Daki and Guataro continue arguing as their heads begin to disintegrate. She starts chastising her brother for being useless and questions if they are even related. Guataro grows angry at her comments and calls her a weakling, even regretting to protect her in the first place. He loses his temper and goes on to spew hateful remarks such as mentioning that his life would have been better off without her, and wishing that she had never been born, causing Daki's eyes to well up with tears. Tanjiro intervenes and covers Guataro's mouth, saying that he doesn't mean what he is saying, and that they shouldn't spend their final moments with each other arguing. Daki begins to wail at Tanjiro out of frustration, yelling at him to leave them alone and stop lecturing them. Daki's head reaches its last phases of its disintegration as she cries out for her brother to save her, saying that she doesn't want to die. Guataro hopelessly watches as her head dissolves away while still calling out to him, before he impulsively calls out to her by her birth name, Ume. As he reaches his final moments, Guataro recalls his past as a human born in the Kirimise to a prostitute mother. Before she died from syphilis, his mother tried to kill him many times, even after his younger sister was born. Due to his appearance and lack of hygiene, the young Guataro was bullied and detested by everyone that he met. Things began to change though after his sister was born, as her beauty dismissed his inferiority complex, and he used his ugliness plus his newfound fighting skills to become an efficient debt collector. However, the good fortune would not last long for the siblings. When Ume turned 13, she blinded a samurai with a comb and was viciously burned and buried alive for her crime. Having been away on his job at the time, Gyotaro returned to find her barely alive in a hole, and he hugged her body as she clung to life. He cursed the gods to return his sister for treating them cruelly, before he is attacked by the same samurai. The samurai slashes Gyotaro from behind, and a manager there brazenly calls Gyotaro a nuisance and a brute for harassing the locals of the district, before expressing their pity at having lost Ume as a courtesan. Before the samurai could finish him off, Gyotaro viciously kills the manager and berates the samurai for having a lavish lifestyle, before gruesomely killing him as well. As Gyotaro tried to find help for him and his sister, no one would help them due to their reputation and circumstances. He trudges on through the street until he ultimately collapses and bleeds out onto the floor as the snow begins to fall. The siblings lay on the floor dying until they are discovered by one of the upper rank demons, who offers to turn them into demons. Gyotaro adamantly proclaims that he would become a demon again, no matter how many times that he is reborn, wanting to always bring fear as Gyotaro the debt collector. Gyotaro muses how Daki could have been if he had raised her differently, before taking note of his surroundings. A younger looking Daki appeared behind him, disgusted with their current location and wondering where the exit was. The emaciated man ordered her not to follow him anymore, getting angry when she would not comply. A tearful Daki apologized for her earlier cruel insults, stating that it was because she had not wanted to accept that it was her fault that they had lost. When Gyotaro still refused to not let her come with, Daki tackled him from behind, stubbornly refusing to ever let go, vowing to always be his little sister no matter how often they are reborn, and finally accepting her company, Gyotaro carries his little sister into the fire that awaits them. In the world of the living, Tanjiro and Nezuko watch as the last of the demon siblings dissolve into the air. Tanjiro wonders if they made up, which Nezuko affirms. Elsewhere, Obanai Iguro attempts to praise Tengen for his defeat of an upper rank 6, but is disappointed to hear that he beat such a low-ranking member of the 12 Kazuki, as well as lost his left arm and eye. Tengen states his intention to retire as a Hashira, but Obanai refuses to accept this, as there is already a vacant Hashira position, and the lower ranks of the Demon Corps keep on dying without improving. Tengen disagrees with this last point, stating that Tanjiro is definitely improving, while Obanai is surprised that he survived the fight. Elsewhere, Kaguya Yubashiki learns of the group's victory and is elated, but is stricken by the complications of his illness. He states that his victory will have mass consequences enough to ensure Muzan's defeat within their generation. He then collapses into a continuous bout of coughing. Over at the Infinity Castle, Akaza ponders how his summoning must mean a member of the upper ranks has been defeated. Akaza looks on with displeasure as the Biwa demon plays her instrument and is greeted by one of the upper rank colleagues, Gyoko. The potted demon asks him how he's been after 90 years, and proclaims his insincere worry over Akaza being the slain upper rank. Han Tengu corrects his colleague, as it had actually been 113 years since they had last been summoned, and expresses his concern over the oddity and the unluckiness of the number. Ignoring them, Akaza asks the Biwa demon if Muzan had arrived, the answer being no, and then if the upper rank 1 had arrived. Before she can answer though, Doma places a hand on Akaza's shoulder, asking him to show some concern for his well-being as well, as he did not wish to see any of his precious buddies die. Gyoko and Doma exchange a small conversation about Gyoko's pot, and Doma's use of the pot that Gyoko had given him. Akaza demands that Doma remove his hand, viciously punching him when he does not immediately do so. Quickly recovering from the blow, Doma pleasantly asks if Akaza had gotten stronger since they last met, enraging the tattooed demon. The Biwa demon finally relates that the upper rank 1 had been the first to arrive, surprising Akaza, who spotted his silent colleague. Kokoshibo noted that he was present, as was their master. As each upper rank reacted to the silent arrival of their leader, Muzan noted that Gyotaro was dead. Doma apologized for Gyotaro's failure, wondering what punishment Muzan would give him. but the ancient demon declined all of his suggestions, having already anticipated the upper rank's 6th defeat. He further commented that he did not expect anything from him, which Doma questioned, as he did not believe that he had ever failed to live up to his master's expectations. But Muzan countered by stating that the Ubuyashiki family had yet to be killed, and the blue spider lily had yet to be found, making him question why the upper ranks even exist. Each of the upper ranks offer some excuse for this failure, save Akaza and Gyoko. The latter offers Muzan some information that he claims will get him closer to achieving his goals. Swiftly beheading the upper rank, Muzan berates Gyoko for speaking of change, as he is only looking for permanence. He adds that he is at the height of his displeasure due to an upper rank being killed for the first time in over 100 years, further berating Gyoko for attempting to give him unconfirmed information. He demands that the upper rank serve him with suicidal devotion from that moment on. He then orders Gyoko to head over with Hantengu to see if he can confirm this information, and then leaves. Doma then approaches Gyoko, asking to join him on his mission, and then, in an instant, has the upper portion of his head completely destroyed by Akaza. Akaza, the upper rank 3 demon, orders him to get lost, as Muzan had not given him any specific orders. Akaza looks in disbelief as his arm is sliced off by Kokushibo. Doma attempts to defend his subordinate, but Kokushibo reprimands Akaza for his actions as they soil the relationships between the upper ranks, advising him to battle Doma for his spot as upper rank 2 instead if he is truly bothered. After hearing the suggestion, Doma interrupts and asserts that Akaza wouldn't be able to raise his rank, given how much more powerful he was despite becoming a demon much later than him, a fact that likely contributed to Akaza's rage. He continues on describing how he allowed Akaza to use violence on him as a way to get along with him. Kokushibo ignores Doma and asks Akaza if he understood what he meant. Akaza confirms, declaring that he will definitely defeat him one day, receiving a word of good luck from his superior as he leaves the fortress. Doma tries to start a conversation with Akaza, but he ignores him as he exits. Gyoko then asks Nakahime to send him and Hantengu to their next destination, in which the Biwa demon complies to. She additionally sends Doma back to his cult when he tries to talk to her, after which he mopes over his colleague's unfriendliness. Somewhere else, a man is seen sitting by a house with another individual. Sumiyoshi brings him tea and some food. The man thanks his friend for the hospitality, in which the latter apologizes for his wife being asleep and the child having to be babysat by a guest. He tells him not to worry about the situation and that he shouldn't continue receiving the meals for free from his friend. Sumiyoshi denies this, revealing that his family was saved by him and their lives were thanks to him. He also offers to pass down his guest's tale as he didn't have any successors, even if his family were just simple coal burners. Sumiyoshi is gently turned down by his friend as he states that his heritage will find its way back itself and that no matter what, it will return. He then says that despite Sumiyoshi viewing him as powerful, he was unable to protect what was important to him and had little worth. Tanjiro internally begs the man to not think of himself like that and cries as he wakes up from the dream, heavily bandaged and hooked up to multiple IVs. He tries to figure out where he is and is suddenly interrupted by a falling vase. Kano stands in shock in the doorway and reveals that Tanjiro had been unconscious for 2 months, tearfully stating that she's glad he's awake.
Goto, a male member of the Kakushi, who are the cleanup brigade of the Demon Slayers, is seen walking down the halls of the Butterfly Mansion. While he walks through the halls, he reveals that 2 months have passed since the end of the battle at the Entertainment District. Kakushi remembers how badly injured everyone was, especially Tanjiro. Hoping that the smell of his castella will wake the comatose Tanjiro, he is left completely stunned and infuriated when he walks in to discover a shattered vase on the floor. Noticing Kano, he announces the food that he brought and asks her to clear a free spot for it. Tanjiro then wearily thanks Goto for the dessert, leaving him completely stunned, so much that he drops his entire dish. He then angrily bursts out at Kano for not saying that Tanjiro had regained his consciousness and comically abuses her for her silence before running into the hall to summon everyone. Kyo, Sumi, and Naho shed tears of joy after discovering that he has awakened, but are then immediately frightened when Aoi comes flying into the room. After untangling herself, she begins to sob at his bedside, and Tanjiro finds out that Zenitsu had woken up the day after the battle and had just left, screaming and crying before going on a job. Tengen, the Sound Hashira, left after the battle, being carried away by his wives despite his terrible injuries. When Tanjiro goes to ask about Inosuke, he is told by Aoi that he has been horribly poisoned and that Inosuke was on the verge of death. While she's explaining, Tanjiro begins to wonder if he was hallucinating or not, as he spots Inosuke hanging on the ceiling. Everyone in the room then looks up in horror to witness Inosuke crawling upside down on the ceiling. He loudly praises Tanpachiro for noticing him on the ceiling. Inosuke drops down onto Tanjiro's bed, then brags that he woke up a week before him and how he had poison resistance, making him, in his eyes, immortal. Inosuke gloats about having an apparent immortality and is swiftly corrected by Goto that he is just simply a moron. Because of this, a fight ensues between the two and Aoi rushes to break it up. As the bickering gets louder, Kanui tries to quiet the room down until she has to tell the other two to be quiet as Tanjiro has actually fallen back asleep. Inosuke immediately worries that Tanjiro has returned into his comatose state, but the others assure him that he just needs to get more rest. A week goes by with Tanjiro making a full recovery and Inosuke embarking on a new mission. While Tanjiro works on improving his weakened state, he asks Kyo and Naho about his new sword. But to his complete dismay, they show him the angry scratched drawings of hate, which clearly depict that the swordsmith would not make Tanjiro another sword. Now distraught, Kyo tries to uplift Tanjiro by saying that Hotaru is being the difficult one, and he should try to meet with him at the Swordsmith Village to discuss it in person. Tanjiro ends up asking for permission to visit the village, in which Kagaya allows him to go. He sends a new Kikuchi to take him. She informs him that in order to keep the village safety hidden, Tanjiro must be carried there and will have to put on a blindfold, plug in earplugs, and especially plug his nose. Throughout the journey, Tanjiro is frequently passed on to new Kikuchi, while the crows are also swapped in an effort to maintain the location's secrecy. Once Tanjiro arrives at the village, he is amazed by the sense of the hot springs. He loudly shares his gratitude towards the Kikuchi for transporting him, which echoes loudly through the hot springs. His voice is eventually heard by the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, who is bathing in a nearby spring. Once at the Swordsmith Village, Tanjiro is greeted by the village's chief, Techen Kawahara, who dubs himself the best of his craft in the village. Techen discloses to Tanjiro that the village is currently looking for Hotaru Hagenizuka after he disappeared a few days prior. Tanjiro comments on his swordsmith's cute name, which Techen reveals that he himself gave him that name. The chief notes about how Hotaru had always had a bad temper, and when Tanjiro attempts to apologize for fueling this temper through breaking his swords, Techen refutes it by stressing that Hotaru should be creating swords that wouldn't break. He reassures Tanjiro that they will bring Hotaru back, or alternatively, have a different swordsmith forge him a new blade. Techen then suggests that Tanjiro relax in the hot springs. While advancing to the hot springs, Tanjiro runs into Mitsuri Kanroji, who had just returned from that said hot spring. Kanroji complains about how she was ignored when she was asked for an individual's name at the spring. Tanjiro calms her by revealing that the villagers were almost done with the dinner for their guests, which Mitsuri excitedly hurries off to. At the springs, Tanjiro is suddenly hit with a tooth and is surprised to encounter Genya Shinazugawa. He excitedly jumps in the water and tries to converse with his fellow demon slayer, but is saddened after Genya angrily strikes him and storms off. Back at the village, Tanjiro praises Mitsuri for the amount she is capable of eating, declaring that he himself would also try to eat lots and grow strong. He then brings up Genya, with Mitsuri sadly observing how the boy must be Sanami Shinazugawa's younger brother, given that they share the last name, despite the Wind Hashira telling her that he didn't even have one. Tanjiro asks why she felt it was pitiful, and while playing with Nezuko, Mitsuri replies that she herself had 5 younger siblings and had a good relationship with all of them. The two chat and both hope to someday be able to have a nice conversation with Genya, and Tanjiro decides to bring him his leftovers since he didn't come to dinner. As they walk through the corridor with Nezuko, Tanjiro inquires Mitsuri on the reason why she joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Embarrassed, she states that she wanted to find a man to marry, someone who was stronger than her and could protect her. As she goes on about her thoughts, Tanjiro listens in disbelief. The trio are then approached by a Kikuchi who informs Mitsuri that her new sword will be ready soon and that she should check it out so that it could be adjusted if necessary. The Hashira bids farewell to Tanjiro and praises him for his hard work, expressing her approval for the siblings. After Tanjiro declares that he will be sure to defeat Muzan, Mitsuri happily hints about a secret weapon hidden in the village that could make him even stronger. The next day, Tanjiro searches through the forest looking for Hotaru and ponders about the secret weapon Mitsuri told him about. In the distance, he suddenly hears two individuals, one of them being the Mist Hashira, Muichiro Tokito. Behind the trees in the forest, Tanjiro worriedly watches as a young child yells at the Mist Hashira, proclaiming that he wouldn't hand over his key and his knowledge to him. Muichiro suddenly strikes and grips the boy, much to Tanjiro's horror, as he races over to restrain Muichiro's wrists in an attempt to force him to let go. Despite having a smaller and thinner body composition than Tanjiro, Muichiro does not budge and asks for Tanjiro to release his hold, quickly punching him in the stomach and calling him weak when he does not do so. The Hashira then senses a demon in Tanjiro's box, but he slaps his hand away and saves the boy in the process. When the boy continues denying Muichiro the key, he insults him and the other swordsmiths, stating they had no worth besides making swords, and this conversation was currently wasting him time that could be used to save people. Angry at Muichiro's degrading words, Tanjiro hits him and expresses how he was too cruel to the child. While he states that he does not deny the accuracy of his words, Tanjiro stresses the importance of the swordsmiths and how they too are fighting along with the demon slayers, albeit not on the front lines. Muichiro cuts him off and hits him in the neck, knocking him out cold. Right before losing consciousness, Tanjiro notices Hotaru hiding behind a tree. While unconscious, Tanjiro hears a conversation between the child and Hotaru, but the latter runs off as soon as Tanjiro begins to regain his consciousness. After picking himself up, Tanjiro excitedly inquires whether Hotaru was just there, which the boy nervously denies. The boy also reveals that he gave the key to Muichiro, which Tanjiro apologizes for intervening as it wasn't his place to. He is thanked, however, for standing up to the Hashira in order to defend a complete stranger. The two converse and the boy informs Tanjiro about the key's use, which is to operate a deteriorating mechanical doll that had been built by his ancestors and was used for swordsmen to train with. In the middle of their conversation, the two suddenly hear loud sounds. The boy leads Tanjiro over to where Muichiro is intensely training with the battle doll, dubbed Yoruichi Type 0. While watching Tokito train against the doll, Tanjiro looks at the doll's face and ponders the idea that he has seen it before. Confused as to its appearance, Tanjiro asks why it has 6 arms, in which he is told that it was modelled after a real swordsman. The doll's 6 arms were necessary to imitate the swordsman's unrealistic movements. Tanjiro tries to push for more information, but the boy apologizes and states he didn't know much else, besides that it originated in the Sengoku period. Surprised, Tanjiro notes how that must mean that the Yoruichi Type 0 is over 300 years old, and even so, it still hadn't been destroyed. The boy replies that his ancestors were able to construct the doll at a level that couldn't be accomplished again at the present time, hence its durability, and that he wouldn't be able to fix it himself, especially without the aid of his late father, given that he himself doesn't possess the knowledge or skills to do so. Because of this, Tanjiro realizes the reasoning behind his resolve to not hand over the key to someone who could potentially destroy the doll. While they continue to observe Muichiro for a while longer, Tanjiro admires the Hashira's extraordinary degree of skill, despite being of a similar age. Muichiro's crow chips in and refers to him as a descendant of the sun-breathing users and a genius leagues different from Tanjiro. Surprised by his bloodline heritage, he curiously asks why Muichiro wasn't able to use sun-breathing, which receives him an angry assault by the crow. While being attacked by the crow, Tanjiro suddenly remembers the dream he had and how the swordsman he saw had a face that matched that of the doll's. Hearing his words, the crow stops and grumpily questions the logic behind his words, given how the swordsman was from so long ago. The young boy pitches in, proposing that perhaps it was a memory that was passed on, providing the example of a swordsmith inheriting memories from their swords and skills from their ancestors, suggesting it may be similar to what Tanjiro was experiencing. The crow thinks of this idea as nonsense, but cuts it off as Tanjiro introduces himself to the boy, and the boy introduces himself as Kotetsu. Suddenly, the group hears a sound and witnesses Muichiro destroying parts of the doll, with pieces of the armor flying away. Devastated at the sight, Kotetsu runs away and hides in a tree, crying over the broken doll. Tanjiro finds him and attempts to motivate him by saying he'll eventually be able to improve and fix it, in which Kotetsu replies that he is too pathetic to do so. But hearing this, Tanjiro climbs up the tree and flicks Kotetsu as a method of snapping him back into reality, exclaiming how he had to make the effort and develop the skills so that even if he wasn't able to fix the Yoruichi Type 0, the generations after him would be able to do so. Tanjiro compares his struggle with Kotetsu's, affirming that even if he dies before he is able to accomplish his goals, someone else will eventually be able to do so in his place, as long as the framework is set, which is similar to what was said during Tanjiro's dream flashback by the mysterious man. Cheered up, Kotetsu and Tanjiro conclude to determinedly work hard together. While they chat during a walk through the forest, they encounter Muichiro again, who expresses that the training was helpful. However, his sword broke, so he will be taking one of the doll's swords. He tosses the broken sword indifferently to Tanjiro, asking him to discard of it. At first, confused by the swordsman's attitude, Tanjiro realizes he lacked a malicious intent, and likely wasn't acting rudely on purpose. Tanjiro rushes to Kotetsu, who appears saddened while staring at the broken doll in the rain. Tanjiro suggests they check if it can still move, which is met by approval from the boy. As they pick it up, it remains stagnant for a few moments before suddenly shifting into a stance. Randomly, Kotetsu then fiercely orders Tanjiro to train with the doll and become stronger than Muichiro with his aid. Tanjiro begins to train with the Yoruichi Type 0, while Kotetsu uses his analytical skills and newfound motivation to excessively critique the Demon Slayer's movements. He states that until Tanjiro can accomplish what he wants, he will not receive any food. Kotetsu shows Tanjiro another method of adjusting the doll's movements through twisting its fingers, such that it'd coordinate with the user's weaknesses, and compares the actions to that of playing with a wooden puzzle box. After readjusting the doll, Tanjiro continues brutally training with it, still without food, water, or sleep under Kotetsu's direction. Just as Tanjiro approaches the brink of death, comparable to nearly crossing the Sanzu River, which is similar to the Greek concept of the Styx but in Japanese mythology, because of this almost death moment, he becomes capable of smelling the incoming movement of the doll and lands a hit on it, earning him his first meal in a few days. After gaining this ability to predict movements, Tanjiro continues to train with the doll and improves his stamina and foresight. In the middle of a spar with the doll, Tanjiro's newly improved abilities grant him an opening to behead it. However, he hesitates mid-swing and worries about breaking the doll, but Kotetsu yells at him to strike, reassuring him that he would be able to fix it. Internally, the young boy begs Tanjiro to not waver so that one day, he will become stronger than anyone else. With Kotetsu's approval obtained, Tanjiro succeeds in landing a blow to the doll's neck and breaks his sword in the process. He apologizes to Kotetsu for the ruined sword, but after Kotetsu's sudden exclamation, Tanjiro turns to see a hidden sword's hilt emerging from the doll's body where the head used to be. The sword's hilt, appearing out of the doll, startles Tanjiro and Kotetsu, who shout in shock. Their surprise quickly shifts to fascination and excitement as the pair attempts to deduce the age of the blade. Kotetsu urges Tanjiro to take the sword, but Tanjiro is adamant on the fact that he could not, and the doll breaking to make it appear wasn't completely his doing. Kotetsu insists, as the owner of the doll, that he has the final say, and that Tanjiro should take it, especially considering how he needed a new blade anyways. Caving in, Tanjiro pulls out the blade as Kotetsu watches excitedly in anticipation, but they are disheartened after seeing that the blade had rusted with its age. Kotetsu tries to apologize to a tearful Tanjiro for getting his hopes up, but they are suddenly interrupted by a muscular Hotaru Haganezuka emerging from their woods. Hotaru mentions that he heard their conversation and tries to take the sword from Tanjiro and Kotetsu. They try to get Hotaru to explain why he is acting this way, but the swordsmith continues to try and take the sword and finally forces it out of their hands. Kozo Kanamori appears behind Hotaru and tickles his sides, making him fall limp. Kozo greets Tanjiro and Kotetsu and goes on to explain Hotaru's situation. He states that Hotaru had been remotely training in order to improve his forging skills so that he could make a strong sword for Tanjiro that would not chip or break, in which Tanjiro happily admires Hotaru's thoughtfulness. Kozo continues on saying how Tanjiro's repeated requests for swords from Hotaru made him happy, as he lost many of his clients with his personality. While they chat, Hotaru suddenly regains consciousness and confidently declares that he will fix the rusted blade, while Kotetsu fusses over how he could have easily just explained that before they fought over the sword. The next day, Tanjiro talks about Hotaru's progress on the sword with Genya, who is angered by Tanjiro's presence and attempts at friendliness, so he tries to get him to leave. When he starts yelling, Tanjiro notices that the tooth he had pulled out a few days ago had reappeared. He questions him on this and shows the tooth that he had picked up as proof, disgusting Genya and resulting in him being kicked out of the room. Saddened, Tanjiro ponders his fellow demon slayer's consistent anger. Somewhere else, as the calm night continued, a lone swordsmith strolls through the village after a bath and encounters a pot mysteriously placed on the ground. Curiously, he reaches for it, but is suddenly engulfed by the pot, killing him. Gyoko, the upper rank 5, emerges and comments on the disgusting quality of the swordsmiths as meals. Elsewhere, upper rank 4 Hantengu cowers on a roof and cowardly states that they must quickly accomplish their mission. In a sleep, Tanjiro is woken by Tokito pinching his nose. The Mr. Shira questions Tanjiro if he knew Kozo Kanamori's whereabouts, as he was his new swordsmith. Tanjiro mentions that he was likely with Hotaru and offers to help find them. Michiro asks why Tanjiro would willingly accompany him when he had many other things to be doing, and Tanjiro replies that he believes helping others would positively benefit him. At Tanjiro's words, Tokito feels a strong sense of familiarity and questions him on what he just said. The Demon Slayer tries to reply, but is hit by an awakened Nezuko, breaking Michiro's perception. Seeing Nezuko, Michiro comments on her uniqueness and wonders where he had seen her before, while Tanjiro worries about the Chachamaru, Tamio's feline assistant, that had appeared before them. The trio keep thinking about their respective worries, when suddenly Tanjiro and Michiro sense a presence behind the door. When they glance over, Hantengu crawls into the room without radiating his presence as a demon. Surprised, Tanjiro and Michiro both realize Hantengu is an upper rank demon and prepare to attack, with Michiro immediately using mist-breathing 4th form Shifting Flow Slash, but Hantengu swiftly dodges to the ceiling and cries, begging the demon slayers not to hurt him. Tanjiro tells himself not to hesitate and uses Hotaru's newly forged blade to attack Hantengu with Hino Kamikagura Sunflower Thrust. Hantengu dodges again, but receives a blow from Nezuko, who's in her awakened form. Realizing this, Tanjiro tells Nezuko to not transform fully, while at the exact same time Michiro successfully beheads Hantengu. Tanjiro remembers that beheading an upper rank does not necessarily result in its death based on his prior fight with Daki and Gyutaro, and tells Michiro to keep his focus. Right as he does, the severed head and the body transform into 2 new demons, one of which holds a leaf-shaped fan. Michiro attacks the demon with the fan while Tanjiro takes on the other. As Michiro rushes to attack, the demon waves his fan at him and intensely blasts Michiro out of the building. Tanjiro and Nezuko manage to hold on to the rubble and come face to face with the 2 demons. Karaku asks his partner, Sakido, if he was having fun, in which Sakido responds negatively and uses his staff to emit bolts of lightning-like attacks, which slowly make Tanjiro lose consciousness. But just before he does, he sees Genya on the rooftop pointing a gun directly at Sakido. Genya shoots both Sakido and Karaku with his Nichiren gun, blasting off Sakido's head and nearly decapitating Karaku. Karaku expresses his enjoyment towards the fight as Genya rushes in to slash off his head with a Nichiren sword. But as he does this, Tanjiro yells at Genya that his attacks were futile and the demons were willingly being beheaded so they could keep splitting and increase their attack power. Tanjiro begins to desperately analyze his opponents and tries to pinpoint their weaknesses, but his thoughts are interrupted by a 3rd bird-like demon, Orogi, who lifts him up into the air with his foot. Realizing that each demon has a unique ability, Tanjiro instructs Nezuko to assist Genya. However, horrified, he realizes that Genya had been impaled by a 4th demon, a Zetsu. Orogi taunts him for worrying about the others and not himself, proceeding to generate a sonic scream. Tanjiro attempts to counter with Hinokami Kagura and successfully cuts off Orochi's leg, but is unable to dodge his scream and is violently struck with the attack as he falls. He plummets through trees and lands on the ground. He pleads with himself to get up and protect the village, but his injuries render him incapable of easily moving. Aizetsu lands near him and holds his leg down as he directs another shriek in Tanjiro's direction. Elsewhere, Michiro dashes through the forest as he makes his way back to the village. He spots Kotetsu trying to hold off a minion fish demon and internally decides that he is not a priority to save. But as he hears the cries of Kotetsu while the demon grabs him, Michiro remembers Tanjiro's words of how helping others would positively benefit him. He slashes the fish demon's arm, releasing Kotetsu, and stands over the boy while requesting for him to run so that he would not be in the way. Michiro slashes the fish demon and decapitates it, but it regenerates. He tries breaking the pot stationed on the demon's back and subsequently makes it disintegrate. The Hashira then realizes that the pot was the source of the power for the demon, likely the result of a blood demon art. As he continues to think, a crying Kotetsu ambushes him with a hug and thanks him for saving him. The Hashira tells Kotetsu to leave as he has to make it back to the village. Kotetsu begs him to not go since Kozo and Hotaru were under attack while Hotaru was finishing a blade. Michiro tries to turn down his request, but he hesitates when he hears Kagaya Yubashiki's voice in his head, who tells him to rediscover himself. Surprised at the pause, Michiro thinks back to when he had gotten amnesia after being saved by Kagaya, who had told him not to worry about the memory lost and that the mist in his head will eventually clear out, with matters that seem unimportant at first. Convinced, Michiro carries Kotetsu with him as they search for Kozo. As they continue through the forest, Michiro begins to doubt if he was doing the right thing as the village was still in danger. However, he pushes the thought away and reminds himself that he is the Mr. Shira acknowledged by his master. In the forest near the edge of the village, Tanjiro dodges an attack from Orochi by slicing his head, splitting him into two more demons. The pair of demons generate more sonic screams and direct them at Tanjiro, but the Demon Slayer is able to withstand them and observes that Hantenku is most powerful at 4 separate demons that represent the 4 primary emotions. Any more splitting would decrease their attack strength. With this information, Tanjiro continues to attack Orochi and is slashed across the chest with the demon's sharp claws, but manages to land multiple blows on his head. Back in the building, Nezuko struggles against Karaku. Sakido impatiently asks for his partner to defeat her, and Aizetsu volunteers to land the final blow. However, as Aizetsu attempts to pull his spear out of Genya, the Demon Slayer points his gun at him and blasts off his head. Sakido berates Aizetsu for his foolishness after Genya shoots off his head, and the demon responds by forcibly pulling the spear out of Genya, mortally damaging him. He comments on how the spear lodged in Genya's body had prevented him from dying after it hit his vital points, and now he will perish. Ignoring him, Genya quietly chants the Amida Sutra, which is recognized by Aizetsu. Angered at the delay, Sakido yells at Aizetsu to kill Genya, but the Demon Slayer dodges his spear and attacks Aizetsu from behind with a Nichiren sword. However, before Genya can cut the demon's head, he gets blasted from Sakido's lightning and becomes incapacitated. Though, he manages to hit Sakido with a bullet. Aizetsu responds by hitting him with the spear's shaft, knocking him into the wall. Still struggling against Nezuko, Karaku gleefully watches his companions fight and then impales Nezuko through the stomach with his foot. He gives instructions to Sakido and pulls Nezuko's arm off, but he receives a hefty kick from her and nearly loses his head. Using Blood Demon art, Nezuko proceeds to burn Karaku and pulls herself from his grasp. When Karaku is yelled at by Sakido, she takes his fan and blows him out of the building. She tries to do the same thing with Sakido, but he sticks his staff through her neck and shocks her with bolts of lightning, paralyzing her. Back in the forest, Tanjiro continues fighting against Hirogi, who continuously slashes him with his talons. Tanjiro forces himself not to panic and makes it a priority to return to the building, internally telling Genya and Nezuko to keep holding on. Genya recovers from being hit into the wall and continues muttering the chant. Surprised that he is still alive, Sakido questions him. Smiling, Genya holds up his gun and tells him his name, stating that he will be the one to kill him. While Tanjiro continues his fight against Orogi, he considers using the demon's flight ability to escape the forest and return to Nezuko and Genya. After finalizing his plan, Tanjiro stabs the demon in the mouth after being picked up and uses the force to smash into the building's exterior wall, completely destroying it. Tanjiro picks himself up in time to see Sakado paralyzing Nezuko. When he dashes to save her, Sakado generates another staff and tries to hit Tanjiro, but the boy uses Orogi's foot to defend himself and prevent the lightning from reaching him. He then slices the demon's head and tongue, stalling for some time to pull the staff out of Nezuko's neck. Suddenly, Tanjiro gets slammed down on the ground with his second staff and is about to receive a shock of lightning, but Nezuko recovers in time to burn Sakado and prevent him from hurting him. Relieved that Nezuko's blood demon art is effective, he looks up to see Karaku soar through the air and hit the building's floor with enough pressure to bore a hole through it and render Tanjiro and Nezuko unconscious. The demons then regroup and gaze over their opponent, planning on dealing the final blow. In the depths of the forest, Tokito defends the fish demon and saves Kozo. After a reunion, Muchiro requests for Kozo to provide him with his fixed blade to replace the chipped one he is currently using. Kozo agrees that Muchiro needs a new blade and mentions that it was Tanjiro who asked him to fix the old one. He leads the Mr. Hashira and Kotetsu to the shed where Haganezuka is currently working. Kozo explains that he has a sword for Muchiro in the shed, and after he receives it, he should immediately head back to the village to protect the chief. Muchiro denies this proposal and pulls Kozo back when he tries to advance towards the shed. He tells him he senses something and instantly sees a pot rattle in front of him. Emerging from the pot, Gyoko, the upper rank 5, comes out and identifies Tokito Muchiro as a Hashira for realizing that he was there. Gyoko introduces himself to Tokito, Kanamori, and Kitetsu and asks for a brief moment before he kills them. He calmly presents his art piece titled Death Throes of the Smiths, which consisted of multiple mangled smiths and blades pierced through their bodies. The demon starts describing his detailed work while the horrified Kozo and Kotetsu name the swordsmiths. Gyoko taunts them by their reactions and twists one of the swords, resulting in one of the swordsmiths screaming out in pain. Aggravated by his demonstration, Muchiro attacks Gyoko, but he retreats into his pot before the Hashira can cut him. He reappears in another pot on the shed's roof, and Muchiro notes his ability to switch between the pots, then slices up the one on the roof. Gyoko swiftly switches to yet another pot appearing out of thin air on the ground, and expresses the great irritation at Muchiro for destroying his artwork. The demon summons a couple of fish demons, which surprise Muchiro with blood demon art, 1000 needle, fish kill, and Gyoko showers hundreds of sharp needles at him. The swordsman manages to dodge the first onslaught of needles, but is forced to take multiple hits from the second attack of needles to protect Kozo and Kotetsu. He tells the civilians to get away as the fish continue to attack him. Gyoko stands on the side and laughs at Muchiro's appearance, which consists of multiple needles sticking out of him. He reveals that the needles contain poison and chides him for having to die because he saved insignificant people. Gyoko's words spark an intense sense of familiarity to Muchiro as he tries to remember where he had heard them before, suddenly recalling a hot summer day in a small abode. The demon expresses his eagerness to create a nice sculpture with the Hashira, but is interrupted by Muchiro attacking him. Gyoko uses blood demon art water prison pot to surround his opponent with a pot-shaped prison of water, rendering him unable to breathe or attack as his blade could not pierce through the layer of water. He laughs at his predicament and proclaims that the 12 Kazuki desire to weaken the demon slayers and reach Kagaya Yubashiki. Nearby, a crow caws through the night as Mitsuri Kanroji runs through the forest. She tells herself to hurry and enthusiastically states the convenience of the Swordsmith Village being close to where she was stationed. In the village, a group of swordsmiths try to defend themselves as a fish demon approaches them. Mitsuri Kanroji arrives and slashes the demon, killing it. She apologizes for her late arrival and heads towards the chief's residence. At Teichin's location, a swordsmith tries to save him from being crushed by a fish demon, but his injuries render him unable to move. Mitsuri appears right before him and instructs him to stay still to prevent his injuries from becoming worse. The Love Hashira then attacks with love-breathing first form, Shivers of First Love, slicing the demon and making it release the chief. After defeating it, Mitsuri angrily mutters how those who hurt others will never make her heart throb. As Teichin falls from the demon's grasp, she manages to catch him before he hits the ground. Crying, she begs him to wake up, and after a few coughs, he comments on how he was caught by someone so cute. Relieved to see that he was alright, Mitsuri quickly goes to help the others that were wounded. Elsewhere, Tanjiro suddenly awakes to hear the voices of Hantengo's various forms. He looks to see Nezuko carrying him through the building as she dodges bolts of lightning, and Tanjiro remembers that they were previously knocked unconscious. They get hit with a shock of lightning, and Tanjiro manages to defend Nezuko and himself from Urogi's swoop, running out of the room. Sakido yells at Karaku for being too slow and tells him to use his Uchiwa fan to destroy the building, to which he agrees. The pressure from Karaku's fan attack makes the building collapse, with Nezuko caught inside the mess. She grasps onto Tanjiro's blade, making herself bleed, while Tanjiro begs for her to let go, and says he will find a way to move the rubble. But she refuses to stop holding the blade, and uses her blood demon art to set it on fire. Tanjiro notices the blade burning from the heat, and is shocked to see it change colour from black to red as it gets enveloped in flames. All of a sudden, through an inherited memory, Tanjiro sees an unnamed man and woman comment on how a swordsman with earrings had a blade that was normally jet black but somehow turned red when he was in combat. Tanjiro links the swordsman's blade with his own, noticing the similarities in their colour changes and how his was thanks to Nezuko's blood demon art. He pushes himself to ignore his body's fatigue and injuries and tells himself to meet the expectations of those who have helped him so far. The three demons belittle Tanjiro and rush towards him to attack, but they see the red sword and Muzan Kibijitsu's memories trigger. The forms recognize the red sword as one used by the demon slayer that nearly killed their master, and as Tanjiro swings his sword back, his motions greatly resemble those of the swordsman. Stunned, the three forms are all then slashed with the Hinokami Kagura Dragon Sun Halo head dance. After decapitating them, Tanjiro recognizes the fiery sensation when cutting down the three demons as the same one he felt when he dealt the final blow to Guwataro at the entertainment district. He goes to look for Hantengu's last form, Aizetsu, and sees him impaled to a tree with his own spear as Genya Shinazugawa stands in front of him, holding the demon's head. Tanjiro's relief over Genya's safety and the defeat of Aizetsu quickly switches to horror as Genya turns to reveal the demonified face. His thoughts are interrupted by a yelling Karaku, who complains about his inability to regenerate and the burning sensation in his wounds. Tanjiro feels uncertain if defeating the four emotion demons is the correct way to finish the upper rank 4, and at that moment he smells a fifth body. He tries to think of how to find it, but Genya grabs him, declaring that he will be the one to defeat the upper rank 4 and become a Hashira, not Tanjiro. Realizing that Genya has not succumbed to the demon instincts, Tanjiro and Nezuko give him full support of his goals, much to Genya's surprise. Their conversation abruptly ends when Sakido blasts lightning towards them. Tanjiro splits up with Genya and Nezuko to run off and find the fifth body so Genya can be the one to behead him. He rushes around and desperately searches, finally spotting the body cowering and quivering behind a bush. He hears it muttering encouragement to himself, saying the emotion demons would defeat the slayers. Tanjiro gives directions to Genya about where to find the fifth form of Hantengu and asks Nezuko to provide him assistance. He then is nearly swept away by Karaku's wind attack. Nezuko attempts to slash Sakido before he can release lightning on her brother, but she gets impaled by Aizetsu's spear. Tanjiro hinders Sakido's movements by cutting off his hand holding the staff, and the demon notes Tanjiro's exceptional battle adaptation skills. Orogi is slashed by the flaming blade, and Nezuko grabs Aizetsu, enveloping him in fire and burning him. Karaku counters Tanjiro by slamming his fan and forcing Tanjiro to the ground with pressure. However, before he can again attack, his arm falls off and he curses Tanjiro for cutting it. Genya receives more directions from Tanjiro as the latter yells them out, and he desperately keeps searching for the fifth body. After more continuous searching, Genya spots Hantengu behind the bushes, shrunk down. He shoots him with his gun, but the demon dodges and runs away. While pursuing him, Genya inwardly chastises the demon's wimpy nature and swings at his neck with his Nichiren sword. He pushes himself to force the blade through Hantengu's neck, but the sword suddenly snaps due to the demon's thick neck. He tries shooting again with his gun to no avail. All of a sudden, Sakido appears behind Genya and aims his staff at his neck. Distressed, Genya remarks that he cannot regenerate his head and is about to die. But before he gets struck, he thinks of his elder brother, Sanemi, and how he wanted to become a Hashira so he could apologize to him for something that had happened between them. Genya thinks back to his past, where his small and weak mother would often be abused by his father alongside himself and his siblings. One night, Genya notices that she was late coming back, even after their older brother Sanemi went to look for her. He He calms his siblings and tells them to sleep, but they suddenly hear a knock on the door. Genya tries to tell them not to open it in case it was a stranger, but they ignore his warning and are immediately slashed upon reaching it. Genya is also cut across the cheek, and he states in horror at a figure grasping onto the ceiling within the darkness, preventing him from identifying it. Suddenly Sanemi appears and tackles it out of the window while yelling at Genya to run. Terrified, Genya checks the status of his siblings and tries to cover their wounds, despite their bodies already being cold. When he runs off to find a doctor, he approaches an injured Sanemi, standing over the corpse of their demonified mother. Dismayed at the sight, Genya runs over to cradle his mother's body in his arms and cries, calling Sanemi a murderer. Genya, after remembering this past, internally apologizes to his older brother for a shock that overwhelmed him to the point of labeling Sanemi as their mother's killer, even despite the struggles that he must have had to protect him by killing her. As Sakedo aims for Genya's neck, the Demon Slayer thinks of all of his regrets and flaws. A memory of Sanemi as a Hashira, declaring that he had no brother, saddens Genya, and he thinks about how he wasn't able to reach Hashira status to earn the right of apologizing to him. Right as Sakedo scrapes Genya's neck with his staff, Tanjiro appears above them and saves him by cutting Sakedo's neck. He shouts at Genya to not give up, reminding him that he was supposed to be reaching for the goal of Hashira, and that he should only think about beheading Hantengu. As Tanjiro finishes speaking, he notices Aizetsu approaching him from behind. The demon uses its blood demon art, Weeping Spears, to attack Tanjiro, but he is shielded by Genya, who gets impaled at multiple spots on his body. Genya tells Tanjiro that he should be the one to behead Hantengu, and Tanjiro willingly accepts, dashing over to Hantengu and hitting him with his flaming sword. As Tanjiro makes contact with his neck, Hantengu lets out a piercing scream. Tanjiro puts pressure on his blade and attempts to force it through Hantengu's neck. The demon continues his high-pitched screaming, but Tanjiro refuses to waver. Suddenly, a dark figure appears behind them, and Tanjiro notices that it does not smell like any of the previous emotion demons. Opting to ignore it, he tries to behead Hantengu, but his sword loses its power from Nezuko. Genya aims at the figure behind Tanjiro, but he is unable to shoot without possibly hitting his teammate. The mysterious demon hits a drum, and a giant dragon-faced tree immediately sprouts. Nezuko barely manages to jump in and save her brother, losing one leg in the process. She immediately regrows it right before they land, but suffers a massive loss of energy. As Tanjiro makes sure she is safe, the demon begins talking, and names the negative emotions that individuals who are pure evil emit, specifically those who harm the weak. Infuriated, Tanjiro realizes that there are now 6 demons, but notices he can't sense the previous 4. Genya witnesses the appearance of the 6th demon and alarmingly recounts how it used to be the anger demon Sakedo. However, after Tanjiro struck Hantengu's neck, Sakedo had forcefully absorbed his 3 counterparts and transformed into the childlike demon in front of them. The demon hits another drum and wraps Hantengu within his tree trunks, shielding him. Tanjiro tries to stop him, but he and Genya are both held back by the pure strength of the 6th demon's aura, a result of Hantengu's power growing as the situation worsens. The demon labels them as evil, and when Tanjiro demands an explanation as to why, he replies that the label is reserved to those who try to hurt the weak. Furious at his words, contradicting the fact that he had eaten hundreds of innocent humans, Tanjiro loudly vows to cut him down. Still trapped in Gyoko's water prison pot, Tokito thinks to himself that he has enough air for one more attack, proceeding to use mist-breathing first form low clouds distant haze. But his attempt is unsuccessful, and without any more air in his lungs, he accepts his fate, thanking Kigaya Yubashiki for his support and wishes him luck finding someone to replace his Hashira position. However, he is surprised by a vision of Tanjiro who tells him that nobody knows what the future will be like, a statement Tanjiro had never said to him. In the nearby shed, Kanamori gets slashed by Gyoko as he desperately shields Hotaru from the demon. Unaware of their presence, Hotaru fixates on restoring the blade given to him by Tanjiro and mutters about the incredible quality of its craftsmanship. Gyoko observes him, confirming that he is not the chief due to his age. The demon calls out to him, but Hotaru does not respond and continues muttering about the eccentricity of the blade, a level of concentration that astonishes Gyoko. Jealous of Hotaru's fixation for his craft, Gyoko slashes him multiple times and summons another fish demon that attacks Kozo. Hotaru continues to ignore him, and his mask falls off from the attack, revealing his face, and Kozo rushes to try and snap him out of this trance. Gyoko vows to break the swordsmith's continuous persistence. Outside, Muchiro loses his ability to breathe. Tanjiro's vision keeps appearing in front of him and expresses how Muchiro himself would decide his own fate. Muchiro dismisses his words, but Tanjiro continues and informs the Mist Hashira that someone would come to save him. Although he tries to disclose his distaste for relying on someone else, the vision of Tanjiro tells him that sometimes he has to rely on others as he cannot do everything on his own. Muchiro listens to his remarks and berates himself for not working hard enough to prevent mistakes from happening, and additionally, for overestimating himself. Suddenly, a knife enters the water, and Kotetsu begs Muchiro not to die, as he futilely struggles to pierce the prison. Muchiro tries to get him to go protect the chief, rather than worry about him, but Kotetsu persistently keeps trying. One of Gyoko's minions appear behind the child and slashes at him. As he runs, the demon uses its claw to stab Kotetsu. Seeing this attack, Muchiro deems the boy is dead. However, Kotetsu stays standing and returns back to the water, blowing air into it and transferring a breath from him to Muchiro. As Muchiro inhales the air, he remembers Tanjiro's words about how helping others would in turn help him, and connects his words to a man, Muchiro's father. Freshly motivated, the Hashira uses mist-breathing second-formed 8-layered mist and successfully destroys the water prison. As he escapes the prison, Tokihisa realizes that Tanjiro's eyes are the same shade of red as his father's. Muchiro pulls out the needles numbing his face and begins regaining more of his memories, remembering that his father was a woodcutter. Kagaya Yubashiki's soothing words enter his mind and he sorrowfully thinks about his master's disease as he crawls to Kotetsu, cutting apart the fish demon that had attacked him. Muchiro's memory progression continues as he recalls his mother's death from illness and his father's death from falling off a cliff. When he tries to speak with Kotetsu, Muchiro suddenly remembers about his older brother, Yuichiro Tokito, his twin and sole companion after their parents' death when they were 10. Thinking back to his past, Muchiro recalls Yuichiro's blunt personality after they were orphaned and how he ridiculed their father for trying to save their mother, a man who had died when aiming to help others. Crying, Muchiro unsuccessfully attempts to get Yuichiro to stop insulting their father and instead received insults from him regarding the first character in his name, Mu, which could literally be interpreted as nothingness. The twins continue to live together despite their strained relationship, which Muchiro had attributed to his older brother potentially despising him. After surviving on their own for a while, the siblings were visited by Kagaya's wife, who had told them about their swordsman heritage. Angered by her presence, Yuichiro drove her away and intensely berated Muchiro after he had expressed his interest in becoming a swordsman, straining their relationship to the point of forfeiting any communication between them. One summer night, a demon entered the twins' home, cutting off Yuichiro's left arm and insulting the siblings' lack of worth, angering Muchiro to the point of releasing an explosive rage. The boy managed to pin the demon down and crush it, watching it disintegrate as the sun rose. Crawling back to Yuichiro, Muchiro witnessed his brother's final words, begging the gods to spare Muchiro as he was a good person that desired to help others unlike himself. As Muchiro held his brother's hand, he told him that the Mu in his name was actually meant to represent the Mu in Mugen. Finally recovering his memories, Muchiro awakens his true strength and gains mist-like markings all over his face as he powerfully grips his blade, finally receiving his Demon Slayer mark. Yuichiro apologizes to his brother for his inability to be nice to him and that he truly tried to protect him, clutching his hand as his memories are shifted back to reality. In the shed, Gyoko is infuriated to see Hotaru continuing to work on the blade despite the numerous injuries that he had inflicted on him, including the loss of one eye. On the side, Kanamori struggles to move and Gyoko goes to finish him off, but is interrupted by Muchiro's attack. Surprised at his escape from the water prison, Gyoko sees the strange markings on his face and realizes it is similar to the boy with the Hanafuda earrings that Muzan had told him about. The boy's composed face and attack speed, despite being struck with paralyzing needles earlier, bothers the demon, as Muchiro rushes in to attack again. Anticipating it, Gyoko uses his blood demon art, Octopus Vase Hell. Octopus legs fill the entire shed and trap Muchiro as they destroy the building. At the last moment, Kozo gives Muchiro his mended Nichiren sword. Outside, Hotaru is knocked aside from the attack but pays no mind to it as he returns to sharpening his blade, his stubborn persistence puzzling the demon. Gyoko opts to temporarily ignore the swordsmiths and instead focus on Muchiro as he wraps him and Kozo within his attack, exclaiming that he will crush them. Despite Gyoko's claims that the octopus is too powerful to be cut, Muchiro cleanly slices through it and releases him and Kozo. Muchiro thanks the swordsmith, though Kozo denies, stating that he simply followed the instructions from his previous swordsmith. Muchiro thinks back to a conversation with the aforementioned swordsmith, Tetsuedo, and when he had expressed deep concern for his client after learning how hard he had worked and how difficult it was for him to cope with his memory loss, eternally apologizing to him for causing worry. Muchiro tells Tetsuedo that he is alright and proceeds to use mist-breathing fifth form, Sea of Clouds, and Haze to cut apart the rest of the octopus's tentacles. Gyoko watches it and praises him for his speed, but retorts that the swordsman will not be able to catch up to his pace. However, Muchiro refutes his warning and suggests that the demon's senses have become sluggish. Then, a confused Gyoko witnesses his neck get cut from the Hashira's previous attack. Angered, Gyoko tells him not to underestimate his strength. Muchiro said that his rival's looks are absolutely disgusting, and that he thinks he scurries around in filth, which angered Gyoko, who tells Tokido to shut up. But suddenly, as Gyoko speaks, Muchiro notices something about the demon's pot. He tells him that he just noticed that it wasn't symmetrical and was shoddy workmanship, which causes Gyoko to explode in anger, screaming at Muchiro. He uses his Blood Demon Art 10,000 gliding slime fish, but the Mist Hashira dodges with complete ease. He then uses Mist Breathing 6th form Lunar Dispersing Mist, which manages to cut all of the fish that Gyoko had released. However, when those said fish are killed by an Achuran sword, they spray a poison which is absorbed by the skin just before they turn to dust. Because of this, Gyoko has a quick moment to ensure Muchiro's demise. However, to Gyoko's complete surprise, Muchiro uses his mist-breathing 3rd form Scattering Mist Splash, which manages to make all of the poison that was falling down towards Tokito fly off. Then, with the momentum gained from his previous attack, he cuts into Gyoko's neck, but just as he begins to cut through, he realized at that moment that Gyoko had begun to appear on a nearby tree while transforming into a new form, one of which only 2 other people had ever seen. He tells Tokito that his transparent scales are stronger than diamonds, and to kneel down before his perfect, beautiful form. But in a complete contrast to Gyoko's expectations, Muchiro doesn't react any differently to his new form, which fills Gyoko with rage. He dives towards Muchiro and goes to hit him with more demonic fish. However, Muchiro manages to escape and flees to a nearby tree branch. While still on the branch, Gyoko asks Muchiro what he thinks of his speed and his godlike power, which can turn anything or anyone he touches with his fists into his adorable fish. After Gyoko has finished his monologue about his perfect beauty, Muchiro antagonizes him some more, saying that even the strongest attacks are pointless if they do not hit. Muchiro thinks back to his master's words, remembering that if he digs in with both feet, he can use his full strength, and that if he knows who he is, then no demon can ever run when you are bringing down a blade that knows no hesitation or confusion. He urges himself to remember the boiling anger when he saw maggots crawling all over his brother's rotted body, and how he himself became infested with those said maggots, slowly being eaten alive. He thinks that even if he loses his memory, his body will remember the anger that will not leave him until his death. That is the true reason as to why he is trained so hard to the point of vomiting blood. As Gyoko rushes at Tokito, he tells him to behold his true magnificence before using his Blood Demon Art Killerfish Scales. Gyoko says that his scales make it unable to predict his law-defying movements, and begins wondering what he should turn Muchiro into after he kills him. But Tokido uses mist-breathing 7th form Obscuring Clouds to disorientate the enemy. He then appears and seems to vanish whenever Gyoko attempts to attack him. Gyoko is confused as he looks for the Slayer, only to find that the whole place has been entirely enveloped in mist. All of a sudden, Muchiro then appears as he utters the words, asking the demon if he had actually thought that he was the only one who wasn't being serious before. As he says these words, the demon's head gets completely sliced in half, cutting him from the base of his neck, decapitating him in that moment. Gyoko is confused as to why everything is upside down all of a sudden as his head flies through the air and falls to the ground. As this happens, Muchiro tells him that this is the end. Goodbye, you don't ever need to be reborn. Gyoko begins screaming and becomes enraged at his complete disbelief when he realized he's been beheaded by a mere child. It is then revealed that Muchiro drastically changed the speed of his movements to disorientate the enemy, and that when he wants to, he can go really slow or really fast, with the highest speeds even exceeding Gyoko's. Gyoko then starts completely freaking out about how he can't lose to such a low life form. He tells Tokito that he is worth 100 of him and that he is a chosen one. As he yells at Muchiro, he gets halfway through calling him a maggot, but before he can get it out, his head is completely sliced into bits by Tokito as he tells him to just go to hell already. Immediately after Muchiro Tokito defeated Gyoko, Kanamori was extremely concerned for his health, but Tokito was convinced he was fine, even though his health was obviously deteriorating. When Kozo kept persisting for Muchiro to actually realize he is hurt, he instead insisted that he was fine and asked him to check up on Kotetsu. But as he says this, Muchiro starts vomiting foam from the mouth due to the poison that had finally reached his blood circulation, and because of this, he passed out. Kozo begins panicking and calls Haganezuka to help him, but instead, Kotetsu shows up beside him and told him to put Muchiro on his side. Kozo instantly remarks that this must be the ghost of the boy Kotetsu, but Kotetsu insisted that he wasn't a ghost and goes on to prove that the wound on his arm is extremely deep and he may die if he does not stop the bleeding. Though, when it came to his stomach, the hilt that Tanjiro had entrusted to him to put back on his new katana had ended up saving him. Meanwhile, Muchiro was having a flashback of Kijiro Rengoku supporting him and doing their best. His father then appeared behind him, patting his back, comforting him and telling him that it all worked out. Yuichiro suddenly appeared, telling his younger brother that he had done well. As Muchiro wakes from his flashback, it flies over to Tanjiro, who was still fighting against the other remaining demon. Tanjiro thinks to himself that there are 5 dragon heads that can stretch around 20 yards. As he thinks he has figured something out, he begins to use Hinokami Kagura, Clear Blue, but is immediately stopped by one of the demon's scream attacks, sending him flying back and crashing into the trees. As he tries to stand back up, he begins vomiting and realizes his eardrums had burst, making it almost impossible to stand due to the dizziness. When another attack comes flying in, Tanjiro barely manages to escape, having his foot almost completely crushed by the shockwave. Tanjiro realizes that the demon can use the strength of the previous Kidaraku demons, and that the overall power of its attacks are increasing. As he barely manages to dodge another attack, he is caught completely off guard by its technique, as it stretches out and attempts to chomp down on him again. Just as Tanjiro gets caught by the demon's attack, the love Hashira finally makes her arrival, apologizing for barely making it in time. Kanroji tells Tanjiro to just rest and that he had done a great job before proceeding to yell at the upper rank 4 demon to give back both Nezuko and Genya, but immediately gets told to shut up as only one person in this world can ever give him orders. The demon child uses Crazed Cry of Thunder Death, but Kanjiro easily counters using love-breathing cat lover shower. It is revealed that Mitsuri's sword is very thin and flexible. The speed of her techniques past that of even Tengen Uzui. That speed is made possible not only by the flexibility of her powerful katana, but by her own flexibility and incredible range of motion. Her katana is extremely difficult to use, and is liable to injure anyone else who uses it, making a weapon that only she can use. As the fight continues, Mitsuri uses her love-breathing second form, Love Pangs, and love-breathing sixth form, Cat Leg, Winds of Love, consecutively. Sohatuken, the child demon, notices that she is keeping up with the speed and decides to try and smother her with a flurry of his techniques. He then uses Blood Demon Art, Countless Striking Trees, but Mitsuri uses her love-breathing fifth form, Swaying Love, Wild Claw, to cut through the attack, reaching Zohataken's body. As Tanjiro sees this, he shouts at her that he is not Hantengu's real body, which causes Kanroji to get caught right in the firing range. Zohakuten then releases his Blood Demon Art Compressed Sound Waves, which Mitsuri had no other choice but to face the attack head on. As Mitsuri is left paralyzed and begins to lose consciousness, the demon realizes that she has an immense strength and decides that because she has a special constitution, he is going to eat her, and says that eating her superior flesh will directly lead to gaining strength. As he ferociously bears down on her head, Mitsuri's life flashes right before her eyes, and she remembers her first fiancé, telling her that only a bear, boar, or cow would take her as their wife, along with continuing to insult her hair color. He says that it makes him shudder just to think about it being passed on to his children, then tells her to forget about him and the fact that their marriage interview had ever happened. It then explains that Mitsuri has a special muscle composition. Her arms are thin and look weak, but her muscle density is actually 8 times that of a regular human's. At 14 months old, she was able to pick up a 33-pound pickling stone. She had an almost unsustainable appetite, eating almost the same amount as 3 sumo wrestlers. The day her marriage was called off, she decided to hide all of her peculiar traits, until one day, a man appeared, saying that he wanted to marry her. As she suddenly gets snapped back into reality, Kanroji finds that Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Genya had managed to save her from Zohakuten's fist. Tanjiro and Genya say that Mitsuri is their last hope, encouraging her to get back up and fight. Hantengu releases another attack, however, Mitsuri manages to get up in time and cuts through his attack, protecting the 4 of them. All the while, Mitsuri's screaming at Hantengu, saying that she will not let her comrades die, as the Demon Slayer core is an important place to her. As she goes into another flashback, she remembers Kagaya telling Mitsuri that she is a special person chosen by the gods and she should be proud of her strength, telling her that whoever speaks ill of her actually just fears her talent. Mitsuri sincerely thanks her father and mother, all of the demon slayers who had taken her in, all of the people she had protected, and Uguro for giving her her striped socks. She rethinks how she wondered if it was okay to be strong because she was a girl, and realizes that she herself suppressed her own strength out of fear, but she isn't like that anymore. She is driven to protect people. Back in reality, as she flies forward, she cuts through Hantengu's attack and urges herself to get stronger. Tanjiro, Genya, and Nezuko start looking for Hantengu's real body, while Mitsuri deals with the other. Hantengu notices the trio looking for the body and tries releasing an attack their way, but it is cut down by Mitsuri before it can reach them. Mitsuri is moving faster than before, and Hantengu doesn't know how. He then notices a birthmark on her chest start to grow and remarks that it looks similar to a demon pattern. Hantengu releases another attack, but Mitsuri easily cuts through it. Meanwhile, Genya, Tanjiro, and Nezuko are fighting a tree that is controlled by Hantengu, and his real body is hid inside it. But they cannot cut it while their arms are occupied holding onto the tree, which leaves Genya no choice but to eat the tree. It is then revealed that Genya cannot use the breath, but instead has the special ability to temporarily inherit the traits of the demon if he eats their flesh. The top part of the tree falls to the ground after Genya eats the lower part of the plant, cutting through the trunk of the tree. Tanjiro then attempts to cut the tree up, but is blocked by the branches which act like whips. As this happens, Nezuko sets the tree and Tanjiro's sword on fire with her blood, and Tanjiro uses Dance of the Fire God, Flame Waltz, to cut the tree in half to reach the hollow inside where Hantengu's real body is. But unfortunately, he had already made his escape. As Tanjiro screams at Hantengu, saying that he will make the demon pay for every sin he has committed, Hantengu remembers someone saying that everything he does in his life is his responsibility, but he says that he hasn't done anything wrong in his entire life. In that moment, Genya screams at him, calling him a moron, throwing an entire tree towards the miniature Hantengu. Nezuko and Tanjiro duck as Genya angrily rips trees from the roots and throws them at Hantengu. Despite ripping out numerous trees, each one fails to accurately hit Hantengu. Nezuko then emerges and attempts to quickly swipe at Hantengu, but he evades her and quickly speeds off. Thinking of what to do, Tanjiro recalls a conversation he had with Zenitsu regarding total concentration. He circulates air throughout the fibers in his muscles and the blood in his veins, and through this small conversation, Tanjiro is able to quickly blast towards Hantengu in an instant. As Tanjiro catches Hantengu, he swings his flaming blade down and makes contact with the miniature demon. He begins willing himself with all of his might to push through, but all of a sudden, the tiny Hantengu transforms into a grotesque, oversized demon, screaming at Tanjiro, asking him whether or not he felt sorry for him. Hantengu grabs a hold of Tanjiro's face and begins to attempt to crush his head. But just before he is able to do so, Genya makes it in time and plies the fingers of the demon away from Tanjiro's head. While he does this, Nezuko flies over top and instantaneously lights the transformed demon on fire. But this also affects Genya because he had eaten some of Hantengu's flesh. As he backs away from the burning pile of bodies, they slip off the side of the cliff and smash onto the ground below. Hantengu begins to worry, as his counterpart currently fighting Kanroji is using too much strength, not leaving him with enough to escape. He thinks to himself that he must replenish himself with human flesh, and notes that there are 3 swordsmiths nearby. He concludes that he will first power up by eating those 3 humans and then make his escape. As Tanjiro struggles behind, he goes to use total concentration to kick himself towards Hantengu, but all of a sudden, a katana flies through the air and landed right in front of Tanjiro, giving him the perfect opportunity to finally defeat the demon. As he wonders who threw the sword, he can see an intensely injured Muchiro screaming at him to use the blade. Tanjiro grips the blade and thanks everyone before using Hinokami Kagura Dancing Flash to completely decapitate the demon, finally ending their struggle. As the first light of dawn singles daybreak, Tanjiro realizes this and tries to tell Nezuko to go and hide in the shade, but this only hits dull ears, causing Nezuko to run his way in worry. He yells at Nezuko to go hide in the shade, but then notices Nezuko is pointing at Hentengu's decapitated body, which is still moving and attacking the villagers. Tanjiro looks at the decapitated head and reads resentment written on the tongue of the body, where there should be the word fear, meaning that the body Tanjiro decapitated was not the real one. Before Tanjiro can take any action to find the real body, the rays of light from the rising sun reach Nezuko, which causes her to begin to burn up. Tanjiro shields her with his body and tells her to shrink smaller, but this is all for naught, as she is still getting burned, and all the others are too far away to help him. He realizes that Hantengu's body will get to the villagers before he can put Nezuko in the box and save them, leaving him with an almost impossible decision. But before he can even make it, Nezuko kicks him in the direction of the villagers and smiles as she sacrifices herself for the sake of the villagers. Tanjiro cries as he decides that he needs to find the real body, running in the direction of the fake body. He starts by sniffing out the real body, finding that it's in the headless body's heart. As the headless Hantengu catches the villagers, Tanjiro lands directly in front of him and tells Hantengu that now it's time to pay for his sins. Because of these words, memories from Hantengu's previous life flash before his eyes, revealing who the demon slayer truly was. Just before Tanjiro slices through the headless demon into Hantengu's real body hid inside his heart, finally cutting his head off this time. Tanjiro instantly collapses on the ground in sadness and exhaustion as he realizes that he has won the fight, but in the same moment he has lost his sister. But as Tanjiro weeps, the villagers shake him and point in the direction behind him. To the complete surprise of everyone, standing in the sun, healed and uninjured, is Nezuko, looking more stunning than ever. Tanjiro stares in utter disbelief as his sister greets him under the warmth of the sun for the first time in years. Skipping away from Nezuko, we go over to Tamiyo's, where she is writing a letter meant for Tanjiro. In the letter, she thanks him for giving her the blood of the 12 Kazuki moons and Nezuko. She tells him that the components of Nezuko's blood changed in a very short span of time, and explains that she thinks the reason Nezuko hasn't been able to regain her consciousness is because she has been prioritizing something else. She says that she thinks Nezuko will soon be able to conquer the sun. It then jumps back to Nezuko and Tanjiro. Tanjiro shakes Nezuko and cries tears of happiness as he asks Nezuko if she has become human again, but her only response is a misarray of happy words. Tanjiro realizes that even though she is standing in the sun, she still has fangs and the eyes of a demon. Tanjiro is in disbelief that she is fine and hugs Nezuko while he cries with joy. Nezuko pats his head and smiles as Genya watches the display and smiles too. Tanjiro soon passes out due to exhaustion, and in the distance, Mitsuri screams as she loses her strength just as the body of Hantengu she was fighting disintegrates to dust. In another place, a maid and a child's mother walk in on Muzan, disguised as a child, cackling in glee before cutting the head off the child's mother. The maid stares at Muzan in horror as he talks about how there is no more need for the blue spider lily, when all he needs to do now is find Nezuko and devour her. Then, he can finally conquer the sun. We then go into another flashback where we find out why Muzan wanted this blue spider lily so much. There was once a generous doctor that had turned Muzan into a demon to try and save him. Muzan had been angered that he would not live longer than 20 due to his worsening sickness, even though he had suffered so much just to only live a little bit longer. Because of this, he killed the doctor out of rage, but after killing him, he realized that the medicine the doctor had given him had made him stronger. He had obtained a strong body, but could no longer walk in the sun. Angered by this, he tried to make the medicine, but he didn't have the blue spider lily that had been used to make it. He searched and searched and searched for the blue spider lily flower, but he never found anything. The only person who knew how to make it was the doctor who he had killed. Muzan had wanted the perfect immortal body, and now that Nezuko had conquered the sun, all of the battles will be centered around her, and they will be ever the more dangerous than before. Back in the main group, Michiro thanks Tanjiro for helping him get something important back, just before Kanroji crashes into all of them, hugging the entire group, exclaiming that they had finally won. So after Nezuko's sudden change, and the end of the battle between the two demons, we find that there have been plans to move the Swordsmith Village due to the battle. These plans were set into action right away, as come nightfall, the demons would undoubtedly attack once again. We also find out that even though 2 upper ranked demons had attacked the village, its damages in general had been kept to a minimum because of the work that the Slayers had put in. Back at the hideout, Tanjiro chats with Goto, the Kikuchi at the Butterfly Mansion. After waking up from resting for 7 days straight after the fight, Goto tells Tanjiro that the swordsmiths have several empty villages that have been prepared in case of emergencies like this. After chatting some more, Goto says that he wanted to especially ask Tanjiro something, which was that he had heard something incredible happen to Nezuko. Nonchalantly, Tanjiro replies that she is now walking around in the sun, commenting on the complete absurdity of the situation while he continues to stuff his face. Then without thinking, Tanjiro slips up and tells Goto that Tamio is looking into why and how Nezuko has conquered the sun. Because Goto doesn't know who Tamio is, he questions him on this, causing Tanjiro to choke on his food, distracting Goto from the topic. As Goto jokes about how everything will be peaceful until Zenitsu shows up, it suddenly cuts to the yellow-haired maniac arriving at the Butterfly Mansion. After a mission and finding out that Nezuko can now walk in the sun and speak, Zenitsu screams out loud and says that he's having a heart attack and grabbing Nezuko before screaming more about how cute and absolutely amazingly wonderful and marvelous it is that Nezuko was able to be out in the sun. He screams at her to please marry him, then she utters the words, "Welcome back, Inosuke." Zenitsu's mood immediately changes as he says that he is going to burn Inosuke alive. It then quickly explains that Inosuke had visited the Butterfly Mansion a few days ago and made it his mission to make sure that Nezuko could say his name. Later that same day, an emergency pillar meeting was held at the Ubiyashiki estate. Sanemi, Iguro, Muchiro, Matsuri, Gyomei, Shinobu, and Giyu are all present. After the Hashira greet each other, Amain Ubiyashiki, Kagai's wife, makes her appearance in place of her husband, as his illness has left him completely bedridden and unable to move. The stone Hashira Gyomei immediately bows to the ground after he hears this information and says that he prays from the bottom of his heart for his master's life to continue to burn, even if it was for only one more day. Once the meeting begins, Amain brings up the information about a certain demon who has managed to conquer the sun, obviously referring to the stunning Nezuko. She says that because of this, they will soon find themselves in a full-scale war. After a while, she brings up the strange marks that appeared on Matsuri and Muchiro that day, and Amain explains what they are. These are marks that many of the first swordsmen who were only one step away from beating Muzan had. They had all manifested marks similar to demonic patterns. This information had been hidden due to the fact that many people brooded over not actually having the marks. Over time, the information had become unclear, but one thing that was passed on indefinitely was that whoever had the mark would start spreading it to others who fit the qualifications. Amain then says that the first person to manifest the mark did not have the rank of Hashira. Instead, the first person to gain this mark in generations was no one other than Tanjiro. Though, when they asked him how he felt when he had got the mark, he had absolutely no idea, so they decided to not pursue him for it. But now that 2 more people have gained the mark, Amain asks them to teach the rest of them how it was done. Sadly, Kanroji had a hard time putting it into words and only embarrasses herself when all she can do is come up with vague descriptions that are mostly made up of noises about how it felt. But Muchiro does have some kind of idea about what could possibly cause the mark to appear on anyone. Muchiro explains that during his fight he got poisoned, so he used breathing to slow his blood circulation. Then a boy who tried to help him almost got killed, and he began to remember his past memories. He became so consumed by his anger that he lost complete control of his emotions. He says that he thinks his heart rate exceeded 200 beats per minute and his body temperature went over 39 degrees Celsius. Muchiro continues saying that those who do not have the mark appear, even though they do have the qualifications, do not get the mark because they will die. But those whose bodies can withstand the extreme circumstances will have a mark appear and enhance their ability to fight. Confused about the specificities, Amain asks what made him think that his temperature was 39 degrees, in which Muchiro says that when he was 9, Shinobu was treating his wounds. He was reported to have a fever at 39 degrees, and he says that he felt the exact same way when the mark appeared. After everyone reacts to how they will try to gain the mark, Amain says that there is one thing she must tell everyone regarding manifesting the mark. She states, for those who have already manifested the mark, it is too late. Those who do not manifest the mark, without any exception, will all. Amain then leaves. As the pillars are about to have a discussion about training, Tomioka stands up and claims that there is no need or reason that he has to stay any longer. This then leaves the other pillars confused as to why he doesn't think he needs to be there, but his only explanation is that he is different from them. Completely aggravated by this, Shinizugawa says that he does not buy that and asks Tomioka if he looks down on the other Hashiras. Tomioka doesn't explain himself or what he means, which causes Sanemi to strike at him, but as this happens, the stone pillar and complete beast Gyome says that they should all sit down and continue talking as he has a proposal. It then cuts to Haganezuka, who has arrived at the Butterfly Mansion to deliver Tanjiro his reforged sword. While he struggles for air, sweat pours off the mask of the swordsman. Suddenly Haganezuka whips out Tanjiro's new sword, which has Rengoku's hilt firmly attached, then gives it to him, and at the request of Goto, he sits down before urging Tanjiro to unsheath the blade. Tanjiro is left in complete awe by the beauty of the blade, and Haganezuka says that it is made from high quality steel and must have been used previously by a very strong swordsman. The blade has the character for slay, pronounced metsu, which can also mean destruction in the Japanese language. Haganezuka also explains that this blade was probably made before the demon hierarchy was ever established, and this was why many of the Hashira have the kanji pronounced Aki Misatsu engraved on their blades, which means destroy all evil demons in the Japanese language. Tanjiro then says that he did not remember seeing those words on these swords when he had used it. Quickly, Haganezuka is set into an angry monologue on how Tanjiro has put irremovable damage on the blade because he had used it while it was still in the early stages of sharpening the blade. He then leaves after Tanjiro promises him to bring him dumplings until the day he dies. Overhearing the commotion, an annoyed Genya then complains about how noisy Tanjiro and his guests were. Tanjiro apologizes and goes on to say that he is done, but he doesn't get to finish because Inosuke enters the room by breaking through the window, completely destroying it in the process. The shirtless ball boy then relentlessly begins screaming out loud that it is here. Group strength training starts now. As a large group of demon slayers are seen heavily sweating, they run down and through a mountain pass. It is explained through Zenitsu that the special training known as Hashira Training had begun. This training was to ensure that those who are ranked lower than the Hashira get to actually train with each individual pillar in a different order to strengthen the demon slayers. This is actually a special exercise because generally, Hashira would only train with their successors, but since Nezuko's sudden change, the demons' appearances have completely stopped, leaving the Hashira to do their security details by night and focus on training the demon slayers during the day. After hearing all this information, Tanjiro happily remarks that it is amazing, but Zenitsu instantly cuts him off and tells him that it is not amazing at all and instead it is awful, it is complete hell. Tanjiro retorts though, saying that sparring with someone who is stronger than you is the best way to quickly improve, and that when you face them, you can absorb wisdom through the fight to also get stronger yourself. Hearing this, Zenitsu strikes out and bites down on Tanjiro's head, screaming at him and telling him that they are no longer friends as of right now, then goes to leave. Tanjiro tries to stop him and eventually Zenitsu turns around to hear Tanjiro tell him that during his fight with the upper rank, he had used a trick that he had taught him for thunder breathing. He tries to use this to get Zenitsu to realize that this is how connections with other people help you get through tight spots, so everything he learns during this Hashira training will eventually pay off for him in the future. Again, instantly Zenitsu's mood completely shifts from upset to an overjoyed moron who tries telling Tanjiro that this doesn't change his mood at all. While he sprints out of the room, a random crow comes flying into the room through a window and hits Tanjiro directly in the forehead. He then gives Tanjiro a letter. As it skips away from the mysterious letter, we find ourselves with the flashiest lord, our retired god, the big man Tengen Uzui. Tengen screams at the younger slayers who are training under him for being late and says that they are barely even able to run, screaming at them to stop licking the ground while he smashes down on them with his Bokuto. It then reveals to us the positioning each Hashira has taken in training the younger slayers, with Tengen and his grueling basic fitness workouts being the first trial, followed by lessons by Matsuri in flexibility and Tokito in high speed movement. Then comes swordsmanship with the Serpent Hashira and lessons in making infinite strikes with the wind. Finally, finishing with the ultimate strength training session with the Stone Hashira, Gyome. With this constant sparring going on for hours at end, it should further improve the Hashira's overall strength, and if this somehow grants the right conditions for manifesting a mark, that would also be perfectly ideal. As for people who have already manifested the mark, they just need to maintain their condition. Hopefully, with all that has been learned among every member, it will also raise the overall strength of the actual core itself in preparation for the up and coming battle. As it flashes away from the explanation, we find Tomioka sitting alone. Suddenly, Tanjiro shows up and without any hesitation makes his entrance into Gyu's house, leaving Tomioka completely stunned at the random scenario. After Tanjiro explains the training session to the Water Hashira, he tells him that in 7 days he will be able to return to active duty and would like for Tomioka to train him, in which he denies. Tomioka explains that he is not angry, but more that he was supposed to become the new Water Hashira. Tanjiro apologizes, saying that he spoke to Urokodaki about breathing styles and how it isn't unusual that sometimes you can change your breathing style and give birth to a new one. He states that the water breathing techniques especially are close to the basics, so they help give rise to many new styles. But Gyu tells Tanjiro to not say that because there is currently no Water Hashira, so someone must fill that role as soon as possible. Confused, Tanjiro asks him about this, to which he is told that Gyu Tomioka is not the Water Hashira. As Tanjiro sits there stunned, he thinks back to the letter he received earlier. This letter was from Kagaya Yubishiki, and he specifically had asked Tanjiro to go and talk to Gyu, as he doesn't think he can do so in his current state. Kagaya tells him that this is an incredibly important time where everyone must come together, but Gyu goes at things alone. As he remembers the master's words, he reiterates the thought that he will be persistent and continuously talk to Gyu. He constantly hung around him and talked non-stop, to the point that Gyu was left completely complexed, wondering if this would go on for the rest of his life. After a painful 4 days, Gyu eventually gave in and revealed that he hadn't passed the final selection exam. Gyu explained that a boy like him, named Sabito, had taken the final selection at the same time as him. Sabito had killed all of the demons almost completely alone and yet somehow ended up failing, where in a complete contrast, Gyu had been injured by the first demon and fallen into a daze. The next thing he knew was that the exam was over and that he had somehow survived. Gyu tells Tanjiro that he thinks he isn't worthy of becoming a Hashira because of this. He doesn't even feel like he should stand near his other pillars, as he feels like he doesn't really deserve a place in the Demon Slayer Corps. As he begins to walk away from Tanjiro, he states that he will not manifest the mark, although Sabito may have, so don't bother him anymore, as it is a complete waste of time. Tanjiro thinks to himself about Gyu's feelings, and how he bet that he wishes that he had died in Sabito's place. He realizes he understands that feeling so well that it hurts. Noting that when someone is so important to you that you wish you could die in their place, it feels like you are being ripped apart from the inside. He begins to remember about Sabito and Makomo, who had trained him even though they were supposedly dead. As he compares himself to Sabito, Tanjiro admires him for being able to protect and save everyone else at the final selection, while Tanjiro himself could not, and he remarks that Sabito would have become a formidable swordsman had he survived, which is obviously another reason that made Gyu feel like he'd be better off dead instead. Tanjiro, understanding his emotions, remembers Kyojuro, who had also lost his life to protect him. In his mind, Tanjiro too believes that the Flame Hashira could have become someone capable enough to defeat Muzan, and that he wishes he could have died in his place. Pondering on what to tell Giyu, he eventually decides to ask Giyu a question regarding whether or not he wants to exploit what Sabuto entrusted to him, which leaves the supposed Water Hashira completely stunned by Tanjiro's question. The important memories of his past suddenly begin to come flooding back into Giyu's mind. The supposed Water Hashira recalls his past with Sabito slapping him and telling him to never say that he'd wished he'd died. Sabito went on and insisted that Giyu had to live to protect others, so not to disrespect his sister, who had lost her life from protecting him from a demon. Back in the present, in his mind, Giyu apologizes to both Sabito and his sister for being so immature and forgetting this basic morale. As Tanjiro stands there observing a silent Giyu, he believes he could have made a mistake for asking the question and comes up with the idea of having an eating contest which may solve the issue. After finally deciding to train with Tanjiro, Giyu turns around and before his words could reach him, Tanjiro suggests that the two have an eating contest, and much to his initial confusion, the Water Hashira ends up accepting. Elsewhere, the insect Hashira, Shinobu, can be seen running through the corridors of the Butterfly Mansion. As she sits down in front of an altar, she tells herself to calm down, as only the immature can't handle their emotions, leaving her pondering the idea that she's probably immature. As she slumps saddened at the overall situation, Aoi welcomes her back to her room, announcing herself at the same time, before asking her if it was possible to train with the Stone Hashira. Shinobu tells her that she can't help it with training this time, to the confusion of Aoi. When she is told to come closer, she tells Shinobu that she would like to train with her some more, which brings up the overall mood of Shinobu, who tells Kanoa that she has gotten much better at speaking her mind. Still confused, Aoi asks if this wasn't the right time, but to her visible surprise, Shinobu retorts, telling her that it is now time to talk about how to kill the demon who killed her sister, Kane. Far away, a crow caws as it flies through the night and makes its entrance into the top room of Tamio's household, warning her that it is dangerous to leave her windows open at night. The crow then introduces himself as Kagaya Yubishiki's messenger and tells Tamio that she was extremely good at hiding herself. So good in fact that the crow's master had lost the ability to completely move during the time it had taken to find her. After some more conferring between the two, the crow begins telling Tamio about their plan, which is that they would like for her to come to the Ubiyashiki mansion to help study Nezuko and finally help defeat the one and only Muzan Kibutsuji. As Tamio's heart races, her thoughts also race through her head as she ponders how even though she's a demon, they have asked for her to come to the main hideout to help. Having recovered from his battle against Hantengu, Tanjiro joined the joint training effort. He is greeted by Tengen and his wives, whose training he completes in just 10 days. He then travels to Muchiro's residence, who complimented him on having even faster swordsplay, and who also sought to increase his stamina via helping his muscles ease and tense up more smoothly. Having accomplished this, Muchiro cheerfully allowed Tanjiro to move on to the next Hashira training, despite it only having been 5 days. The next Hashira to train Tanjiro was Mitsuri, who exchanged some pleasantries with the youth before they got down to the task at hand. In the Love Hashira's training, the men dress up in a manner reminiscent of ballerinas and dance constantly. At the same time, she helps them improve their flexibility with her own strength. This led to the next place of Tanjiro's training, with the Serpent Hashira Obanai. After an unpleasant greeting from his superior, Tanjiro was thrust into his variation of the ordeal, with the room being covered in bound swordsmen on the floor and walls, expected to deliver blows to Obanai while avoiding striking these unfortunate souls. During the training between the two, Tanjiro was struck by his teacher, whose blows were able to weave like a snake between the tied up individuals. Despite these hardships, which included being able to hear the terrified victims beg not to be hit, Tanjiro eventually began to counter and avoid Obanai's strikes after 4 days of hard work. After striking off the Haori the Hashira was wearing, he was permitted to go on to the next section of the training, with the Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinizugawa. On his way there, he encounters a visibly terrified Zenitsu, who had fled from the intense and brutal tutelage. However, as he screams for Tanjiro to help him escape, Sanemi catches up with him, grabbing his head and threatening him to return him to the facility before ultimately knocking him out. Sanemi then forces Tanjiro to carry his unconscious friend. While running behind the Hashira, the two exchange harsh words with each other, affirming their hatred that they have towards each other. After the training ended, it was revealed that Shinazugawa's training was so grueling that he understood why Zenitsu had become so rabid. He goes on to say that it was just a simple striking exercise where he would attack Sanemi. Each session continued without rest until he ended up vomiting blood and eventually passing out. Once he awoke, Zenitsu cursed him, and Tanjiro realized that Shinazugawa was overly tough on Tanjiro, to the point that if he lost concentration for a moment, he would have gotten seriously injured. Still incredibly beat up from all of this training, while walking back to his room, Tanjiro then witnessed Sanemi and his little brother. It was obvious Genya was trying his hardest to talk with his brother, but despite this, Genya gets threatened by the Hashira, who insisted that he had no brother, and if he didn't knock this off, then he would kill him, leaving Genya standing there saddened and completely speechless. As Tanjiro listens in on the tension-filled confrontation between the Shinazugawa brothers, Sanemi straightforwardly disowns Genya as his brother. Distraught by this denial and his brother's lack of empathy, Genya further tries to apologize for his wrongdoing, while being secretly encouraged by Tanjiro, who was eavesdropping, and reveals his desperation to where he acquired the ability to fight by eating demons. Sanemi stops in his tracks and peers back menacingly at Genya, questioning his words about eating demons. He vanishes within the moment, causing Tanjiro to make a break towards Genya to tackle him to the ground, safely protecting him from having his eyes gouged out by Sanemi. The two boys crash through the sliding door into the outside garden, scaring Zenitsu along with the other demon slayers. Tanjiro questions Sanemi for trying to kill his brother, but the latter corrected him, stating that he will only beat Genya until he has no longer the ability to regenerate, resulting in his retirement from the demon slayers. In disbelief, Tanjiro defended Genya, stating that he was instrumental in defeating the upper rank during their last encounter, and declared that he will protect him from his brother who disowned him. Sanemi then turned to attack Tanjiro, but Tanjiro was able to block his punch and counterattack. Once the brawl between Tanjiro and Sanemi started, Tanjiro quickly requests to Zenitsu to take Genya away with him, doing so straight away. But as Zenitsu takes Genya away, he insults his brother, which results in Genya smacking Zenitsu over the head. Everything turned into a mess from that point onwards, and the chaos continued all the way until the late evening. Tanjiro got an official scolding from the higher-ups, and his training with the Wind Hashira not only came to a halt, but he was also banned from ever approaching him. In the end, Tanjiro was unable to help mediate and repair the Shinazugawa's brothers' relationship. As the bruised Tanjiro and Zenitsu make their way to the Stone Hashira's training ground, they find Inosuke and the other demon slayers training under a waterfall, and are greeted by the Stone Hashira, who was close by meditating in a hellish way. This ended up resulting with Zenitsu screaming out as he sees that the Hashira was standing barefoot in a pit of fire. Gyome begins explaining the importance of his training, as stabilizing one's body with strong limbs will lead to accurate attacks and an industrious defense. His training module included 3 simple things. First, training by having the waterfall beat down on you. Second, carry 3 logs on your shoulders. And finally, push a massive boulder over one cho, which if in a normal measurement would usually be around 0.1 meters, as 1 square meter is approximately 100.83 cho. Despite the training seeming easy, it was actually horrendous, and constantly Zenitsu kept on complaining about the freezing waterfall. Even Inosuke, who was working hard, ended up drowning. After reviving his friend, Tanjiro also trained under the waterfall and realized that the chants taught by Gyome were for focusing and informing the others that he is still conscious. While eating grilled fish together with the other demon slayers, Inosuke asserted that the Rock Hashira is the strongest in their organization. Tanjiro supported this, as he also noticed that Gyome is the only one with a different scent of smell. Zenitsu, on the other hand, was still in disbelief that Gyome was able to move the boulder easily, but was dumbfounded when he saw the Hashira pushing an even bigger rock. Eventually, Tanjiro and his friends were able to complete the waterfall and log carrying training, but they were still unable to push the boulder in any kind of way. Gyome's training was hard, but it wasn't completely compulsory. If you wanted to quit, you could always go down the mountain and give up. 6 more days passed and Tanjiro was still unable to move his boulder, and despite all his training, the mark still didn't show up. While Tanjiro was contemplating about the current situation, Genya suddenly appeared and asked about Tanjiro's scar, noting that it is getting bigger. He then told Tanjiro what happened to him after the scuffle with his brother. He got himself scolded by Gyome and he was told to never go near Sanemi again. Apparently, Genya was also on the rock training, and compared to Tanjiro, he was able to move his boulder, which led him to question the latter if he knew about repeating actions. He then explained that Gyome sucks at teaching, so one must watch him closely in order to not fail at passing his training. Genya goes on to explain that Gyome was actually doing a predetermined set of movements in order to maximize his concentration. Gyome can be seen eavesdropping while the two continue talking about repeating actions. Elsewhere, the demon eyeballs are quietly stalking a lone demon slayer as he walks through the streets. The eyes turn out to be Nakime's, who are spying on the whereabouts of the demon slayers, while she and Muzan stay hidden inside the Infinity Castle. She states that she has determined the location of about 60% of all of the demon slayers, but she has still absolutely no idea about the location of the girl who conquered the sun. She reports her findings to Muzan, who praises her growth, and quietly states that he will soon find both Nezuko and Ubuyashiki. According to what Genya taught Tanjiro, repetitive action is a technique that opens all 5 senses. Genya may not be able to use breaths, but he can achieve total concentration another way, which is through these repetitive actions. When Gyome and Genya use it, they remember their anger and painful memories. That makes their heart rate and temperature go up. The signs were pointing to the possibility that this might be the same as Tanjiro's mark coming out, but Gyome and Genya had no marks, so they cocked their heads in confusion. By doing these repetitive actions, you can focus on any given movement, and Tanjiro thought how it would be nice if he could learn how to maintain his darkened mark forever. His repetitive actions were remembering all of the faces of his loved ones, then recalling Rengoku's words, "Keep your heart burning," and with that, he was able to raise his focus to its maximum limits. Tanjiro couldn't do it at the very beginning, but he was able to use all the strength that he had by doing these repetitive actions. As he did them again and again, his body began to remember the way to bring out that power through these specific set of actions. Eventually, he was able to push the boulder, slowly but surely. Surprised by Tanjiro's sudden growth, Inosuke immediately jumps into action, and by thinking about the rock as tempura, he was able to push it some distance. As Zenitsu looks in dismay at how he is the only one remaining to move the boulder, suddenly a sparrow appears next to him, chirping and holding a letter. Tanjiro was able to move his boulder across one cho, finishing the rock Hashira's training, but was left completely dehydrated by this task. As he writhes in pain on the ground, Gyome walks up and pours water over Tanjiro. He then accepts him as a swordsman, recalling Tanjiro's actions from the Swordsmith Village when he prioritized the villagers over his younger sister's life during the crisis. Tanjiro, however, did not accept this praise, as Nezuko was the one who had made that decision and not him. Upon hearing this, Gyome noted how different Tanjiro is as to him. Children are pure and naive, weak, quick to lie, completely fine with cruelty and selfish little things. Gyome then begins to tell Tanjiro his story about how he raised some kids who had no family in a temple before he became a demon slayer. Their affinity and having no blood connections helped them bond together very well, and he raised them like his own family. Gyome wanted to keep life that way forever, but then one night, a kid disobeyed the temple's rules and didn't come back after sunset, and sadly ran into a demon. In order to save his own skin, the boy told the demon the location and the number of people inside the temple. He also, so that the demon made it past the temple's defenses, put out all of the wisteria incense that Gyome had burning as protection and invited the demon inside the temple, which resulted in 4 kids dying immediately as they got sliced in half. Gyome tried to protect the other 4, but they did not listen to him, so they tried to run and sadly died. Only Sayo, the youngest, listened to him and hid behind him. In order to protect Sayo, Gyome fought and punched the demon's head again and again until the sun came up. He was able to protect Sayo, but when people came to help, Sayo was only 4 years old at that time and got confused and labeled Gyome as a murderer and a monster who had killed all of the children. As a result, Gyome was imprisoned and charged with murder. If Kagaya had not intervened, he would have been executed, and ever since, he had come to harbour deep doubts and suspicions that no matter how virtuous you are, once you get pushed into a corner, your true nature will come out. But Tanjiro never ran, he always stayed honest and never lied. Seeing that Tanjiro indeed is a special child, Gyome promised him to help, so that Tanjiro would not make a wrong turn in his life. After this, he then told Tanjiro that he had officially finished his training with the Stone Hashira. Later on, while eating together, Genya recalls to Tanjiro how Gyome made him his disciple despite the fact that he doesn't have the talent to be an apprentice, and guessed that he was actually eating demons as a way to get stronger. Gyome introduced Genya to Shinobu for her to check up on his conditions, but every time he sees her, she puts on a disgusted face and scolds Genya. Tanjiro, however, comments that Shinobu was just worried about Genya's body and invited him to go see Giyu together to talk about his brother once they are done eating, but Genya declines as he is still not finished with the Rock Hashira's training, saying that he was still yet to move the boulder one cho. While on his way to Giyu, Tanjiro saw Zenitsu on top of his boulder and asked if he would be okay, since they have not talked for a while, which worried him. Zenitsu tells Tanjiro that he has simply achieved clarity about what he should do, what he must do. Tanjiro tries to pull more information out of Zenitsu, but all he manages to get was that he must do what he must do. Still, before leaving, Zenitsu ends up slightly caving in and thanks him, telling Tanjiro that he is truly a nice guy. But standing there with the most determined look of his life, he reiterates that there is something that he absolutely must do. Tanjiro then visits Giyu's place, and upon his arrival, he saw Giyu and Sanemi fighting with wooden swords on hand. Their movements are so fast, but he notes that he can follow their movements. The battle ended with both Giyu and Sanemi's swords broken after a clash of breathing techniques, and Sanemi suggested that they continued their fight with their fists. Suddenly Tanjiro then interrupted them and suggested that they just share some ohagi, which pissed off Sanemi even more, given that him and Tanjiro are not supposed to get near each other. After the group awkwardly have somewhat of a passive-aggressive conversation, Sanemi storms off after, and Giyu notes that every Hashira also takes part in each other's training. He also plans to sneak some ohagi into a bag to give to Sanemi in order to try and get along with him. While Sanemi is walking angrily away from Giyu's place, he notices something following him nearby in the foliage and instantly snatches it from the ground, then proceeds to crush it in his fingers. As it falls from his hand, a confused Sanemi wonders what it could possibly be. Elsewhere, at the exact same time, the meeting of generations is about to take place. Under the starry moonlit night, Kagaya Yubashiki welcomes Muzan Kibijutsu to his household as their first ever meeting commences. As the demon Muzan slowly closes in on the bedridden Ubiyashiki, he tells him that he looks in an unsightly condition before. Muzan Kibitsuji, a demon the Ubiyashiki family and the demon slayers had been chasing for 1,000 years, has finally come. Kagaya, who is now completely unable to see because of his illnesses, asks his wife Amain for his descriptions. Muzan, on the other hand, mocked him, as he, who they have been chasing, showed no signs of aging, while Kagaya, on the other hand, is already smelling like a corpse. It was then revealed that Muzan and Kagaya are actually from the same family, which led to the Ubiyashiki family being cursed, where every child born will be weak and die right away. In order for their family to not die out, the Ubiyashiki family dedicated themselves in defeating and have received wives from the priests for generations, which made them resilient, but nobody in their family was able to live beyond the age of 30 years old. Upon hearing this, Muzan ridiculed him, as even with all their efforts, and even with the thousands of people killed by Muzan, he has never been punished. Kagaya, however, questions him about his dreams, which make Muzan uncomfortable, who also notes that there are only 4 humans present in the mansion: Kagaya, his wife, and 2 children who are currently playing nearby. Muzan's dream is to be indestructible, and it will come true once he gets his hands on Nezuko. But Kagaya was able to turn the ridicule on Muzan and his dream, stating that it will not come true. He continues recalling how the demon hunters still exist, and have existed, and never died out for over 1,000 years. Kagaya tells Muzan that he is going to prove to him that human thoughts are indestructible, and the thought of never forgiving those who have taken the lives of people's loved ones away senselessly is eternal, telling him that not once has he ever been forgiven over the past 1,000 years. He always proceeded to step on the tiger's tail constantly, finally now incurring the wrath of the dragon he has just awoken. Further noting that even if he dies, the hunters will not feel any pain, as they do not need him that much. The connection to human thought is something that demons cannot understand because they will cease to exist once Muzan dies. Upon hearing this, Muzan becomes enraged, and appearing in front of Kagaya, he demands him to be quiet, in which Kagaya retorts, instead thanking him. As Muzan goes to grab Kagaya, it flashes away to a nearby crow, rocketing through the forest and informing the Hashiras along with the demon hunters of the attack on the Ubuyashiki estate. In a previous Hashira meeting, Sanemi draws attention to the problem of Kagaya being unguarded, believing two Hashiras in the least need to be protecting him. He and the others ask Gyomei if something can be done to change this problem. Gyomei, having known Kagaya the longest, only responds that he had been asking the same question for 8 years, and Kagaya had always denied his protection. He insisted someone like the Hashira shouldn't be wasted on someone like himself, worrying them. Shinobu adds that she heard the Ubuyashikis had never had a bodyguard of sorts throughout their history. Back in the action, Sanemi hurries through the forest towards the Ubuyashiki estate. As he catches sight of the mansion, a massive explosion destroys the mountainside to Sanemi's sheer horror. The explosion is noticed by the rest of the Hashira, horrifying them all. Tanjiro realizes the sense of blood and burning flesh is in the air. Muzan, caught directly by the explosion, tries to regenerate and curses Kagaya in his final moments. Kagaya had the smile of a Buddha before killing himself alongside his wives and 2 daughters. The Demon Lord never believed he was capable of such commitment towards killing him and underestimated him, adding he knew Kagaya had planned something, but nothing at this scale. He notices Kagaya even added spikes to the explosions to delay his regeneration even further. Muzan senses that Kagaya has something else planned. Knowing people, and most likely Hashiras, must be close by, he thinks back to the Oyukate's final moments. He had hid all his anger and bloodlust without Muzan even noticing, something he begrudgingly commends him for. As Muzan tries to put his mind towards regenerating quicker, flesh seeds appear around him. Without warning, they burst into gigantic black branches. He realizes that they must be some sort of blood demon R, but is completely immobilized. The spikes don't harm him however, and Muzan believes he can simply absorb them to escape. Out of nowhere though, Tamiyo appears and stabs her hand through Muzan's stomach. Muzan is angered at her sudden appearance and asks her reason. Tamiyo mentions the flesh seeds belong to the man in Asakusa he turned into a demon. He realizes she must have hidden herself with another blood demon art using Yushiro's talismans. She tells Muzan the drug in her first absorbed by him turns demons back into humans. Though, Muzan claims that it's impossible, but she states it became possible with someone's help. Muzan curses her stubbornness and makes the claim that her hatred of him is unjust. He reminds her that she alone was responsible for the death of her family. She tearfully responds, all she wanted was to survive her disease and see her children grow up. But the Demon Lord mentions she had eaten other people after that and states she had fun doing so. Tamiyo doesn't deny that fact and states that in order to atone for those deaths, she and Muzan will die together. Tamiyo calls out to Gyomei, the first to arrive at the scene, and with a single swing of his spiked flail, he decapitates Muzan. At the young age of just 23, Kagaya Ubuyashiki is confirmed to be dead. Before his death, he spent every day visiting the graves of fallen demon slayers, till his affliction finally prevented him from doing so. Gyomei recalls the first time he met Kagaya, when Oyukata was 14 and he himself was only 18. Immediately, Kagaya knew that Gyomei had protected the children he was accused of killing. Gyomei remembers, even back then, Kagaya spoke in a way that people wanted to hear, and his solemnness remained till his last moments. During the last time he personally spoke with the Stone Hashira, Kagaya predicts that Muzan Kibutsuji will come within 5 days, instructing Gyomei to decapitate him, as Kagaya acts as the decoy himself. It is then revealed that the Ubuyashiki's family's way with foresight and instinct was unmatched, using their power to protect themselves from disasters. Kagaya knows the other Hashiras will not accept his decision of self-sacrifice and asks the Hashira he has known for the longest to carry out his wish. Gyomei manages to successfully behead Muzan, assisted by Tamiyo keeping the demon still. As Kagaya had predicted, Muzan regenerates his head completely, unsurprising to Gyomei. He recalls his late leader's words that sunlight is the only way to kill the Demon Lord, and he resolves to keep him restrained till dawn. Muzan attempts to ensnare the Hashira with blood demon art, black blood brambles, but the attack is only deflected by Gyome's stone-breathing third form, Stone Skin. Sanemi arrives and angrily asks what has become of Kagaya. The rest of the Hashira then arrive, asking each other about their leader's state. Gyome announces that they are now facing Muzan himself, to the shock of all the Hashira, as none of them have ever directly encountered him. Tanjiro, the only one present who has personally faced him, angrily calls out to him. All of the remaining Hashira use their respective breath techniques in order to cut Muzan down. As they converge on the demon, Muzan laughs to himself. Giant doors suddenly appear and slide open under the demon slayers, causing them all to plummet into the Infinity Castle, and he declares that he will kill them all tonight. Tanjiro responds back though, that the only one who is going to die will be Muzan. Muzan answers his challenge, telling him to do it if he can. As Tanjiro falls, he is caught by Giyu and thrown onto a nearby platform to safety. The two are suddenly attacked by numerous demons but quickly kill them all, using the water-breathing 6th form Whirlpool and water-breathing 3rd form Flowing Dance respectively. Tanjiro comments on how amazing Giyu is, internally noting how he can accurately predict the type of form he would use through slight movements, all the while staying unnerved. The two then head out further into the castle. Obano rescues Mitsuri from several demons using serpent-breathing 5th form, Slithering Serpent, much to her exuberant gratitude. Gyome and Muchiro rush throughout the castle, slaughtering demons. They note all the demons they encounter are roughly the strength of a lower moon, suggesting Muzan intends to wear them down. The two lament the loss of Kagaya Yubashiki, and Michiru remembers the time he was near death from attacks, and Kagaya encouraging him to continue. Kagaya did so, with all of the injured demon slayers, in a fatherly manner. Michiru seethes with rage that Muzan had killed his twin and his second father, and hopes to bring him to hell, something the normally calm Gyome furiously hopes to do also. Sanemi laments his inability to protect Kagaya. When demons appear before him, he rapidly slaughters them all. Inosuke is excited, falling into the Infinity Castle, eager to test his abilities on numerous demons. Zenitsu hears something nearby and believes a particular someone is close, calling them unforgivable. Shinobu smells some blood and decides to open up a nearby door. Inside the room are numerous corpses of women and a demon standing there. As Shinobu remembers Kane Kocho's death, she is seen crying, and Kane tells her to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. She tells her to gain the happiness of a normal girl, and to live until she became old. Shinobu desperately asks her sister about the demon that attacked her, stating that she cannot live a normal life like this. Sadly, the flashback ends with Shinobu recalling that it was a demon that looked like blood was dumped all over his head. As she witnesses a demon devour his victims while surrounded by female corpses strewn about, the demon smiles and takes off his crown, introducing himself as Doma. Shinobu recalls her sister's words that the demon would laugh in a carefree manner and would talk softly. One of Doma's victims reaches out desperately for help, only to be told by Doma to be quiet as he was in the middle of talking. However, Shinobu carries her away from Doma and sweetly asks whether she is alright, to which Doma asks whether she was a Hashira due to her speed. Just as the victim attempts to reply to Shinobu, she is murdered by Doma's attacks. Doma smiles and tells her to leave the body there, stating that he will eat it later. Shinobu remembers what her sister had stated. The demon's weapons were a pair of sharp fans. The demon then explains that he was the leader of the Eternal Paradise Faith, claiming that it was his duty to be happy with himself and his followers. But Shinobu tells Doma disgustedly that the girl he had killed was clearly in pain and begging for help. To this, he responds that he had saved the girl, claiming that she no longer feels pain, suffering, or fear. Doma then goes on to say that everyone fears death, which is why he eats his followers, for their sake, so that they can live forever with him. He claims that he takes his followers' hopes, blood, and flesh to heart and leads them to a higher salvation. But Shinobu angrily spits that he couldn't possibly be sane and asks whether he is alright in the head, telling him that he makes her want to vomit. Doma gives a surprised expression, noting that she has been rather harsh for their first meeting. He then realizes that Shinobu must have been through something quite difficult, pitying her and suggesting he listens to what she has to say about it. Shinobu angrily clutches her Haori and growls that Doma was the one who had killed her sister, fiercely demanding if he has no memories of this specific Haori. Doma then recalls Kane as the girl who used the flower breathing, stating his regrets over not being able to eat her before sunrise. Shinobu cuts him off with a strike to his eye with her insect breathing dance of the bee sting true flutter. Doma compliments that it was so fast he couldn't prevent it with his hand. He then unleashes his demon art Frozen Lotus, and Shinobu backflips and dodges. However, she inhales some of the ice powder that he had scattered about. Doma compliments that she was fast, but he states that she wouldn't be able to kill a demon with stabs, and the slicing of the neck was the best option to go with. To this, Shinobu responds that if a stab wound didn't kill him, poison would. Just as the wisteria poison goes into effect, he falls onto the floor and hacks up blood, telling Shinobu that this poison was much stronger than the one she had used at the mountain, saying that Muzan had warned him that she changes her poisons for every demon she faces. Doma quickly breaks down the poison, widely grinning as he apologizes that he has broken down the poison even though she had gone to the effort to use it on him. He comments that Shinobu's katana made a distinctive sound whenever she sheaths it. He wonders aloud if that's how she changes the concentration of the poison. He clasps his hands together and joyfully exclaims how it was fun and interesting to get poisoned, and how it may become a sort of habit. He asks Shinobu whether she thinks the next poison formulation would work, excitedly asking for her to try it out. Shinobu notes though that it was already speculated beforehand that he would most likely be able to break the poison down. Doma recalls his past and his childhood, born with rainbow-coloured eyes and white hair. He was believed to be special and connected to God. His parents, whom he considered stupid, arranged a cult with him at the head called the Eternal Paradise Cult. Worshippers flocked to Doma to repent their issues and problems in life, hoping for advice. Doma, however, had no feelings and found it problematic that adults had sought wisdom from a child. When they begged him to guide them to paradise, he cried, believing paradise, gods, and Buddhas was all a fairy tale that never even existed. Confused why people wouldn't believe that they were all just destined to die and rot, Doma believed that it was his duty to make these people happy. Doma then notices a 5th slash on his hand and heals himself of Shinobu's poisoning, asking if she is okay now that she has started to breathe heavily. Shinobu realizes the true strength of the upper rank, noting Doma's resistance and the inability of the poisons to work on him. Doma notes Shinobu's lungs must be destroyed, having taken a blow of his blood demon technique. She realizes the fog of his frozen blood is hazardous if breathed in, and decided to use multiple blows to poison him again. Using her insect breathing Dance of the Dragonfly compound eye hexagon, Shinobu rushes forward and stabs Doma multiple times. Doma states that he believes the insect Hashira might be the fastest one, but as she backs away, Shinobu bleeds profusely, realizing she herself was also hit in return. Doma taunts her, mentioning that she could have easily cut off his head with her immense speed, but can't due to her small frame. As blood falls on her hands, she remembers how small they actually are, remembering that she had never grown any taller in her childhood. She laments she could have killed demons the usual way if she had grown more. Shinobu knows larger hands and legs meant more muscle, and that it was a distinctive advantage. She recalls Kane was able to do so, despite only being slightly taller, and also with a dainty and thin frame. She remembers Kane's last moments with her, telling her that she would likely lose to Doma. Kane's spirit suddenly appears before the injured Shinobu, telling her to stand. Shinobu believes that she can no longer though. Heavily bleeding and with her left lung shredded by Doma's fog, she can't breathe normally as well. Kane declares that irrelevant and states that she will win with the right resolve to kill him, no matter the sacrifice, noting that she promised to her and Kano. Remembering their younger sister, Shinobu crouches down while Doma approaches her, noting the slash he gave her was only half-hearted, but it must be painful for her. Kane urges her younger sister to keep trying, causing her to stand, which shocks the upper moon. As she stares at Doma, Shinobu starts to cough up blood, prompting Doma to laugh that the blood in her lungs is causing her to do so. Resolving to end her pain, he tells her to give up, saying she is already beyond saving. Shinobu takes a stance, and using her insect-breathing Dance of the Centipede 100-legged zigzag, she speeds towards the upper rank demon.
Doma becomes shocked at this feat, noting the destroyed bridge from the impact of her feat's force. Doma tries to slash her back, but is just too slow, only managing to hit her cape. Shinobu crouches down and launches into the air, driving her sword through Doma's neck and forcing his body into the ceiling in one final thrust. Shinobu remembers her childhood, believing that happiness was an endless road throughout life. That belief, though, was shattered when a demon entered her home and killed both of her parents, leaving her and Kane orphaned. They were saved, however, by Gyome, who quickly defeated the killer. Shinobu realizes that her happiness was forever destroyed, other people's weren't, and resolved to defeat demons and prevent other people from suffering the same fate as her. Shinobu and Kane promise to each other to both become demon slayers to do so. The two believe that despite their weak strength, stopping one demon could save tens of people, and stopping an upper rank could save hundreds. Recalling the time when Tanjiro asked if she was angry, she states that she has been angry for a long time, remembering her parents' death, her sisters, and those of all of her successors. She remembers Aoi, Sumi, Kyo, and Naho, and how their families were killed also. Most of all, she is incensed at her poison's inability to hurt Doma. Her sword slips from Doma's neck, causing her to fall. Doma, however, uses his ice to catch her and pull Shinobu into a hug. The demon tearfully congratulates her for making it thus far, while mocking her for being weak and less talented than Kane, to her fury. Doma acknowledges her foolishness at trying to kill him despite all of the odds, and calls it the thing that makes humans so fleeting. As he decides she is finally worthy of being eaten by him, Doma asks her for her final words, in which Shinobu responds telling him to go to hell. Kanoa opens up the door of the cult room and looks up to see Doma clutching Shinobu near the roof. As she watches, Doma breaks Shinobu's body in his arms, to Kanoa's horror, killing her and causing her sword to fall from her hand. Kanoa desperately leaps upwards to use flower-breathing fourth form Crimson Hanagoromo, but misses when Doma escapes and lands onto the floor. The demon advises her not to attack him in the middle of absorbing someone, causing Kanoa to seethe with rage. Doma fails to taunt her, and instead fondly recalls that Shinobu only had a short time with him due to his abilities, and decides that this night might be really good, having two gorgeous meals at once, all while licking Shinobu's hairpin. Zenitsu approaches a room and calls for the being inside to come out. They only respond that Zenitsu's beckoning is the improper address to a senior. Kaigaku walks out and taunts him for being as dainty and as seedy as ever. Zenitsu responds back, however, that as a demon, Kaigaku is no longer his senior. As Tanjiro and Giyu continue through the castle, the former nearly falls through an open floor, commenting that the building is seemingly trying to separate the two. While wondering how long Tamio can withstand Muzan, and unsure of their exact location, a Kasugai crow announces that Shinobu Kocho has encountered and was killed by the upper rank too. While Tanjiro holds back tears, Giyu notices that the crow has a piece of paper on its neck. In the new Demon Slayer's headquarters, Karaya Ubiyashiki has become the new head of the organization as the only remaining male, doing so at the age of only 8. He is supported by his sisters Kuonai and Kanata. Despite the deaths of his parents and 2 elder sisters, he willingly hasn't grieved them in order to focus on the mission. Kuonai and Kanata also hold back their emotions to also aid him. Their father, with his short lifespan, was strict, raising them quickly into adults as quickly as he could. The elder sisters, Hinaka and Nichika, had never left their father or mother's side. Their mother was also kind but strict in raising them. The 3 each have one of Yushiro's talismans, helping them map out the Infinity Castle. Karaya notices the lacking information they need and suggests telling the crows to spread as many eyes as they can. Kuonai decides Muzan hasn't left from his place and instructs Karaya into guiding them north to face him. She mentions the only demon slayers currently facing Upper Moon demons are Kanoa and Zenitsu, the latter now facing the new Upper Rank 6. Zenitsu and Kaigaku face off, mocking Zenitsu as puny and weak, scoffing at his status as a Hashira since he is only able to do one form. Zenitsu retaliates though by mentioning how happy his former superior seems as the bottom upper rank, leaving Kaigaku stunned at his barbed comment. Zenitsu questions him on how he could have turned into a demon, but when Kaigaku tries to answer, Zenitsu cuts him off and continues saying, why would someone posed to acquire thunder breathing become a demon?
Zenitsu angrily yells that Jigoro had committed seppuku by himself upon hearing what Kaigaku had done. And Zenitsu gets angered, telling him that someone was actually meant to assist him at that act, but instead he died an agonizing death all alone. All because a user of the thunder breathing became a demon. Kaigaku scoffs at the news and asks him if he's meant to be sad or repent, unapologetically refusing to care. He declares he will always stick to those who value him. He states he is glad Jigoro died a painful death, angered at all his efforts to please him never led to him being named his successor, and insults him further by scoffing at his idea of sharing the successorship with dirt and calling the former Hashira senile. Zenitsu furiously tells him that if he was dirt, Kaigaku was garbage, since he can only use the first breath and Kaigaku never managed to learn it at all, commenting that Jigoro only died a miserable death because he wasn't lucky enough to have a true successor. Kaigaku angrily tells Zenitsu though not to lump him in with the likes of himself, and unleashes the thunder-breathing fourth form, Distant Thunder, sending lightning at the Demon Slayer. However, Zenitsu had already avoided the attack and slashed the demon's neck, mocking him, telling him that he is too slow and that he was filth, leaving Kaigaku stunned, wondering why his opponent seems like a completely different person. Kaigaku then remembers his unfortunate encounter with the upper rank one, Kokoshibo. He comments, "It isn't shameful to kneel before an overwhelmingly powerful foe," recalling when he quickly surrendered to the demon. He believes as long as he is alive, he can always do something, even if he has to scrape his head on the ground, drink dirty water, or steal to survive. In a flashback, we see that Kokoshibo offers a portion of Muzan's blood from him if he wants to become more powerful, and if Muzan accepts him, he can take a place among the upper ranks. Kokoshibo advises him that it takes time to become a powerful demon, as powerful as a strong swordsman. And at that, he gives Kaigaku a large amount of blood since he is also a breath user. He tells Kaigaku to be thankful for the blood he is given, but threatens to behead him should he spill a drop. At that time, his whole body was terrified before his transformation, but now facing Zenitsu, Kaigaku's fear is non-existent. He is assured, no matter how powerful he is, Zenitsu cannot beat an upper rank, declaring, everybody has to die eventually, and saying Jigoro and Zenitsu are no exception. Kaigaku uses thunder-breathing second form, Rice Spirit, to kill him. Zenitsu takes notice of his 5 simultaneous attacks, deducing he must have eaten numerous people already. He asks the demon if he knows right from wrong, but Kaigaku responds that those who accept him are right, and those who don't are wrong. As he uses the thunder-breathing third form, Thunder Swarm, he then uses thunder-breathing fifth form, Heat Lightning, hitting Zenitsu and burning him. As he asks his former swordsman how he likes his newfound demon-enhanced forms, Kaigaku follows up with more thunder-breathing sixth form, Rumble and Flash, hitting him again with numerous slashes. As Zenitsu falls after being hit, he remembers back to his days training alongside Kaigaku. Ironically, Zenitsu only managed to do the first form. Kaigaku was able to do all of them but the first of the thunder-breathing techniques. Zenitsu knew deep down that Kaigaku was never going to be a Hashira. One day, Zenitsu had hit a senior demon slayer and Kaigaku reprimanded him, then mocked him for doing so. He knew Kaigaku virulently hated him. Zenitsu himself also hated Kaigaku greatly. But despite this, he genuinely respected Kaigaku for his work ethic and drive, and despite his place as special with Jigoro's students, it never satisfied him. Finally, he considered Kaigaku's feelings like a box of happiness in his heart. His happiness always leaked through, and he must always close that box to feel satisfied. Apologizing to Jigoro and Kaigaku, Zenitsu lands on the wall and stops his fall. As a confused Kaigaku looks on, Zenitsu uses his thunder-breathing 7th form, Honokazuchi no Kami, and speeds upward, decapitating Kaigaku in that moment. As the upper rank demon becomes enraged that he never saw it coming, he curses his former master for teaching Zenitsu something he never knew, and playing favorites. Zenitsu replies though that Jigoro was never such a person, and that he actually created this form for the day that he would fight alongside him. After Zenitsu beheads Kaigaku, they both fall in the Infinity Castle to their deaths. Zenitsu plummets unconsciously as the disintegrating Kaigaku grows furious from his defeat at Zenitsu's hands. He comforts himself with the idea that Zenitsu will die with him when they hit the floor until Yushiro comes to save Zenitsu, while coldly reminding Kaigaku that without friends he will end with nothing, since he gave nothing to anyone, finally commenting that dying alone sure is pathetic. As Zenitsu awakens in a land full of red spider lilies and sees his master Jigoro across a river that separates the two, Zenitsu breaks down in front of him, crying in remorse and regret for not being able to save Kaigaku and being unable to become a Hashira prior to his death. As Zenitsu struggles with being caught by the lilies, he realizes that Jigoro hasn't said anything to him. And Jigoro breaks his silence by calling out Zenitsu's name, and with tearful eyes he proclaims that Zenitsu is his pride and joy. In reality, Zenitsu is being parched up by Yushiro while being guarded by Murata and another demon slayer. Murata realizes he remembers Zenitsu and calls out, hoping for his survival, leading Yushiro to tell him to shut up. As Murata angrily comments back that he cannot be treated like this as a demon slayer of rank, Yushiro responds back as a demon. He ignores them as he patches Zenitsu's eyes, and Murata shouts at the demon that the blood from Zenitsu's wounds continues to bleed. Yushiro tells Zenitsu he was lucky Kaigaku was inexperienced with his demon powers, and that if he had fought him a year later, he would have ended up dead for sure. Murata yells not to be so negative, attracting demons to their location, to the others' dismay. Yushiro is brought along by Tamio to help assist the Demon Slayers, much to his frustration. Despite the fact he wore the Demon Slayer's uniform to enter, no one even recognized him. The others members knew something was off, but the fact that he was a demon created by Tamio went unknown. Yushiro grows frustrated at Murata's inability to behead the attacking demon and places Zenitsu in a safe spot to assist. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Giyu are continuing to run throughout the castle. He tells Shinobu that they will win and that he is sure of that. Suddenly, a powerful tremor strikes, shaking the area and worrying the two water breathers. As Tanjiro wonders if it is a fight or someone's death, the tremor gets closer and stronger. Giyu tells Tanjiro to stay back as the source of the tremor punches through the ceiling, revealing the source of the noise to be Akaza. Akaza tells the Demon Slayers, "Long time no see. I'm surprised a weakling like you is still alive, Tanjiro Kamado," causing Tanjiro to yell his opponent's name back. Elsewhere, we see that Tamio is trapped in a flesh cocoon made by Muzan, slowly being absorbed in. All the while, she desperately pleads for help. While in the process of mapping out the floor of the Infinity Castle, Kunai begins to envision the recently deceased members of her family. Her emotions begin to overwhelm her, and her eyes well up with tears. But her brother Karaya reassures her to stay strong in order to win the battle. After the small delay, she recomposes herself and continues to map out the floor plan. Sitting outside of the room are former Hashira, Tengen, and Shinjuro standing guard. They begin conversating at how mature and wise Karaya has become despite losing his father at such a young age. Shinjuro mentions how the youth are risking their lives and how he had decided to follow his late son Kyojuro and put his life on the line to protect them. Elsewhere on the estate, Sakonji is seen caring to an ill Nezuko. He reveals that he had given Nezuko a medication that would revert her back to a human, but questioned if it was actually taking any effect. The idea of Nezuko returning to a human would ruin Muzan's scheme of trying to conquer the sun, and she would be deemed the only demon in history not to be destroyed by sunlight. Sakonji begins to tremble at the idea of the conflict ending on that night and being alive to witness it. He reminisces on the day when he first met Tanjiro and how he felt that the beginning of the end had finally come. He quietly begins to root for Tanjiro and Nezuko, begging them not to lose. Meanwhile, within the castle, Tanjiro has begun to engage Akaza in a fight, whom lunges forward to forcefully attack first. Tanjiro is narrowly able to escape the blow by using Hinokami Kagura Fire Wheel to whip over Akaza. Now behind him, Tanjiro wills himself to slice Akaza's arm off and successfully manages to do so, but is swiftly attacked when Akaza manages to regenerate his arm. To his advantage, Tanjiro narrowly avoids his attack by using Hinokami Kagura Fake Rainbow and slices Akaza across the face in the process. Akaza regenerates his cut while he stares, stunned at Tanjiro's ability. After having witnessed their small scuffle, Giyu stands amazed at Tanjiro's techniques, thinking of how his ability is equal to that of a Hashira's. He recalls the snow day of when they first met and how all he could do was beg for his sister's life, compared to how he can now fight without losing his life or dignity. Akaza recalls the final words spoken to him by Kyojuro: "This boy isn't weak and do not insult him," and acknowledges Tanjiro's strength and informs him of his newfound respect for him. Akaza then begins initiating his technique development to fight Tanjiro in a serious manner. Giyu uses water-breathing third form flowing dance to maneuver around Akaza, the latter recognizing him as the Water Hashira and stating it has been 50 years since he last faced a Hashira that uses the water breathing. Akaza responds by using Destructive Death, Disorder, disrupting Giyu's movement and forcing him to use the water-breathing 11th form, Dead Calm, to negate the attack. The Upper Moon mentions the last Water Hashira he faced never used such a form. Tanjiro appears from behind using Hinokami Kagura, Raging Sun, to slash at Akaza's neck, only for the blow to miss and for the demon to appear behind him instead, about to punch through his neck. Tanjiro nearly gets hit, trying to use the Hinokami Kagura fake rainbow to dodge, when Giyu saves him by slicing off Akaza's arm, using water-breathing second form Water Wheel. Akaza's arm grows back nearly instantly however, and Giyu quickly attacks again, followed by Tanjiro using Hinokami Kagura Flame Dance. Akaza sees him trying to slice his foot and uses leg type Crouch Splitter, knocking the Demon Slayers. Tanjiro tries to parry with his blade, and though he nearly comes out unscathed, Akaza's leg catches Tanjiro's nose slightly, causing him to bleed heavily from the sheer force. Tanjiro crouches down to soak up the pain, leading Giyu to face Akaza alone. Akaza compliments his opponent's sword and asks for his name, only to be denied as Giyu tells him that he does not have a name to tell the demon, and that he hates talking, so do not bother. The demon happily responds and will continually ask him until he gives in, using leg type explosive flurry to hit his blade handle, knocking the Hashira away through several walls. Tanjiro sees the impact and calls out to Giyu, only for Akaza to appear alongside him, excited now that he knows the opponent's name. The two swing at each other, and Tanjiro uses Hinokami Kagura, Burning Bones, Summer Sun, and Akaza, deploying his Destructive Death 8-layered Demon Core in retaliation. Akaza survives the clash unscathed, while Tanjiro is forced back, slamming into the wall. Akaza compliments his moves, and for training so much in a short period of time. He praises Kyojuro Rengoku for the day of their battle, as Tanjiro was a weakling lying down that night. Now, however, he sees Tanjiro's growth in battle and is now excited to face him. Akaza voices his gratitude at Kyojuro's death as he believes he would have never become stronger than that day, also insulting his belief to remain human. Tanjiro hears these words, and remembering Kyojuro, Shinjuro, and Senjuro, he becomes enraged, telling him to stop insulting the former Flame Hashira. Akaza is confused, retorting he is praising the two, while Tanjiro only tells him he is insulting Kyojuro, as well as hating anyone who faces him. The demon claims Tanjiro is at a misunderstanding, as he only hates the weak, as he states that the laws of nature dictate the weak to be eliminated. The Demon Slayer responds back that the upper rank himself is the product of his wrong views, as he himself was once weak as well, and had become powerful. Tanjiro yells that the strong protect the weak, then the weak get stronger and help those weaker than themselves, calling it the true laws of nature. He calls Akaza's beliefs unforgivable, and voices that he will not let him do as he likes any further. Facing off against Tanjiro, Akaza cannot brush aside this unpleasant feeling he is giving him. He is unsure why he feels angry fighting him, since he believes Tanjiro is no longer weak, yet cannot shake the feeling of his eyes, voice, and words cutting into him. At that moment, someone grabs Akaza's shoulder and confirms Tanjiro's words. Everyone starts off weak. They get help from everyone around them, but he should only compare his own progress against himself, not that of others. The man tells him that the only thing important is becoming stronger than he was yesterday, and soon he can be the one to help people. Angered, Akaza tries to punch behind him to hit the man, but strikes nothing. As a bewildered Tanjiro sees Akaza punch the air suddenly, Akaza angrily mutters, "Tanjiro, you really are extremely unpleasant." Akaza uses Destructive Death, Crushing Type, 10,000 Leaves, Flashing Willow, and ruptures the ground around him, with Tanjiro just barely dodging the attack. As he becomes stunned at Akaza's new speed, the demon then quickly engages the Demon Slayer from below and uses his destructive death leg type flying planet 1000 Wheels, with Tanjiro taking the attack and vomiting as a result. He tries to reason as to how Akaza manages to nearly hit him with every move. All his strikes seem to aim for his vital areas, and his attacks seem to be attracted to them. He thinks back to when the demon deployed his technique, Deployment Compass Needle, but before he can figure it out, Tanjiro dodges to the side to escape an oncoming kick. Tanjiro uses the Hinokami Kagura Solar Heat Haze, but only manages to cut halfway through Akaza's neck, who manages to heal the cut instantly. However, the Upper Moon is curious as to how the tip manages to appear hazy before hitting him, asking the Demon Slayer how he did it. Elsewhere, Senjuro prays for his late brother Kyojuro that a major part of the battle is now active, pleading for him to protect Tanjiro in spirit. Senjuro thinks to his written letter to Tanjiro about the conversation between the sun-breathing swordsman and the flame Hashira of that time, and how the swordsman was the first breather user and had engaged Muzan in battle. As Senjuro continues to pray for his brother and that Tanjiro will survive, it is revealed that the Kosugi Crow with his letter is sitting nearby watching the battle, forcing Tanjiro to survive the battle in order to read it. As Tanjiro attempts to use his Hinokami Kagura Fire Wheel, Akaza catches the blade in his hands. Startled that he will attempt to break it, Tanjiro instantly headbutts the demon, but doesn't injure Akaza at all. He attempts to kick him, but Akaza continues to grasp the sword. Suddenly, Akaza's hands are sliced off, freeing Tanjiro and his sword, as Giyu returns, stating that he's angered at the searing pain in his back and sarcastically thanking the Upper Moon for blasting him through several walls. As Giyu and Akaza face each other, Giyu comments on the reason he fights. He doesn't want to battle to the best of his ability, and he doesn't like battles where his opponents continually swing for fun. But now, he had never faced someone who overwhelmed him with his first clash. Giyu states that Akaza's senses are all finely tuned and polished. His own senses are now switched on to a state where only the strong battle. As he finally understands here that the moments of life in a battle truly test someone's abilities, Tanjiro watches as Giyu unlocks his Demon Slayer mark. Giyu rushes towards and swings the blade, just missing Akaza's neck. Akaza tries to punch his head off, but the Hashira ducks down and swings again, with the demon bending back to escape the strike. Akaza realizes the mark has appeared and his speed has now increased. Giyu uses water-breathing fourth form Striking Tide and slices through Akaza's forearm. The latter, however, had attacked as well and had struck the side of Giyu's head. Tanjiro watches the battle, commenting how despite Giyu and Akaza are now virtually as fast as each other, Akaza had immediately matched Giyu's newfound power. He knows, in a battle of stamina, humans will lose, and despite this battle taking place, the final goal is to beat Muzan. Tanjiro tries to think how Akaza's attacks manage to be so accurate, and how he can also predict attacks he doesn't see immediately. Remembering the moments Akaza mentioned battle spirit in the battle with Kyojuro, he attempts to define it, and recalls a conversation he had with Inosuke. Inosuke claims that battle spirit feels like a stinging sensation where the enemy is aiming for. Tanjiro believing it to be the reason he could notice Guataru's attacks. Inosuke is asked to demonstrate, and he asks Tanjiro to look at the part of his body, which he accurately determines as his right shoulder. As Tanjiro becomes amazed, Inosuke notes that when someone is looking at him with a murderous gaze, it is easier to determine when they will attack, and his whole body will sting if that said attack really wants to kill him. However, he becomes angered that someone looking at him without the intent to kill becomes difficult to notice, remembering how the old lady at the Wisteria house suddenly appeared behind him without him able to notice it. He then reasons that if he battled a demon without showing the intent to kill, it would be easy to kill them, but Tanjiro believes it impossible to kill a demon without showing any kind of intent. Despite remembering it as a childish conversation, Tanjiro notes interesting points within it and tries to use them with the current battle against Akaza. He believes Akaza does sense something in his opponents and that gives him the edge in combat, but Tanjiro cannot figure out what it is. He tries to think how he can interfere with the destructive death compass needle he uses. Seeing Akaza open from Giyu's blow, he attempts to use his Hinokami Kagura flame dance on the Upper Moon's exposed neck, but Akaza catches the blade without seeing it. As a shocked Tanjiro watches helplessly, Akaza mocks him for his open flank and uses his other hand to strike at Tanjiro's stomach, but only manages to cut him slightly. At that moment, Tanjiro figures out the entire situation. Tanjiro remembers how his father seemed like a plant. He had never shown any emotional outburst, and was always gentle, maintaining his demeanor till his death. Whenever he remembers him, he immediately pictures his soft smile and calming voice. Tanjiro remembers a question he asked him about what he thinks when he performs the Hinokami Kagura. Even as a child, Tanjiro knew that the dance involved performing all 12 moves from night till dawn continuously. Worried about his frail body, Tanjiro asks if he can be the one to do it next year. Tanjiro thanks his son for his concern, but brushes aside his worry, stating that in his later years performing it, he hasn't felt tired. He remembers learning it from his own father, but notes that even though when he was younger and healthier then, doing it exhausted him greatly. He figured out though the forms had useless moves. What mattered was using the correct breathing and movements, as well as releasing all your strength through minimal movement. Tanjiro states that by doing this, your mind becomes invisible, but to properly do so, he had to find his movement and sensations, utilize all his senses, and gain complete awareness of his body. He tells his son that by doing all of this, he can learn to remove unneeded parts of the Hinokami Kagura, and learn just to do what is necessary and close off everything else. Tanjiro asks how he can do everything else, and his father responds by saying it's like people closing their eyes to hear better. His body will adapt and the movements will become natural. Tanjiro tells him that when his mind becomes invisible, he will see into the transparent world, but this is the end, as his body would have reached its absolute limit. As an amazed Tanjiro asks if he can do it as well, he is told that he can do so by working hard and not slacking off. An incident happened 10 days later before Tanjiro's death. A bear had come to the mountain, killing and devouring people. As the Kamado family sleeps through a blizzard, Tanjiro suddenly awakens and gets up, after which he asks his sleepy eldest son to accompany him. As Tanjiro and Tanjiro wander outside, the two encounter the very bear, which is standing over 2 meters tall and is already believed to have killed at least 6 people. A frightened Tanjiro watches his father confront the bear with only an axe and his frail body. Tanjiro apologizes for its hunger, but warns the creature that coming any closer will mean facing him. He tells it that if anything tries to harm his family, he will show no mercy and take its life. As the bear roars and lumbers forward to kill him, Tanjiro swings his axe and leaps up, decapitating the bear before it could move a step forward. As its giant head drops to the ground, Tanjiro tries to piece together what had just happened. In that instant, Tanjiro would have to swing twice to get completely through its neck, and with his sense of smell, he realizes Tanjiro never wavered in the slightest. He had no hesitation, fear, no intent to kill. With his plant-like presence, he just simply killed it. Tanjiro looks behind and asks if his son had witnessed what happened. A shaken Tanjiro confirms he saw what took place and runs in to hug his father. As he tells his son to never forget what he saw, Tanjiro looks back and realized that this moment was a form of training his perception. He was supposed to learn to see into the transparent world, just like his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather before him. They would have had to learn in this way. He finally understands his father's words and thinks back to when he managed to suddenly dodge Akaza's strike earlier that seemed like it was about to connect. Though it would have surely killed him, he managed to somehow escape it. For just a slight moment, when Akaza grabbed his blade and it was poised to swing, Tanjiro had entered that transparent world, seeing Akaza's muscles through his body, as he did to Hantengu. Managing to close off his other senses to dodge something completely unavoidable, his body became even faster. He apologizes to Inosuke for doubting him, and Tanjiro steals his resolve that while Giyu battles Akaza, he will use his newfound power to his best ability and beat the demon. Having seen the transparent world momentarily, Tanjiro realizes his own movement and speed had increased greatly. He was able to see how Akaza's body reacts in battle and concludes he may be able to behead him if he removes his battle spirit completely to avoid his senses. Akaza begins to overwhelm Giyu, the latter having used all of his water-breathing forms only for Akaza to immediately adapt to all of them and anticipate what one he was about to use. The Upper Moon decides to finally kill him, commending the Hashira for lasting this long in battle. As Tanjiro attempts to enter the selfless state, Giyu tries to strike the demon's head directly. Akaza responds though, then using the side of his fist to break Giyu's Nichiren sword without getting harmed. As Giyu becomes stunned at having his sword broken, Akaza farewells him before crouching down and going to punch through his stomach. Suddenly, Akaza's hands fall off, saving Giyu from getting hit, as Tanjiro has managed to enter the selfless state and bypass Akaza's compass needle. Giyu looks on at Tanjiro's new appearance and power. Akaza's body becomes stricken with the uncertainty at Tanjiro's changed aura, so he deploys his final form, Technique Development Blue-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Giyu looks at this new threat and is uncertain if he can negate it with his own dead calm. Tanjiro, however, seeing into the transparent world again, is able to detect the attack with his increased perception and vision. Giyu is unable to beat Akaza's new technique and is knocked back against the wall, with his dead calm being unable to handle the force. The demon commends him for surviving such a large number of fatal blows and tells him, "Don't die like Hyojuro or Tanjiro, instead become a demon Giyu." However, the water Hashira becomes confused, wondering how Akaza can state that he killed Tanjiro, with Tanjiro standing directly behind him. Realizing maybe he is unable to sense his partner, he mutters to Tanjiro to go for the neck, now that Akaza is unaware. Tanjiro calls out to the upper moon and declares that he will decapitate him, annoying Giyu for announcing his attack out loud. Akaza retaliates by attempting to swipe the Demon Slayer's head, only for Tanjiro to duck down to safety. Suddenly, he notices he cannot sense anything, seeing Tanjiro is completely different from before, with his battle spirit seemingly gone. Akaza tries to calm himself and believes that he will be able to sense an attack, but without warning, his head is sliced completely off by Tanjiro, who is using the Hinokami Kagura Setting Sun transformation. With Giyu stunned at Tanjiro's sudden improvement, Akaza declares that this is impossible. Despite being beheaded by Tanjiro, Akaza internally reflects on the battle spirit of people. He had never encountered someone who could remove theirs, commenting that fighting Tanjiro felt like fighting a plant. Despite his senses and compass not working properly on the battlefield, anything unexpected can happen. He notices Tanjiro managing to surpass his own speed in a short amount of time, but his eyes showing no intent to kill. Akaza believes Tanjiro has achieved the selfless state he so badly wanted to attain himself, something he believes that he should have done so by now. The upper rank tries to put his head back on top of his neck with the resolve to continue fighting. However, Giyu flings his broken sword at his head, knocking it away from his grasp. The upper rank repeats his drive to continue to get stronger as his head starts to disintegrate. Tanjiro becomes relieved, but immediately stiffens up due to his body hitting his limits. However, upon seeing Akaza's body not disintegrating, Giyu and Tanjiro worriedly look on. Akaza's headless body activates Destructive Death Compass Needle again and immediately attempts to hit Tanjiro's neck. Though he barely misses, the demon changes stance and hits Tanjiro square in the side, knocking him away. Tanjiro realizes Akaza is trying to make his head a weak spot no longer, similar to Muzan earlier. He tries to get up, but faints due to his body reaching its absolute limit. Giyu sees Akaza going for his unconscious comrade and uses water-breathing fourth form Striking Tide to stop him, though the cut instantly heals. Giyu then declares that if Akaza wanted to kill Tanjiro, he would have to go through him first, and takes his stance to fight once again. Akaza sees his indomitable spirit, one that does not bend in the face of any obstacle. Suddenly, he sees the same man from earlier, who comments that we wield the sword in our hearts. The things we use are our fists. Calling the man an eyesore, Akaza moves forward to engage Giyu, but is internally held back by the vision of a young woman, wishing Hakuji-san to just stop already. As Giyu readies to fight Akaza once more, he realizes the severity of the situation. His body has reached its limits, his senses are failing, his body is numb, and the only thing keeping him up is his breathing, calling it a miracle for him to continue battling despite the heavy toll on his own. Giyu now focuses on protecting the unconscious Tanjiro, resolving to never let friends or family die on his watch again, knowing Tanjiro would do the same. The woman's spirit grabs Akaza, telling him to not go. Akaza tells her to go away, asking who she is, and she tearfully begs for them to go to the other side. But he only responds to her that he must kill Tanjiro and Giyu. When asked why, Akaza's only answer is that he must get stronger. But when she asks why he needs to get stronger, he answers, "Because if I don't, I won't be able to bring the medicine back for Dad." As Akaza's memories come flashing back to him, we dive into a flashback where Akaza was once known as Hakuji, an 11-year-old boy who stole money and food to keep his father alive. One fateful day, he was caught, beaten, and given tattoos to mark him as a thief. The village's magistrate warns the boy his hands would be removed the next time he steals, only for him to say that he can go and cut them off as he still has his feet and will steal with those instead. The magistrate tells him the beatings he received would cause a strong man to become numb, calling him a demon child for being able to handle it. The boy continues on, telling him to call him by that name, saying that he was born with fangs. After his beatings and threats by the authorities, Hakuji walked home until a man informed him of terrible news. His father had heard he was caught and had hung himself in shame. While Hakuji was in the cemetery, he read the final letter that his father had written out before his death. His father wrote to him, "Dear Hakuji, please live an honest life so that you can turn over a new lead. I don't want to live off money that has been stolen from others, and I'm sorry for being a nuisance." After reading the letter and finding his headstone, Hakuji tearfully grabs it and grieves his death. He asks how his father can make peace with such people, finally cursing the world and telling it that everyone can just go to hell. Hakuji recalls his beatings for stealing money and how he could endure anything for his father, no matter how severe. He wonders why he had hung himself, declaring he would have died for him. After being expelled from Edo due to his rage, he was left to wander the streets, eventually making his way to a village where he found 7 men and almost beat them to death, leaving them there unconscious, all while saying his father never hurt anyone. He didn't bother him, and he didn't need to apologize. Afterwards, a martial artist came by, drawn by the news a boy was about to be killed, instead finding that said boy had actually beaten the 7 men barehanded. Amazed at this feat, the man cheerfully asks if he would like to be a student, only for the still hurt Hakuji to threaten him back. Later on, the man takes the awakened Hakuji for a tour of his dojo, and he introduces himself as Keizo, a master who teaches the bare-fisted martial art called Soryu style. However, he didn't have a single student, so he made his living off handyman work. Keizo asks the boy to care for his sick daughter, a task his recent wife used to do but had killed herself over due to its exhausting nature. Hakuji asks why he would leave his daughter with a criminal, only for Keizo to cheerfully remind him that he beat up that said criminal. Keizo's happy demeanor reminds Akaza of why he hates Tanjiro so much, because Tanjiro reminds him of Keizo, a figment of his boring and worthless past. As he continues to call his past worthless, he reaches the memory of where he first met Koyuki. Koyuki's sick appearance reminding him of his own father's. As Keizo goes away to work, he leaves the two together. Koyuki asks if he is hurt, seeing his injured face. Akaza curses his human life, remembering the promises he made and failed to deliver. He declared his life worthless, filled with empty promises. Hakuji asks himself why sick people are always apologizing, remembering the times his father did so, and Koyuki now apologizing that he can't train while caring for her. Koyuki was born with a weak body and had to be attended to day and night. However, Hakuji was fine with the task as he had previously cared for his ill father, and his resilient nature meant that he never tired. He never felt like playing around anyway and simply trained in his free time. Hakuji mentions there would be fireworks on display and that he was willing to carry her to the bridge to watch with him. When Koyuki seems unsure, he reminds her of next year and the year after that. She begins to cry, somewhat annoying him that she would burst into tears mid-conversation. He believes she cries due to the depressing nature of her illness, while commenting her crying made him feel uncomfortable. While Keizo and Hakuji share a drink at the well, the master mentions how their names are actually similarly structured to be based on a phrase meaning protect. Therefore, they must protect something, a fact that makes Keizo laugh. Keizo recalls how the dojo came to be. He says he had protected an old man with the Soryu style of combat, and that man, amazed at the feat, had given him the land and place for the dojo. Later on, however, the nearby Kenjutsu dojo found out and began to harass the Soryu dojo, which led to him having no students. This was mitigated in Keizo's eyes by training Hakuji and caring for Koyuki, something that he said healed his heart. Years later, Hakuji turns 18 and Koyuki turns 16. In that time, Koyuki had gotten better and no longer needed to continually lie down. She was also now happy and bright. While cleaning the floors, Hikuji was summoned to the dojo and spoke with Keizo, where he told him that he wanted to take over the dojo, and casually mentions how he can also have his daughter Kyuki as well, a statement which ends up shocking the both of them. Hikuji never believed he could have a future as a criminal, much less a future as a husband with a wife. He remembers his father's letter to him and recalls the swelling feeling his life could go anywhere, declaring now that he wants more than nothing to protect Koyuki and Keizo, even at the cost of his own life. Hikuji travels back home to tell his father's grave about his marriage, but as he returned to the dojo, he suddenly began to breathe heavily, and a sinking feeling came over him. There, someone informed him the well they drank from was poisoned by the Kenjutsu dojo, killing Keizo and Koyuki. Seeing their bloodied, lifeless bodies on the dojo floor, Hikuji laments that he's never there to protect his loved ones in a crisis. He suddenly remembers a moment, back when Koyuki came with him to watch the village's New Year fireworks. While there, Kyuki asked about the conversation they had about the fireworks while they were younger. Something that he had forgotten, but something that she had never forgot. When he was unable to watch them that year, he suggested the next one to her, or the year after that, and she recalls when she didn't believe in herself living another year or so on. Kyuki remembers when her mother killed herself, being unable to care for her any longer, and believed, in a way, her father was tired of caring for her as well. She saw Hikuji casually asking if she was willing to see them next year, giving her hope of a future. Kyuki asks if he would like to be her husband, and Hikuji graciously answers so, yes. I will become stronger than anyone else and protect you for my entire life. In the end though, Akaza laments that it was just simply words and he couldn't manage anything in his life. Filled with rage and losing the people he loved once again, Hikuji went to the Kenjutsu dojo and brutally killed all 67 members inside. Using their Soryu style, he eviscerated their bodies. The dojo was found with crushed skulls, destroyed organs, brain, limbs and eyeballs strewn throughout the building. All the corpses destroyed to the point they were unrecognizable as a human body. The incident was so horrific and absurd that it was regarded as a fictional story before being erased from history. In the wake of the destruction, a blooded and broken Hikuji encounters Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan had heard about the carnage and mistakenly thought that he had sent a demon to do so, instead finding that a mere human had actually done it, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Hikuji threatened to kill him when the demon lord suddenly rushed forward and pierced his head with his hand before he could fight back. Muzan comments he was thinking about building a group of 12 powerful demons and asks Hikuji if he could withstand the amount of blood that he was about to be given. Hikuji declares to him that he no longer cares about anything anymore and transformed into the demon Akaza then and there. Akaza recalls losing his human memories in the wake of turning into a demon, but continued to have the drive to get stronger and stronger, though, in reality, he had nothing left to protect. In the end, Akaza comments that his life was nothing more than a pathetic, comical, uninteresting story. As Akaza laments he cannot go to heaven like his father Keizo and Kyuki, he becomes furious that Tanjiro and Giyu have reminded him of his painful past. He curses humans as weak, soft, brittle. They die right away and disappear into nothing. Suddenly, Tanjiro awakens from his ordeal, shocked at how he fainted mid-battle. As Akaza begins to regenerate his head, he begins to deploy his annihilation type. As Tanjiro yells at him to stop, the demon becomes shocked that Tanjiro has managed to survive his kick. Declaring he will behead Akaza again, Tanjiro's sword ignites with the fire of the Hinokami Kagura. However, his sword slips out of his grasp, forcing Tanjiro to punch Akaza's face instead. The punch reminds him of when he first met Keizo, making him remember why he hates weak people. Weak people never fight face to face, they poison wells, they are impatient. He killed these weak people with his fists, and he suddenly realizes, throughout his life as a demon, he turned his master's fighting style into a bloody weapon and never respected his father's last words, finally realizing who he must truly kill. As Tanjiro panics about his lost sword and seeing Akaza about to use the same technique that killed Rengoku, he suddenly notices Giyu in the attack range. Though Giyu tells him not to worry about him, Tanjiro grabs him and throws both themselves out of the technique's path. Suddenly he sees Akaza, smiling slightly, followed by an immense explosion. The attack leaves the surroundings devastated, as well as Akaza's body, now a broken, bloody mess. Wondering why Akaza would attack himself, Tanjiro smells a scent of gratitude coming from the corpse, as well as asking himself why he had smiled before self-detonating. The body begins to regenerate, but Akaza stops the process, telling himself that the fight is over. He had lost fair and square. He comments that Tanjiro had magnificent technique, anticipating and slashing before he could react. The broken body begins to walk away, while Akaza's spirit comments he would go to hell as a man. When he stops to Tanjiro's confusion, his spirit meets with his father's. Asking if he was alright, his father comments yes, calling him Hikuji and thanking him. As he bows and crouches down, apologizing for being unable to fix himself, his head is held by Keizo's spirit. Keizo tells him that they would never abandon him, no matter what, despite Akaza not being able to go to heaven with them. As he calls out for his master, Muzan appears, grabs his head and scolds him, reminding him that he had to get stronger and continue fighting. With that, his body starts to regenerate again, even quicker. Akaza voices his will to keep his promise and get stronger, declaring once again that he will kill everyone. Suddenly though, Koyuki touches his face, thanking Hikuji and saying that he has done enough. Though, Muzan appears again, calling him Akaza once more. He overcomes Muzan's control and grabs Koyuki's spirit on the verge of tears, as once again, the human Hikuji. He tearfully apologizes for being unable to protect her, for not being there when she needed him, for not being able to keep his promise. While he cries for forgiveness, Koyuki is glad that Hikuji had remembered them all, despite his long, demon life and returning as a human again. With the words, "Welcome back, my husband," Akaza stops his regeneration, and Tanjiro watches as his body finally fades into ash. Hikuji calls out to his father, Keizo and Koyuki, that he is back home. His spirit becomes engulfed in the fires of hell, joined by Koyuki. Tanjiro watches as Akaza's body finally fades into nothing, declaring that the battle is finally over. Realizing that he must reach Tamio to help her, his body can no longer handle the fatigue and he falls on his face, unconscious. Surprised that Tanjiro had suddenly fainted, Giyu tries to call out to him, but faints from exhaustion as well, resting his body on his sword. A Kasugai crow calls out the aftermath of the battle. Tanjiro and Giyu have managed to defeat the Upper Moon 3, but are now unconscious. Elsewhere, we see that Kokoshibo no longer feels Akaza's presence, and realizes he is being defeated. As Akaza has lost, the Upper Moon 1 comments that he could have never been able to beat him, remembering his threat earlier at his life. As he voices that Akaza had opened up the path to reach further heights and abandoned it, he grabs his own sword and furiously slashes the pillars of his room, cursing Akaza as weak. Over in the cult room, Doma hears the news of Akaza's demise and comments that he felt like Akaza had turned into a different being before he had died. As he brushes aside his comment, he asks Kanua for her name. She introduces herself as Kanua, adding that she is the little sister of Kane and Shinobu Kocho. Doma is confused, judging that she doesn't appear to be blood related to the two, but nonetheless comments that the young girls are delicious either way. While on the subject of eating women, Doma mentions the subordinate's conscious decision to not eat women, owing that fact to his demise, despite mentioning that women have more nutritional content to demons than men. Akaza refused and was even given special permission by Muzan to do so, since Akaza was only deployed by Muzan on special missions. As he mourns for his best friend's death, Kanua tells him to stop the lies. She figures out easily Doma does not even feel the least bit saddened, as the colour on his face has stayed the exact same. When Doma responded back it's due to him being a demon though, Kanua retorts by mentioning that demons and humans both circulate blood and the colour of their faces can change. She mentions that Kane had felt sorry for him as he feels nothing. She talks about how all people are born with the ability to feel happiness, as well as sadness and anger. Doma cannot understand these feelings, but knowing he was intelligent, Kano instead tears into how he covers up his lack of feelings with a facade of lies, pretending to experience emotion to hide the fact his heart feels nothing. He feels no happiness, no bitterness, no pain, calling him an empty shell, and saying his facade is so comical, it's stupid. Finally, she mockingly asks, "Why were you even born?" Doma comments that throughout his life he has talked with numerous young women, but never a bully like Kano, and asks how could she say something so cruel. Kano retaliates by saying it's because of her outright hatred of him, her desire to completely cut off his head. She changes her opinion of him and tells him that he's not very smart, calling him a disgrace and smiling as she mentions it was better to kill him as his life is utterly pointless and meaningless. Doma instantly appears behind her, trying to slice her neck, but Kano reacts in time however, and crouches down to slash through his abdomen. When he tries to send out ice dolls to hit her, she dodges the incoming attack to safety. As Doma heals, he comments that her reaction speed has accelerated, and she is adjusting to his own movement. Also, she has not inhaled any of his ice despite it being an extremely difficult task to attack in her manner without using a breathing technique. Doma suddenly realizes that Kano might actually be more powerful than Shinobu. Kano feels that the goosebumps throughout her body aren't stopping. She even knows to put strength into her fingertips to hold her sword or risk it shaking. She mentions the demons she had faced in the past pale in comparison to Doma, but she is able to face them due to the immense anger she feels. Anger so powerful it feels like her body is literally burning. She feels she must rampage at him or her body would rip itself apart, the dizziness in her head and her anger turning into hatred. She calls out that she hates Doma and asks how he could kill her entire family. Kano vanishes and instantly appears before him, using flower-breathing fifth form Peonies of Futility to rapidly slash him. Doma comments that the consecutive attacks are pretty and retaliates with his blood demon art, Barren Hanging Garden. Kano attacks back with the flower-breathing second form, Honorable Snow Plum, to destroy the ice created. Doma notices the key to withstanding his attacks are her eyes. She notices his movements and predicts his next actions in anticipation, complimenting her as smart and above the average swordsman. The demon decides the best course of action is to gouge out her eyes. Doma slashes at her face, but Kano bends back in time, only sustaining a small cut to the left side of her temple. Using flower-breathing sixth form, Whirling Peach, she attacks back at the upper moon, who compliments her body and her flexibility, saying that it is extremely well trained. Doma deploys his fearsome freezing clouds, forcing Kanoa to close her eyes or risk freezing them. While on the defensive, she is attacked again by Doma using Blood Demon art, Lotus Vines, the ice vines converging on her and forcing Kanoa to slice the incoming attack to defend against them. When she has finished cutting them apart, Doma quickly attacks with his Blood Demon art, Cold White Princesses. Kano again backs away to avoid the fog, but must dodge again when Doma unleashes another Blood Demon art, Wintry Icicles, from above, and nearly impales her. Doma taunts her for getting away from him, mentioning that in order to kill him, she needs to actually get up close. He disappears for a moment and reappears, clutching her Nichiren blade. Despite Kano aware and anticipating his next moves, Doma mocks her for not holding onto the sword and sticks it into the bridge near him. He tells the Demon Slayer to come and get it, and deploys his Blood Demon art, scattering lotuses in her direction. Kano forces herself to look through the incoming hail of ice to find the area of minimum damage, but sustains multiple cuts to her face still. Suddenly, Inosuke smashes through the roof, announcing out of the blue that the Lord himself, Inosuke, is coming through, and using beast-breathing fifth fang crazy cutting, he destroys the incoming wave of ice shards, saving Kano. He thanks the Kasugai Crow for leading him to the right room. Inosuke looks intently at Doma's eyes and enthusiastically realizes he is the Upper Moon too. He declares he will defeat him and finally become a Hashira. A confused Doma mentions that he isn't hiding his identity as Upper Moon too. Inosuke sees the injured Kano and warns her that Shinobu will get angry at seeing her condition, but when Kano doesn't respond and she becomes upset, Inosuke is completely stunned into silence. Doma overhears him and mentions that Shinobu will live forever inside him, as that's how everyone I eat gets saved. Inosuke is left completely shocked as he remembers a memory he had where Shinobu pinky promised him to not remove the bandage of his injured hand. Inosuke angrily declares, "I'll gnaw at your shreds, trash," and charges towards Doma, despite Kano warning him not to inhale the cold air he creates. Using beast-breathing fourth form Slice and Dice, Inosuke slashes at Doma. At the same time, the demon comments on his messed up technique as well as noticing his chipped blades and unorthodox fighting style. When Doma attempts to slash at Inosuke's neck, he flips back and deflects the fan with his feet, earning a compliment from the Upper Moon for his flexibility, and intrigued by his mask. Inosuke lands next to Kano and presents her with her blade, stolen from the unaware Doma to her shock. Doma comments that the Demon Slayer is fast and grows more ice to attack, only for Inosuke to deflect them back and kick him in the stomach, knocking him away. Inosuke charges forward and readies a slash. Doma comments that the attack is far from the sword's range, so when the boar-headed figure swings, he becomes completely and utterly shocked that the attack had managed to reach him and slashed him across his eyes. Inosuke had used his beast-breathing 9th form extending bendy slash, dislocating the joints of his arms to extend his range. He relocates the bones of his arm, but his anger at the new attack's inaccuracy made him miss Doma's head, to Kano's complete shock. Doma is left amused at his unusual opponent and comments that throughout his own life he had never met a fighter like him. Inosuke takes the compliment and says that it's because the other riffraff are losers and nothing compared to him. But while Inosuke is talking, his mask instantly appears off his face, surprising him and shocking Kano. Doma, in that moment, had stolen it without either Demon Slayer noticing, and comments that the boar skin is quite old. As Inosuke angrily demands his boar mask back, Doma suddenly responds that he knows he has seen Inosuke's face somewhere before. Doma asks if he and Inosuke had met in the past, causing Inosuke to get angry and retort at his statement, demanding him to hand his mask back. However, Doma is sure that they have, and he knows him from somewhere. Inosuke responds again that he has not met Doma before, but Doma mentions the only one he encountered before was Shinobu, leading Inosuke to comment that he felt as if he had met her before. When Kano attempts to lead Inosuke away, saying Doma is spouting random nonsense, Doma becomes surprised and offended, stating his only saving grace is his seriousness and long and clear memory, even during his human years. With that, Doma pierces his own skull with his finger, to Kano and Inosuke's shock and disgust. Doma fiddles with the inside of his brain until he reaches a particular memory and retells it to the two. 15 years ago, there was a young woman with a baby, roughly 17 to 18 years of age. She was abused by her husband and mother-in-law daily and encountered Doma's Paradise Faith cult. She had no siblings or parents and had no place else to go. When Doma first met her, her face was severely swollen from the beatings, commenting that it was pretty rough, even to him. The woman was even partially blind, but when he touched the woman's face, her face went back to normal. She was so beautiful, it left an everlasting impression on the even apathetic Doma. He mentions she had the same face as Inosuke and concludes that it must have been his mother. Inosuke says that he has no mother and was raised by boars, to which Doma replies that you're a human, so a human must have given birth to you. But Inosuke charges forward without listening and readies his beast-breathing 6th fang to Kano's concern, only for Doma to state this encounter is a miracle and simultaneously slashes at Inosuke's chest twice, creating an X-like mark. He quickly summons more ice and knocks both Demon Slayers into the cult room's pond. As Kano urges Inosuke to calm down, Doma continues his story. He says that he had no intention of eating the woman, as having someone as beautiful as her next to you felt pretty good. Though he considered her unintelligent, she was talented at singing. The woman continually sang a Pinky Promise lullaby to her baby, Doma mentioning that she sang with different lyrics each time, and adding that the song soon became a village song. Inosuke realizes that the Pinky Promise song was not because of Shinobu. Doma says that he purely planned on letting her live her life, but learned that though she wasn't particularly smart, the woman named Kotoha was sharp. She soon learned that Doma devoured the followers of the cult, and ended up confronting them for his lives and fleeing the temple. Kotoha apologizes to Inosuke, cursing herself for continually making mistakes, even going the wrong way after she left the temple. All the while, she repeatedly kept saying that she was sorry. She became lost in the forest and unable to find the village. Cornered at a cliff's edge, she apologizes once more to Inosuke before dropping him off the cliff into the water. Doma kills her shortly after this. He believed the baby would have definitely died from the drop off the cliff and cried at how sad the situation had become. Inosuke suddenly figures out that she was killed and that Doma had eaten her to the very bone and noted if she went to her husband, he would have continued to beat her, and if she was alone by herself on the road, she would have ended up dead as well. Doma mocks Kotoha's life for being so unfortunate. asking if there was ever a happy moment in it, and calls her existence pointless. Kano furiously tells him to shut up though. As Inosuke grabs his fallen swords from the water, he remembers his mother's love for him. Doma comments that it was truly a miracle meeting Inosuke here, which fills him with more rage as he declares that the demon who killed his mother and his friends is standing right before his eyes. He stands back up and thanks Doma for letting him remember everything, but voices that the demon won't cut off his head now. He takes a stance and readies to fight Doma, declaring that he is going to show him what hell is truly like. Doma tells Inosuke that though he was raised by boars and knows his way with words, he is still mistaken. The demon claims that heaven and hell don't exist, and that they are figments of human fantasies. To him, the humans who live righteously suffer tragedies, while the evil live free to do whatever they want, adding that since divine punishment doesn't exist, mentally weak people therefore believe the evil go to hell upon their deaths. He tells them that they keep this belief deep in their minds and calls humans pitiful. Inosuke screams out that he decides then that he'll instead create a hell for Doma. As he charges, telling Doma to stop talking about his mother's life as unfortunate, Doma retaliates with his blood demon art, Freezing Cloud, and Inosuke uses his 10th fang, Whirling Fangs, rotating his blades to disperse the icy cloud. Kano attempts to attack Doma from behind, but he anticipates it, swiping his fans at her neck. Though she parries the fan, his swipe still knocks her into the water. Doma clings to the roof, causing Inosuke to yell for him to come down and face him. Doma tells them that Akaza is defeated and he no longer has the time, instead creating ice dolls to fight the demon slayers. As they land, Inosuke and Kanoa are confused, but are soon shocked when the dolls use scattering lotuses to fight them. Doma tells them the ice dolls are as powerful as him, leaving them to it as he leaves, making Inosuke furious. Kano tells him to focus on the battle, as a doll uses frozen lotuses to slash at Inosuke, forcing him back. Doma notices Inosuke isn't breathing in his fog, confusing him. As the dolls use cold white princesses and envelop the room with more fog, Inosuke becomes incensed that everything around him is freezing. Doma is intrigued by him as a fighter that he had never faced before. He decided to force the demon slayers to use all their techniques, as the information would be useful to him in the future. As Kano is forced to hold back another Lotus Vine onslaught, she hopes she and Inosuke can keep Doma inside the room with them for a little while longer. However, Doma immediately decides to create a 5th doll to kill the combatants quicker, or face getting scolded. With that, he forges one in his fans and releases it, the doll immediately deploying wintry icicles to knock Kanoa further back. Soon, Inosuke's arms get slashed by the icy vines, worrying Kano as she tells him to hold out for just a while longer. She herself becomes overwhelmed by the continuous slashes of ice lotuses. Doma overhears her and is confused at how they will survive for any longer. Knowing his dolls will record anything during the battle, he decides to leave. But as Doma opens up the door of the cult room, his face suddenly begins to melt, confusing him to Kanoa's gratitude. He collapses to the floor and suddenly thinks back to Shinobu from earlier. In the past, when Shinobu and Kano had conversed about if they ever encountered the Upper Moon too, Shinobu believes if she encountered him and Kano happened to fight alongside her, she would need to be eaten first, shocking her younger sister. Kano pleads that she and her would fight the demon together, only for Shinobu to respond back to abandon those thoughts. She tells her that she knows an Upper Moon is as strong as at least 3 Hashira at minimum, and according to their late sister Kane, the Upper Moon too is gluttonous with an obsession for eating women. Shinobu knows if the demon faces a Hashira with great abilities, a body in excellent condition, and is a woman, he would definitely eat her, worrying Kano further. She tells Kano that her body is currently concentrated with wisteria poison. As Kano tells her she is also willing to go through the exact same thing, Shinobu tells her that it is impossible to reach the level that she is at, as she has been absorbing the poison for over a year now. Shinobu confesses that she was the first to do such a feat, herself unsure of the potential side effects in the future and unsure if her plan would work on the Upper Moon or even Muzan. She states her sword has 50 milliliters of poison, but whatever demon consumes her would also consume 37 kilograms worth of poison in her body weight. Doma collapses further from the effects of Shinobu's poison, his arm falling off, his bones beginning to melt, and his regeneration failing. He realizes he never felt the poison circulate through him until now. His ice dolls soon fracture and collapse as well, to Inosuke's confusion. Kano realizes Shinobu's poison is working and they now have Doma cornered. Shinobu tells Kanoa that she doesn't even know if her life's worth of expertise on poison would even work on an upper moon demon. Kagaya Ubiyashiki himself had deemed it impossible, but advises her to consult with a certain demon for further knowledge. Shinobu tells her sister if the poisoning did start working, she must never let her guard down, adding that the only way to kill the upper moon is by severing his neck. She knows she will definitely weaken him, but she tells Kanoa to deal the finishing blow. Back in the reality of the fight, Kanoa becomes assured she will kill the upper moon too, and resolves to not let Shinobu's life go to waste. As she and Inosuke converge on Doma, he summons his final technique, Blood Demon Art Rime, Water Lily Bodhisattva. With the two stunned at his new threat, the giant ice figure slams down onto the cult pond, sending Inosuke and Kano flying back. Kano realizes if they get forced away from the fog, Doma will have the time to recover. And if they entered the fog and inhaled it, they would no longer be able to fight. However, she notices though that Doma's Bodhisattva is powerful, it is still shoddy. Doma has lost all of his precision and creating it was a last-ditch effort. She decides to use her own last technique and remembers her last moments with Shinobu. Shinobu warns her that using the technique might blind her. Eyeballs are delicate, with very thin blood vessels and nerves, telling her to not endanger and burden herself by releasing such a powerful technique. But Kano rejects her warning, asking why should she worry about her vision when Shinobu gave her own life. She calls her sister sweet and an honourable person, declaring that she wanted to protect her life with her life, and she wanted her, Aoi, Kyo, Sumi and Naho and herself to all go home together. Kano activates flower-breathing final form, Equinential Vermilion Eye, causing her eyes to flush full of blood and her perception heightened to an even further level. The giant Bodhisattva becomes slow in her eyes. She realizes her protective coating that wraps around most of her eyeballs are turning red, and in that moment, quickly slices up the ice figure's hands to reach Doma. As she swings at Doma's decaying head, the Bodhisattva turns back and blasts Kano with icy fog, freezing her back and arms. Her sword reaches his neck, but she can no longer swing further, with her arms stuck frozen. Inosuke, seeing this, and having been recently saved by Kano, uses his new technique, Sudden Throwing Strike, hurling his blades at Doma. His swords connect with Kano's, gripping into them and driving her blade through Doma's neck, decapitating him in that moment. Doma expresses his disbelief at having his head sliced off. He expresses his self-pity for losing to a sword wielder who didn't have enough strength to slice off necks, even though he had put much effort into what he believed was for other people's sakes. However, he doesn't give up right away and thinks to himself that he still has a chance and might not die like Muzan. He also knows Akaza was also able to start growing back his head. However, as Doma's head falls to the floor and bounces, his body begins to disintegrate and he realizes that he is truly going to die. He thinks to himself how he doesn't feel anything, recalling back to his childhood. His mother had stabbed his father to death and the latter had flirted with numerous female followers, later committing suicide via poison shortly after. Despite this tragedy, his only thoughts were about ventilating the room. He couldn't comprehend the deaths because of his apathy and was only bothered by the smell of their blood. Doma remembers how he was turned into a demon at the age of 20 and lived for over a century, but in the end, human emotions had been alien to him. In the afterlife, Shinobu holds Doma's head in her right hand, the former expressing relief at Doma's death. With a smile, she states that she can now be at rest. Doma greets her, asking whether her name was Shinobu or Kane. Shinobu smiles and tells him that he doesn't have to remember their names, asking him not to address them because it was creepy. Doma compliments Shinobu about the intensity of the poison, claiming he didn't even notice the poison until it had fully circulated through his body. Shinobu explains that Tamio had assisted her in making the poison, expressing her slight frustration that if she could, she would have wanted to kill Doma with the poison she had made herself. Suddenly, Doma claims that his missing heart feels like it is beating, asking Shinobu whether this was love, expressing his surprise that emotions did indeed exist. He then goes on to think that heaven and hell may exist as well, asking Shinobu whether she wanted to go to hell with him. To this, the latter tells him to just go to hell already, as she is completely and utterly sick of him. Meanwhile, Inosuke stomps on the place where Doma's disintegrating head once was, yelling insults. Growing dizzy, he then falls to the ground. He recalls a conversation he had with Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Inosuke had been yelling that he didn't have a mother, but Tanjiro tells him that everyone has a mother, to which Inosuke responded that he was abandoned, which meant that his mother did not want him. Zenitsu replies that if Inosuke had truly been abandoned, his mother wouldn't have bothered to name him. Inosuke retorts back that he doesn't have memories of his mother, which was the same as not having one at all. But Tanjiro gently reminds him not to speak of his mother that way, stating that his mother must have loved him a lot. Suddenly, Inosuke begins to cry as he remembers his mother. Kano, on the other hand, looks for Shinobu's hair clip, noting her inability to see clearly from her right eye. She realizes her own hair clip, formerly Kane's, is now broken to her sadness. Kano apologizes to her sister and recalls the time when Kane had died. She was unable to cry at that moment, bothering her greatly. Kano had been making excuses inside of her heart and clutches at her chest, but when she feels the apparitions of Shinobu and Kane softly patting her on the head and telling her that she did well, Kane looks up to only find that they weren't there. Elsewhere in the dream world, Shinobu reunites with her sister and her parents. In the pond, holding both her adoptive sister's hairpins, Kano begins to cry. As Tanjiro sleeps, he smells something burning. He tries to sleep further, but he realizes that it is a fire, quickly jolting awake. He sees Giyu prodding his sword through a small fire he built. When asked by Tanjiro, Giyu states his wounds haven't stopped bleeding despite putting pressure on them, resulting in him burning them to Tanjiro's disgust. Giyu extended the offer to Tanjiro, noting if the bleeding in his arm didn't halt, he can burn them as well, to which Tanjiro worriedly agrees. Tanjiro stands upright and holds his sword out to be on guard, but Giyu states that this fight is only the beginning. The final goal is Muzan, but he is worried they may soon face Upper Moon 2 or even 1. At that moment, a Kasugai crow announces that Shinobu, Kano, and Inosuke had defeated Upper Moon 2 to the shock of both of the water breathers. Tanjiro then realizes that all of the Slayers are slowly getting closer to Muzan. Meanwhile, Matsuri had found Nikime, now the Upper Moon 4. Obanai realizes the previous one, defeated by Muchiro and company, had now been replaced. Matsuri laments that Shinobu risked her own life to win, despite being younger than her, giving her the motivation to attack Nikime head on. The demon summons a door, however, slamming Matsuri away to her embarrassment. Obanai catches her though and takes her to an upper platform to safety, only for the floors to be opened by Nikime, causing both of them to nearly fall. They regroup, however, Nikime retaliates by causing the floors Matsuri is standing on to rocket to the ceiling, resulting in her nearly getting crushed till she destroys the floor she is on. The Lovashira claims that she won't fall for that trick earlier, nearly hitting Nikime, who subsequently opens another door, causing an annoyed Matsuri to fall through. Obanai uses snake-breathing second form venom fangs of the narrow head, but misses when Nikime summons a building to block his path. To this, he comments that though Nikime's blood demon art isn't deadly, it's by far the most annoying and troublesome. Elsewhere, Gyome and Muchiro continue through the castle, sensing Muzan is close. Suddenly, a wall compartment pushes Muchiro, separating the two. He is forced through multiple walls before landing in a room full of numerous pillars. Inside the room, the demon notices him, and comments he looks rather familiar. Muchiro is shocked as it reveals that he is now face to face with the Upper Moon 1. The Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, examines Muchiro Tokito in the transparent world and recognizes something in the boy. As Muchiro looks on at him, thinking that the Upper Rank 1 is quite dignified and majestic, Muchiro notices the blade at the demon's side and wonders if he had been a demon slayer in the past. Suddenly, Muchiro's hand starts shaking with a sword handle in its grip, unable to shake the feeling of dread from being in front of Kokushibo. With his body refusing to battle, something that had never happened before in his entire life, Muchiro attempts to compose himself. Kokushibo asks him what his name was, and Muchiro tells him, with Kokushibo responding that the Tsukikuni name has died out. Puzzled, Muchiro asks him who Tsukiguni is, and Kokushibo continues saying that it was inevitable after so many centuries. The upper rank tells Muchiro that when he had been human, his name was Michikatsu Tsukiguni, and then reveals that Muchiro is his descendant. Muchiro's eyes widen with shock, and he refuses to believe it at first, with his mind swimming with questions about the upper rank. Coming back to Earth quickly, Muchiro steels himself and prepares to attack, with Kokushibo praising his mental strength, lauding him for overcoming his panic in such a short period of time, as Muchiro swoops forward and attacks him with a mist-breathing second form 8-layered mist that the demon effortlessly dodges in the blink of an eye. Appearing behind Muchiro, Kokushibo praises the boy's breathing technique, seeing that his descendant was a mist-breathing user, and then swiftly dodges a mist-breathing 5th form Sea of Clouds and Haze launched by the Mist Hashira. Accurately deducing Muchiro's age as being 14, Kokushibo is impressed that the boy's swordsmanship is so refined at his young age, and his mental fortitude to quell his fear and battle the demon, taking pride in the strength still flowing from those of his blood. Displeased, Muchiro rebuffs the upper rank, saying that if 100 years have indeed passed, then not a drop of Kokushibo's blood remains in him. Muchiro then activates his Demon Slayer mark and performs a mist-breathing 7th form Obscuring Clouds, a technique that Kokushibo had never seen before. As Muchiro slices at the demon's neck, Kokushibo quickly evades the attack, impressed with the beauty and grace of the technique. Drawing his own blade, Kokushibo performs moon-breathing 1st form Dark Moon Evening Palace that Muchiro is unable to keep up with, and the Hashira sadly loses his left hand as a result. Shocked that the upper rank is able to use breathing techniques as a demon, Muchiro quickly attempts to restrict the bleeding from the stump on his arm by tightening the sleeves of his robe with his teeth. He then dashes forward and attacks Kokushibo despite his injuries, and the demon is impressed at the courage and the skill of his descendant. As the Mist Hashira performs a mist-breathing 4th form Shifting Flow and Slash, Kokushibo catches the boy's blade between his fingers and turns it on him, pinning him to a pillar, and then he asks Muchiro to allow him to turn the Hashira into a demon so that he could serve Muzan Kibitsuji. Kokushibo stands in front of Muchiro after having pinned him to a pillar with his own blade and says that his heart is moved on seeing one of his own descendants, something he had never imagined. Muchiro stares at the upper rank in silence as Kokushibo continues and says that the Mist Hashira's arm would regrow once he became a demon, certain that Muzan would allow such a thing given that the other upper ranks had all been slain. Transfixed on his descendant, Kokushibo attempts to try and stem Muchiro's bleeding, but then says that if Muchiro died due to excess blood loss or if he was rejected by Muzan, then it would be fate. Kokushibo tells Muchiro that this would mean that he was a man and only meant to go so far. In the background, sneakily, Genya Shinazugawa attempts to sneak up on the demon. As he shoots at him, he is left utterly shocked as Kokushibo instantly appears behind him and asks if he agrees with his statement, slicing off Genya's gun arm so fast that he wasn't even able to notice. As Genya's left arm falls to the ground, the boy looks in shock and attempts to defend himself as Muchiro is horrified and yells out to Genya. Before his hand is able to fully draw his blade, Kokushibo swiftly slices off his other arm as well, leaving the boy bleeding profusely. He sees that Genya has been eating demons and slices his torso clean in half. Muchiro is horrified at the sight and attempts to pull the blade out of himself, but in vain as he is unable to make it budge. Kokushibo is surprised that Genya is still alive despite having his torso cut in half, and tells him that around 300 years ago there was another swordsman who ate demons just like he did, saying that he had killed a particular swordsman by slicing his torso in half. Kokushibo says that if the same strategy did not work on Genya, then perhaps the boy's weak point was actually his head. Genya tries to crawl towards his arms to attempt to reattach them, as Kokushibo says that he has no reason to allow a fake demon like him to live, and begins to slice at his head. Suddenly, he is intercepted by Sanemi Shinazugawa, performing the wind-breathing 4th form Rising Dust Storm as Genya is left shocked. Kokushibo immediately retreats backwards and recognizes Sanemi as the Wind Hashira, as the latter says that he is the wind that will rip off Kokushibo's head. Genya whispers to his brother, who roughly responds by calling Genya a pathetic little brother, telling him that the reason he went so far as to kill their own mother was that he wanted to protect Genya. Flashing back to a conversation he had with Tanjiro during his Hashira training, Genya remembers that Tanjiro told him he could not smell a tinge of hatred in Sanemi towards Genya, and Tanjiro had told him that he did not need to be afraid of his brother because Sanemi had loved him that entire time. Sanemi continues and tells Genya that he should have lived a normal life until he reached a ripe old age and attempted to make his wife and children happy, in return for all the happiness that had been taken from them, their siblings, and their mother. As Sanemi tells him that he would have not let a single demon get near Genya no matter what, Genya tears up and apologizes to his brother. Meanwhile, Kokushibo feels nostalgic upon seeing a pair of Demon Slayer brothers. Enraged though, Sanemi curses at Kokushibo and lunges forward to attack as Kokushibo slices at him. Ducking and sliding between Kokushibo's legs, Sanemi catches the demon's foot and flips him over, launching a wind-breathing first form Dust Whirlwind Cutter at the upper rank without pause. Sanemi matches blades with Kokushibo, who finally draws his sword out for all to see. A grotesque blade with eyes and veins running down the side of its length, and Sanemi notes how disgusting the sight of it truly is. Sanemi and Kokushibo go blade to blade, and the upper moon unleashes a moon-breathing 5th form moon spirit calamitous eddy that the Wind Hashira manages to dodge. Noting that Kokushibo is able to repeat his slashes without even moving his blade, Sanemi prepares to counterattack. Dashing forward, Sanemi performs a wind-breathing 3rd form Clean Storm Wind Tree and clashes with Kokushibo, but is unable to damage the upper rank. Impressed, Kokushibo lauds Sanemi's physical capabilities and notes that they are at their peak, as the Hashira is silently awestruck at the demon's own prowess. Analyzing Kokushibo's attacks and seeing that each slash is accompanied with smaller crescent-shaped blades that change their size randomly over time, Sanemi thinks to himself that he is not surprised Michiro lost to this demon, thinking that if it was not for his inexperience, he would surely have been able to cut him down by now. Sanemi gets excited at Kokushibo's skill and the fact that he is a demon using breaths. Seeing that this makes him a much tougher opponent, Sanemi is thrilled and calls Kokushibo a demon worth killing. Launching a wind-breathing 2nd form, Claws Purifying Wind, Sanemi leaps forward. As Kokushibo deflects Sanemi's attack, he looks up and sees the Wind Hashira about to slice down at him and blocks the blow. Suddenly, Sanemi goes straight for Kokushibo's neck with Genya's sword, maneuvering the blade with his right foot. Genya looks on in shock at this move as the upper moon narrowly evades. The two continue to battle, with Sanemi matching Kokushibo blow for blow, much to the demon's delight. The intense combat begins to take its toll on Sanemi, however, as the Wind Hashira finally slips up and narrowly messes up the tip of his swing, missing death by a small margin. Genya looks on with his eyes widening in concern, and Michiro calls out to Sanemi, who is frustrated but alright. Kokushibo reminisces over old battles and thinks back to a fight he had with a previous Wind Hashira back in the Sengoku era, and how both of them had improved their swordsmanship by fighting in a similar manner. Suddenly launching a moon-breathing 6th form Perpetual Night Lonely Moon, Kokushibo manages to slice Sanemi's chest and even cuts off all of the surrounding pillars in the room with his attack. Genya calls out to his brother, frustrated as the rubble blocks his view, leaving him unable to see his brother. With blood spilling from his chest, Sanemi stands up straight and finds slashes running alongside his torso. Kokushibo praises Sanemi's skill for having kept up with him for so long, but tells him that if he moves now, his organs would spill out. Suddenly, he tenses up as his pulse begins to race, and he is puzzled at this sudden change. Sanemi begins to cuckle as he sees that the effect of his rare blood even began to work on an upper rank. With a smirk, he lashes forward and attacks Kokushibo, taunting the demon for staggering as he gloats that his rare blood made demons go drunk off the smell of it as he begins to counterattack in earnest. The Wind Hashira recounts how he first learned about the special quality of his blood and thinks back to the night his mother became a demon. He noted that her movements had become duller after his blood had spilled and surmised that she had gotten drunk off the smell of it. Afterwards, he began to hunt demons all on his own, being unaware of the Demon Slayer core or Nichiren swords. Instead, he relied on his own blood to disorientate the demons, enough for him to restrain them and then quickly burn them in the sun. The nights were difficult for him, as he had become partially blind after killing his mother. Afterwards, he realized that this had been a reckless endeavor that he tried doing, and he had been incredibly lucky to actually have gotten through it unscathed. One day, while hunting for a demon, Sanemi ran into a demon slayer named Masachika Kumino, who was also hunting the same demon. This is where Sanemi learned the actual existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and would join them afterwards. They became friends and even fought and defeated lower rank 1 while working together. However, Masachika was fatally wounded in the fight against the lower rank and ended up dying, leaving Sanemi the only one to become a Hashira as a result of their win. Back in the fight against Kokushibo, Sanemi unleashes a wind-breathing 6th form Black Wind Mountain Mist, which the upper rank narrowly dodges. Shocked to see Sanemi being capable of fighting, Kokushibo guesses that the Hashira is squeezing his muscles to prevent his organs from spilling out and solidifying his blood with his breaths to stem his bleeding. Impressed at the Hashira's immense skill, Kokushibo notes that this is a feat no ordinary human could achieve, and begins trading blows with Sanemi. The Wind Hashira keeps pushing Kokushibo back, but the demon suddenly stomps down on his blade, preventing him from moving it, and then attempts to behead Sanemi. Flashing back to when he first became a Hashira, still raw from his sadness over the death of Masachika, Sanemi recalls his Hashira meeting. When they had first laid eyes on Kagaya Ubuyashiki, Sanemi had boiled with rage at seeing someone who was smiling while there were people who were suffering at the hands of demons, hurling verbal abuse at Oyukata, and saying he only saw the demon slayers as pawns. Sanemi had immediately earned the ire of his fellow Hashira with his disrespect. Gyome had reapproached him, but Kagaya assured the Hashira it was alright before things could escalate further, and then addressed Sanemi directly. Kagaya told him that he had wished to fight with a blade himself as well, but was never able to do more than 10 swings before his pulse went wild and he would have to stop. He continued and said that if the demon slayers were pawns, then he was nothing more than a pawn who moved them around as well. Kagaya continued his response to Sanemi's words and told the Wind Hashira that even if he died, nothing would change, as he already had successors. Oyukata said that since this was Sanemi's first Hashira meeting, and that he probably just had a misunderstanding, to treat him however he wished, and to just focus on protecting people's lives as a Hashira. Kagaya continued and said that it was his fault for calling Sanemi so soon after Masachika had died, as they had been as close as brothers. Sanemi was dumbfounded to hear this, and that Oyukata knew Masachika's actual name. After this, Kane Kocho told him that Kagaya had actually memorized all of the names of every single demon slayer, and their upbringings ever since he had taken over as the leader. Having been shocked to hear so, Sanemi had looked in awe as Kagaya had gotten up and informed them of Masachika's will, saying that the will of most demon slayers would be similar. Kagaya had handed over Kumino's will to Tsunemi, and the boy tearfully read it, and it told him that the demon slayers would always want their loved ones to live with a smile and to not die unnatural deaths at the hands of demons. Remembering these moments, Tsunemi pulls out a pistol and blocks Kokushibo's blade with the underside of it before firing straight at the demon's face. Kokushibo defiantly blocks the bullets with his blade and then unleashes a moon-breathing third form Lonesome Moon Chains. Tsunemi vanishes from the range of the attack, and Kokushibo exasperately says that the demon slayers just keep on coming as he sees Gyome standing in front of him. As the Stone Hashira declares that the demon slayers have permanence until every last demon slayer is exterminated from the world. Gyome tells Tsunemi to stitch up his stomach wound and that he would distract the demon to allow him to do so. Tsunemi agrees to this and apologizes for getting into such a state to begin with. As the Stone Hashira steps in to fight the upper rank, the demon notes with excitement that Gyome has refined his body to its utmost limits, saying that he hadn't seen a warrior with this strength in 300 years. Gyome continues swinging his flail and inhaling deeply the whole time, while Kokushibo notes that the air is being drawn towards him. Finally attacking Kokushibo with his weapon, Gyome looks on as the upper rank dodges his attack, but he quickly throws his axe at the demon as well. Kokushibo, who had been about to attack Gyome, is forced to abandon this idea and evade the axe as well. He attempts to attack again, but Gyome unleashes a stone-breathing second form upper smash. As Kokushibo evades this attack, Gyome catches him in his chains. Restrained, Kokushibo attempts to break free, but isn't capable of damaging Gyome's chains. The Stone Hashira attempts to cut off Kokushibo's head with his axe, but the demon dodges, only losing a lock of hair that is severed. Kokushibo is enraged and charges at Gyome, attempting to slice off his neck, but the Hashira jumps out of the way at the last second, flinging his axe at the upper rank, but only managing to tear off some of his robe. Continuing his assault, Gyome swings his flail at Kokushibo as the demon evades yet again. However, Gyome manages to catch Kokushibo's blade between his chains and pulls on them, shattering the blade, and the two face off with a stone-breathing fourth form volcanic rock, rapid conquest, and a moon-breathing second form pearl flowers moon gazing. As Kokushibo's blade finally recovers from the blow it received, he taunts Gyome by saying that no matter what damage he receives, it will all recover. In response, Gyome utilizes a technique he had been saving up for the battle with Muzan Kibutsuji, finally revealing his Demon Slayer mark. Inosuke and Kano run through the Infinity Castle, not knowing that just around the corner from them are Zenitsu and Murata. Back at the battle against Kokushibo, Michiro struggles to dislodge himself from where he had been pinned by the upper rank. Slowly dragging the blade out of his body with his remaining hand, Michiro manages to extract his blade and kneels over in pain. Wincing, he stems his bleeding and assesses his situation, noting that he would not be of much use with his current injuries, and that he would take some time to be able to stop his bleeding, as he had not been blessed with the same physique as someone like Tengen Uzui. Determined to do something no matter the cost though, Michiro resolves to do his best to defeat Kokushibo and aid those who are still fighting. As he grabs his blade and begins to run over to the fight, Michiro is distracted by Genya, calling out to him to get some of the hair that had been cut off from Kokushibo so that he could eat it and recover, as he wanted to fight till the end to be able to help his brother Sanemi. Meanwhile, Kokushibo and Gyome face off. The demon notices Gyome's Demon Slayer mark and says it is a pity, noting that Gyome looked to be at least 27 years of age. He then reveals that all those who had gotten Demon Slayer marks had died before they had become 25. Predicting that Gyome would die that same night, Kokushibo says that everything Gyome had worked for up to this point would all go to waste, and asks Gyome if he does not find that regrettable. Silently enraged at these words, Gyome tells Kokushibo that he and the other demon slayers had been aware of the story about those with marks all dying before reaching 25, asking what there was to regret about his life at that point. Gyome declares that no one could become a Hashira with such a half-hearted resolution, and declares that Kokushibo's words are insults to him. Kokushibo attempts to explain his views more by saying that he meant the techniques and body Gyome had worked to hone over the years, and wonders why Gyome cannot understand this. The Stone Hashira responds that there is nothing to understand, and that humans understood their dignity was best preserved by living and dying just as human beings. He rebukes Kokushibo further and tells him to not force his pathetic worldview on others and call it the supreme one. Continuing on, Gyome says that he had noticed Kokushibo had lied when saying no one with a Demon Slayer mark had lived past 25. Kokushibo attempts to deny this though, but is cut off by Gyome, saying that there must have been one exception, and Kokushibo suddenly jolts with an understanding and remembrance. Satisfied by this reaction, Gyome deduces that his theory was correct just as Kokushibo darts forward towards the Stone Hashira to slice at him, but Gyome is able to block. As the two trade blows, Sanemi recovers from his wounds after having been stitched up, having also acquired a Demon Slayer mark. He wastes no time in attacking Kokushibo in tandem with Gyome, and the demon thinks that all the Hashira of the current time are marked with the Demon Slayer marks. As the two Hashira continue attacking in sync, the demon is surprised at their skilled coordination, while the both of them say that they are grateful for the fact that they trained together in the Hashira training to allow such coordination. Michiro checks up on Genya and feeds him a fistful of hair from Kokushibo, which instantly heals his wounds. As he begins to become more aware of his surroundings, Genya marvels at this new speed of recovery and remembers that he still has a fragment of Kokushibo's blade he can eat to gain further strength, and is comforted by this knowledge. Suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji's voice echoes through Genya's head as he asks Kokushibo how many pillars he has defeated, before ordering him to not let any of them pass. Genya is further impressed at the concentration of the blood that Kokushibo possesses as the latter continues to battle with Gyome and Sanemi. Kokushibo notes that the pair of them must be among the stronger fighters and is especially impressed by Gyome. He sees that Gyome's weapons allow him to overcome his blindness. By swinging the chains, it creates an echo that allows Gyome to judge the distance and his surroundings by only using sound. Kokushibo declares that his best course of action would be to shatter Sanemi's blade by striking it from the side, and attempts to do exactly that. However, Sanemi is able to react and rotate his blade. He also forces Kokushibo's blade down onto the ground before launching an attack right at him in tandem with Gyome. The upper rank is impressed as Sanemi slices off more locks of his hair, and that his reflexes have actually improved since he was first wounded by the demon. Gyome cuts in close and lops off Kokushibo's left ear with his axe before Sanemi performs a wind-breathing first form dust whirlwind cutter that the upper rank is able to dodge. Working together, Gyome and Sanemi unleash stone-breathing first form serpentinite bipolar and wind-breathing 7th form gale sudden gusts respectively. However, it is revealed that they are only able to rip Kokushibo's kimono, and the demon rips it off entirely before proceeding to attack the two pillars from afar. They are left shocked by this new range and see that his sword has extended and more blades have suddenly branched out from it. Kokushibo declares that if he is able to defeat Gyome and Sanemi, then defeating everyone else will be quite easy. Suddenly, Shinazugawa is hit by Kokushibo's attack and loses the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Cursing his inability to react to the demon's strike, Sanemi notes that if it were not for Gyome using his chain to divert the trajectory of the attack, he would have lost both of his arms. He also sees that the smell of his rare blood was beginning to lose its effect on Kokushibo, realizing that he may quickly become a burden. A crow flies overhead, and Kuina Ubuyashiki asks Kariya if they should send over either Giyu or Tanjiro to assist the Demon Slayers in defeating Upper Rank 1. However, Kariya is firm in his beliefs that Gyome and Sanemi, Muichiro and Genya could defeat the demon, and orders for Giyu and Tanjiro to continue onwards to Muzan. Back in the battle, Kokushibo unleashes a moon-breathing 7th form Mirror of Misfortune Moonlit that sends shockwaves at the Demon Slayers from afar. Gyome is taken aback at the range of the attack, and Kokushibo continues to hammer away at the Hashira, this time with a moon-breathing 8th form Moon Dragon Ringtail that catches Sanemi's ankle and causes bleeding. Sanemi is frustrated at his inability to get in close to the demon's head, having to use all of his skill to just simply dodge his attacks. As the demon lines up another attack, he performs a moon-breathing 9th form Waning Moon Swords. Kokushibo causes yet more damage to Sanemi, slashing his back with the attack. Gyome yells out to Sanemi, but the Wind Hashira says to forget about him, as Kokushibo attempts to finish him off with a moon-breathing 10th form, drilling slashes moon through bamboo leaves, but Muichiro saves Sanemi. He says that he would not let Sanemi die, that he was capable of wielding his blade with both of his hands. Meanwhile, Genya looks on from behind a pillar, frozen in fear that he would simply be effortlessly dispatched by Kokushibo again. Hating his weakness, but still determined to keep his brother alive and help his friends, Genya stays rooted to one spot, neither making a move to attack Kokushibo nor retreating. He suddenly remembers Tanjiro's words that it was the weakest who had the most potential, when he explained how he had been able to turn the tide against Daki and Gyutaro. He told Genya that after a certain number of combatants, people would always prioritize the strongest, and thus their guard would be thinner against the perceived weaker opponents. Resolving to do his best, Genya takes out a shard of Kokushibo's blade, ready to swallow it and do his best to defeat the upper rank demon. Gyome attempts to perform stone-breathing 5th form Arcs of Justice at Kokushibo, but is interrupted by the latter's moon-breathing 16th form Moonbow Half Moon. The Stone Hashira is frustrated at the upper rank's never-ending wave of techniques and senses that the demon is too quick, picking him off exactly as he tries to fire a technique at him. Pondering over what it could be that the demon is seeing, Gyome attempts to focus and refine his senses, saying that demons are mere transfigurations of the human form, and anything they could do, a human could manage as well. Saying that his eyes could see human nature, Gyome declares that he would not be misled. Kokushibo unleashes another attack for a split second. Gyome, to his own shock, is able to see through him and discern his pulse. Over with Muichiro though, he attempts to get in close to Kokushibo and slow him down so that he can create an opening for Gyome or Sanemi to cut off the demon's head. Gyome notices this and coordinates with Sanemi to match Muichiro's run and distract Kokushibo from 3 sides, adjusting to Muichiro's plan on the fly. Kokushibo sees this as an opportunity to defeat all 3 of them at once and unleashes a moon-breathing 14th form Catastrophe 10-man Crescent Moon at all the Hashiras. All 3 manage to dodge his attacks however, and Gyome flings a Juzu bead right into the back of Kokushibo's right hand, shocking the demon just enough to halt his attacks and allow the Hashiras to launch their counteroffensive. Sanemi attacks Kokushibo, forcing him back, and Gyome cleaves off the demon's right shoulder along with his right arm. And Muichiro finishes off this trifecta of attacks by stabbing Kokushibo clean through the abdomen. Stunned, Kokushibo wonders how Muichiro had been able to dodge all of his attacks while he was wounded, deducing that this would only be possible if the child was also capable of entering the transparent world. Kokushibo acknowledges that Gyome had also been able to achieve such a state in the middle of their fight, and had also taken his own eyes into account by manipulating his blood flow to throw off Kokushibo's attacks. Undeterred, since the Demon Slayers had been unable to sever its neck despite their clever maneuver, Kokushibo plans on analysing their attacks to develop a counterattack and render them demoralised. Gyome and Sanemi charge at him, and Kokushibo prepares to unleash another 16th form, as Genya, looking demonic, steps out from behind Hashira and aims his transformed gun at the upper rank. He remembers Muchiro's advice to not hesitate, and says to himself that as long as he is able to slow down the demon, he is willing to go down with him. Genya fires his gun, but Kokushibo quickly diverts his attack to block the bullets. However, Genya's bullets rebound off Kokushibo's blade, but swerve back to attack him on their own. Shocked at this, Kokushibo looks up at Genya and sees that the boy and his gun have transformed, looking way more demonic than before. Suddenly, a large tree grows out of the bullets out of the back of Kokushibo, rooting him to the ground. Seeing that these are blood demon art, Kokushibo declares that Genya absorbed the locks of his hair and broken bits of his sword to acquire demon powers. His attention is diverted quickly as Gyome and Sanemi lunge at him. This causes him to get anxious and fearful, and he thinks back to the last time that he had felt so threatened. That had been almost 400 years ago, back when he had faced his younger brother, Yoruichi Sugikuni. It had been the night of a blood moon, and Kokushibo had encountered his younger brother, who should have been more than 80 years of age at the time. This was incredibly shocking to Kokushibo, as he thought those with the Demon Slayer marks did not live beyond the age of 25. Yoruichi had begun to cry at the sight of his brother, and told him that it was heart-wrenching. Seeing his normally reserved and quiet brother showing some emotion had left Kokushibo bewildered. However, this lasted for only an instant, as when Yoruichi grabbed his blade, he let off such an aura that Kokushibo was left stunned and afraid. As he charged, Yoruichi was so quick he left a slice through his brother's neck before he could even react. Seeing that his brother had lost none of his strength, Kokushibo had been enraged, and his old feelings of jealousy and hatred began to well up inside of him once more. Kokushibo wanted to kill Yoruichi, but knew that he would die with Yoruichi's next attack, as even Muzan Kibutsuji had been pushed to the brink when he faced Yoruichi's skill. However, that next attack never came, as Yoruichi died, resting on his blade, but still standing on his feet. Kokushibo lets out a howl and emits crescent-shaped shockwaves from his body that slice at all of the Demon Slayers. The demon suddenly grows blades from his body, and the Demon Slayers are all pushed back, with Genya being vertically sliced in half, though Muchiro stubbornly hangs on to his blade, still piercing Kokushibo's torso. Gyome and Sanemi charge at Kokushibo, and Muchiro decides that he needs to do something to kill Kokushibo so that the other pillars would be able to save as much of their strength for the fight against Muzan. Muchiro's grip on his blade tightens, and it suddenly starts to turn it red, much to both his and Kokushibo's shock. The demon suddenly stiffens up in agony as the bright red blade sears his very cells. Taking advantage of the demon's newfound immobility, Sanemi slices at his neck, and Genya activates a blood demon art from afar at the flesh bullet still inside Kokushibo, and makes a tree grow out of his back. Kokushibo attempts to swipe at Genya, but finds that he is unable to activate his technique, and Gyome swipes at his head with his flail. Kokushibo resists having his neck cleaved off, and Gyome swipes at it from below with his axe, but Kokushibo is able to keep it at bay with his blade somehow, noting that he is unable to activate his own blood demon art due to the tree using up so much of his own blood to grow itself. Kokushibo looks at Muchiro's blade again and is reminded of Yoruichi's blade, thinking back to a conversation he had with his brother in the past. In that conversation, Kokushibo had asked his brother what his plans of succession was, as he believed there was no one powerful enough to match them, and worried that their perfect breath techniques would fade from the world one day. But Yoruichi had responded to this by saying that they were not as big of a deal as he was making them out to be, and that there would come a day where there were those who would surpass them. He continued and said that they could reach the end of their days feeling nothing but ease. Meanwhile, Sanemi had jumped and swung his blade down on Gyome's flail to force it down and chop off Kokushibo's neck. Suddenly, both the weapons turned bright red at the spots where they made contact with each other, and they finally mustered up enough strength to chop off Kokushibo's neck and snap his blade in two. As this happens, the demon could only remember his brother's words of how the children born after them would surpass them and reach even further heights. Thinking back to the time he spoke with Yoruichi about his confidence that their generation would be the golden age of the Demon Slayer Corp, Kokushibo remembers how he had been disgusted at his brother's response. He wonders what had been so funny at the future ahead of them that there would be Demon Slayers who could surpass them. Kokushibo acknowledges the strength and the talent of those who had been fighting him, noting how they had not let go of their blades despite their severe injuries, and the capabilities of using blood demon arts despite being only human, continuing on in spite of blood loss and even managing to turn their blades red though they were not sun-breathing users. Asking what had been so funny about being able to predict such a future as this, Kokushibo says that the mere thought of losing made him seethe with anger. Resolving not to lose, he manages to stem the bleeding from the stump of his neck, much to the shock of Gyome, who tells Sanemi to keep attacking the demon, to finally end him and not let the sacrifices of Genya and Muchiro to be in vain. Sanemi is fired up at those words and unleashes the wind-breathing 8th form primary gale slash at Kokushibo, as Gyome follows it up with his stone-breathing 5th form arcs of justice. The upper rank manages to dodge Gyome's axe and slices off Muchiro's sword hand. He attempts to pull out the boy's blade and also remove the stump Genya summoned on him. Kokushibo's head slowly begins to regenerate as he continues to evade strikes from both Gyome and Sanemi. Much to their shock, he manages to fully regrow a new head, but is far more monstrous than what he had looked like before. Determined, the Hashira continue their onslaught to defeat the upper rank, and as Sanemi charges at him, Kokushibo sees the reflection of his new face in Sanemi's blade. Shocked and disgusted at the ugliness of his new form, the demon remembers the words of his brother from their childhood, where he resolved to become the strongest samurai in the country after his own brother. Reflecting on these memories, Kokushibo wonders if this is the form of a samurai, and if it is truly what he had wanted. Suddenly, the spot near his stomach where he had been stabbed by Muchiro begins to crumble away on its own. In the split second that follows this, Kokushibo is completely and utterly shocked. But Gyome and Sanemi manage to cleave off his new head, leaving him completely unable to use his blood demon art. Still unwilling to lose though, Kokushibo attempts to muster up more strength, but suddenly remembers the words of his brother from their final fights. Kokushibo questions his motives and wonders if all of this is what he had wanted from his life and deeds, calling himself a disgrace to life, and acknowledges that all he ever wanted to do was be like his brother, Yoruichi. Kokushibo remembers his past with his brother and says that those who do not envy others are merely lucky, as they have not encountered someone who was so strong and vivid that they scorched everything as if they were the sun. He thinks back to when they were born and says that during their time they were considered unlucky, as twins caused succession disputes. Yoruichi had been born with a mark on his forehead, which was considered hideous, and he thinks his father had ordered for him to be killed. However, upon hearing this news, their mother had been enraged at him, so it was decided that Yoruichi would be sent off to a temple when he became 10 years old instead. The brothers were kept separated, and Kokushibo, then Michikatsu, would often see Yoruichi clinging to their mother's side, and he had found his brother to be pitiful and childish. Michikatsu would sneak to Yoruichi's room when their father wasn't looking, and even made him a flute. People had believed Yoruichi was deaf, as he had never spoken a word until the age of 7. One day, while practicing sword swings in the garden, Michikatsu was chilled to the bone, noticing Yoruichi staring at him silently from next to a tree. Suddenly, Yoruichi spoke and asked him if his dream was to become the strongest samurai in the country. Michikatsu was so shocked he dropped his wooden sword, and Yoruichi burst into a smile and said that he would become the second strongest samurai. However, Michikatsu was merely disgusted at his brother's lack of awareness, saying that a kid who ran with his mother every time he saw her could never become a samurai. Yoruichi began to hang around Michikatsu's sword practices and asked to be taught their way as well, so Michikatsu's trainer gave him a small shinai. With basic instructions on how to hold the sword and a form stance, the trainer asked Yoruichi to charge him. To Michikatsu's shock, Yoruichi was able to shatter the trainer's wooden sword, flip him over, and knock him out unconscious in only 4 swift strikes. The trainer even grew swellings the size of fists in the spots where Yoruichi had struck him. Yoruichi lost his desire to become a samurai as he disliked the feeling of hitting someone and felt horrible for it. Michikatsu was greatly intrigued at his brother's strength and tried to learn his secret. After much coaxing, Yoruichi said that their opponent's lungs expanded, so they just had to closely watch their bone movement, muscle contraction, and blood flow. Michikatsu had difficulty following this, but was able to summarize that his brother could see through living things.
He felt jealous that his brother had such an immaculate talent to fight with, but absolutely no desire to fight, as Yoruichi told him that he would rather just fly a kite with his brother. Later on, Michikatsu realized that his position with Yoruichi would become reversed, and he would be the one to live in the temple instead. However, that night, Yoruichi came to him and told him that their mother had passed away, and that he would be running away from their home for good, saying that he would always cherish the flute his brother had made for him before running off. The next day, Michikatsu read their mother's diary and saw written in it that Yoruichi had realized that he would become the heir, which is why he had decided to leave the house earlier than planned. He also learned that Yoruichi was aware of their mother's illness and that she had been suffering pains in her left side for several years. Michikatsu made the connection between her illness and Yoruichi's constant clinging to her mother's left side whenever he saw her, and realized that his brother had in fact been supporting their mother the entire time, crushing the page as he lost control of his jealousy. Thinking back to his past with Yoruichi, Kokushiba remembers how he had begged for Yoruichi to die as the justice of the world went amiss with his very existence. Their father had sent envoys to the temple Yoruichi was supposed to be at in the hopes of making his younger son his heir, but found that he had never arrived there, and so Michikatsu had inherited everything. For a decade afterwards, he lived in peace, even getting married and having a child. However, one day, his military encampment had been attacked by demons, who slaughtered all his troops and were about to do him in as well, until a timely intervention from no one other than Yoruichi. The moment he laid eyes on his brother again, Michikatsu's tranquil days came to an end as he saw how much stronger Yoruichi had become, and his jealousy and anger was only stoked by the latter's good-natured apology for not being able to save his subordinates. Possessed by his jealousy, Michikatsu abandoned his family and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He saw that Yoruichi had begun to teach the Demon Slayers how to use sun breathing and sword techniques. None were able to reach his level and perform them. However, he had to work around this limitation, instead focusing on the strengths of each individual and teaching them a breath style suited for them. More people began to grow marks like Yoruichi had, and the power of the Demon Slayers increased, and even Michikatsu himself grew a mark, which was the same as Yoruichi's. Michikatsu was also unable to use sun breathing and had to resort to using a derivative which he named moon breathing, anguished by the fact that he was unable to catch up to his brother. Soon the Mark Demon Slayers began dying in numbers, as they learned that the Mark shortened their lifespans in exchange for getting stronger, which signaled that the golden age of Demon Slayers would soon come to an end, and that he himself had little time left remaining actually as well. It was with these thoughts in his head that Michikatsu came face to face with Muzan Kibutsuji, who offered to turn him into a demon, saying that with his nigh immortality, Michikatsu would be able to perfect his techniques as much as he pleased. Michikatsu accepted the offer and felt as if he had been freed from all of his obligations. This was fleeting, however, as when he once again faced his brother, Kokushibo was utterly outclassed, and he saw with his own eyes that his brother had transcended the world. Even Muzan had been unable to lay as much as a scratch on him, and Yoruichi had died undefeated in his old age. Out of sheer hate, at once again coming up short against his brother, Kokushibo swiped at Yoruichi's standing corpse with his blade, slicing it into several parts. However, there was one final surprise in store for him, and he saw that a bag fell out of Yoruichi's robes, the one that contained the flute he had made for him when they were children. Seeing that his brother had still cherished their memories together, Kokushibo tears up, but is also frustrated at his brother's continued excellence. Kokushibo says that he had been unable to forget Yoruichi's face throughout his entire life, despite wishing desperately that he would. He said that Yoruichi had been like the sun, and that people around him yearned for him, and to be like him, but their only option had been to fail and vanish away. Recognizing that he hadn't been able to obtain anything, having abandoned everything, he had to emulate his brother, and had even been unable to wipe out his breath style despite killing all those who knew its forms alongside Muzan. Kokushibo finally disintegrates away as he wonders why he had even been born, asking Yoruichi this question as he finally faded away. Kokushibo disintegrates away, but Sanemi Shinazugawa continues to blindly charge at him, and Kyome has to stop the Wind Hashira, telling him that the fight is over. He is shocked to see that Sanemi is in fact unconscious, and had been attacking the upper rank in that actual state.
Genya, still alive, looks on at this scene and weakly whispers Gyome's name, and the stone Hashira walks up to check on him and is shocked that the boy is still somehow alive. He deduces that it must be due to absorbing a demon, and Genya tells him to focus on treating Muchiro instead. Gyome lays Sanemi next to Genya, who is relieved to see that his brother is still alive. The stone Hashira heads over to Muchiro, who lies lifeless on the ground, staring straight above. The stone Hashira closes his eyes and says that Muchiro had been valiant until the very end, and said that they owed their victory to the efforts of both Muchiro and Genya. Gyome closes Muchiro's eyes shut and says that they would continue onwards to defeat Muzan. Muchiro opens his eyes in the afterlife and finds his brother Yuichiro Tokito standing in front of him, with tears in his eyes, angrily telling him to go back. He begins to well up in Muchiro's eyes as he is hurt that his brother still does not praise him for all his efforts and asks why his brother is still bent on rejecting him. Yuichiro responds by asking why he worked so hard instead of running away, and Muchiro says that it was because he could not abandon his friends. But Yuichiro is adamant and calls his brother's death a pointless one, asking if he even knew why he was born. Muchiro retorts that his brother had died when he was 11 and was more pitiful than himself, going on to say that he was born to be happy. Muchiro tells his brother how he had sad and painful moments ever since they had been left alone by the deaths of their family, but despite that, he had managed to smile again. This was down to all the friends he had made and all the times he had shared with them. Muchiro says that he has no regrets, he hadn't run away from anything, and even laid his life down for his friends, and asks his brother not to call his death a pointless one, as coming from him, those words hurt more than they would otherwise. Yuichiro apologizes for his words and hugs his brother. Meanwhile, Sanemi comes in and sees Genya disintegrating before his eyes. Horrified, he screams out, shocking Gyome as Genya apologizes for being a burden and thanks him for protecting him. Sanemi says that he hadn't protected him at all, as he is dying right now, despite all of his efforts, but Genya responds that his brother had tried his hardest and that he had done enough. Genya says that he wants Sanemi to be happy, as he knew his brother was the sweetest person in the entire world. Sanemi cries as Genya fully disintegrates, and Gyome walks up behind him to remind him that it wasn't fully over until they defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. As word spreads of the deaths of Muchiro Tokito and Genya Shinizugawa, Tanjiro begins to cry. Quickly attempting to compose himself though, he thinks of how everyone else had to keep their feelings in check and fought till the very end. Thinking back to the letter he received from Senjuro, which had revealed to him that there were in fact 13 forms of the Hinokami Kagura, one more than the 12 forms he currently knew, resolving to do his best to defeat Muzan regardless, Tanjiro continues to run forward with Giyu. Meanwhile, Kariya realizes that they would be unable to make it to where Muzan was in time, and Tamiyo wouldn't be able to hold off the demon for much longer. As he learns that the first group of demon slayers have reached Muzan's location, with the second troop also close, he immediately issues an order for the demon slayers to stand by and not approach Muzan, saying that they should further wait for the Hashira to arrive. As the first troop stands in front of the capsule of flesh Muzan is locked in along with Tamiyo, they see that they are unable to reach it as it is suspended over a steep fall into the depths of the Infinity Castle, being suspended in a place by outgrowths of flesh from the capsule. One of the demon slayers suggests that they should slice at the outcroppings of flesh. He is interrupted, however, by Muzan bursting out of the capsule with a jump. The demon kills the entire first troop in mere seconds as Kariya reiterates his orders for the troop to maintain its distance, as they would only serve as food for Muzan to recover. The crow's cries are wasted, however, as the entire troop has already been killed by Muzan, and he also strikes at the crow, beheading it in one stroke. He says that when one lives for 1,000 years, they lose the feeling of enjoying the taste of their food. But now that he was hungry, he found the taste of his victims to be incredibly delicious. He thanks Kagaya Ubuyashiki for unwittingly preparing this feast for him, and says that he was unaware of which of his children led the Demon Slayer Corps now, but they were quite superb. Thinking that he might turn the new Oyukata into a demon to replace his now dead subordinates if they bowed before him, a mouth on the palm of Muzan's hand finishes eating, and he holds up Tamiyo's severed head. Kariya orders the second troop to retreat at once to prevent Muzan from recovering any more of his strength by eating more people. Meanwhile, Muzan gloats at Tamiyo and says that her medicine to cure demons and turn them back into humans had failed, as the woman responds that this would be the day where Muzan would finally go to hell. The demon flippantly responds that hundreds of people had said those same words to him before, but they had yet to come true. Tamio tells him to give back her husband and children, and Muzan coldly looks at her and says that in that case she could go and join the family that she had killed, as he crushes her head in his hands. Elsewhere in the Infinity Castle, Yushiro immediately falls to the ground while running as this happens, tearing up on the floor and gritting his teeth in rage at Tamio's death. Muzan swiftly makes short work of the second troop as well, slicing through them all in one move as Karaya orders for them to fall back, asking about Gyu's whereabouts. Muzan says that not one of them was of use to him as he killed them, and declares that he will end the Demon Slayer corpse on this night, as he also smirks with an evil expression. Karaya Ubuyashiki panics and regrets the great loss of life to all the Demon Slayers who had been slain by the newly reawoken Muzan, blaming himself for the failure. He begins to lose focus of what is around him and continues to fear that he has wasted years of effort by his predecessors and all the Demon Slayers who had given their lives in the fight against Muzan. Kanata though slaps him out of this, much to their sister Kunoi's shock, and yells at him to keep himself together and issue his next orders as the battle was still ongoing. Realizing his father and forefathers had gone through all of the same pressure, Karaya recomposes himself and orders for his reinforcements to be sent to Muzan's location, and to focus their power on one point to get rid of Muzan once and for all. Kanata heads back to her seat, and Karaya thanks both his sisters for being there to support him, as they both tearfully accept his thanks. A crow announces to the other Demon Slayers that Muzan has been revived and passes on Karaya's orders for all the other Hashira to gather immediately. Mitsuri is shocked to hear the news, as Obanai curses the fact that he and Mitsuri are being held back by Nekime, while the others had already slain the upper rank, even at the cost of Muchiro and Genyu's lives. Mitsuri is confused at the order they have received and wonders if that means that they should meet up with the other Hashira, and leaves Nekime alone. Suddenly, she is whisked away by the hem of her cloak by someone, as Nekime plays her biwa again. Meanwhile, Muzan, who was standing amidst the corpses of all the Demon Slayers he had killed, is suddenly teleported into a large room with Tanjiro and Gyu joining him. Tanjiro is shocked to see the demon, and his mind floods with the memories of his family's murder, Nezuko as a demon, and all of his fallen comrades. Enraged, he grips his sword tightly and looks fiercely at Muzan, but Gyu tells him to calm himself down. Muzan begins to speak to them again, saying that they are all persistent, and that sickens him to the bottom of his heart. Continuing on, the demon says that the Demon Slayers always talked about avenging their families or friends, believing that instead, they themselves should just be thankful for the fact that they had not died and simply go back to the way that they used to live their lives. Tanjiro is shocked at these words and asks Muzan what he is saying, as the demon compares himself to a natural disaster, saying that no one saw vengeance on earthquakes or storms when they killed people, concluding that the dead could not be brought back to life and that they should all just go back to earning their daily wages. He says that most humans do that, and the only reason the Demon Slayers did not do the same was because they were a bunch of deviants, and he was sick of dealing with deviants. Muzan says that he is the only one who truly wanted this state of affairs to come to an end, as Tanjiro comes to a boiling point and says with a calm, seething rage that Muzan was a being that should not be allowed to exist. As Tanjiro stares down Muzan, the young Demon Slayer notes to himself how this is the first time he has ever felt such sheer rage at any living being. Knowing that the Demon Lord will not be defeated by simply cutting off his head, and that they will have to drag him out into the sun to truly be rid of him for good, aiming to stall Muzan and buy enough time for the other Demon Slayers to join them, Tanjiro resolves to get any information that could prove useful out of this skirmish to tell the others and make the task easier for all of them. Muzan suddenly swings his tubes at both Tanjiro and Gyu, but the Demon Slayers are able to dodge the attack. Muzan gazes at his attack, taking in his new form's prowess, and then unleashes even more ferocious attacks at the Demon Slayers. Gyu just barely blocks the attack with a water-breathing 11th form dead calm, and the Water Hashira notes the speed of the attacks and also that the tubes are as sharp as swords. Tanjiro is entirely unable to keep up with the attacks and dodges them on pure instinct, but still attempts to get through the tubes closer to Muzan. He manages to do so, but before he is able to attack, Muzan, the demon, slices at him and manages to cut his eye. Gyu comes in close to scoop Tanjiro up and away from Muzan, warning the boy not to get too close, saying that Muzan is far stronger than an upper rank and that it is best to keep their distance, as beheading Muzan will have no effect.
Muzan asks if 3 Hashira are really enough to accomplish this task. The Count takes Giyu and Tanjiro by surprise as Muzan continues on saying that Obanai and Mitsuri had already been killed by his subordinate Nakime, as he had seen through her eyes. The Demon Slayers dodge another wave of attacks from Muzan, and Tanjiro urges himself to not become a burden now that he has lost an eye. Attempting to use his smell to keep up, Tanjiro is shocked as he finds that Muzan's attacks are so fast he is unable to even smell them. Finding himself unable to keep up his breaths, Tanjiro's new blind spot gives him a harsh reminder of the existence as he smacks into a wall on his right side. Giyu calls out to the boy as Muzan launches attacks his way. Suddenly, Mitsuri bursts into the scene by breaking through the wall behind Muzan, and the demon and Giyu look on in shock at the fact that she is still alive. Unleashing a love-breathing sixth form, cat-legged winds of love, Mitsuri looks on dumbfounded as Muzan shrugs off the attack with ease and doesn't even take a scratch from it. While this happens, Obanai picks up Tanjiro and orders for him to fall back instead of being a burden, in which Tanjiro is grateful that Obanai and Mitsuri are still somehow alive. Obanai does a double take in shock, telling Tanjiro to worry about himself first. Looking on, Muzan wonders how the 2 Hashira he had seen to be dead could still be alive. He yells Nakime's name, asking what is going on, and Yushiro responds to him, saying that he is controlling her right now. The castle begins to shake violently as Yushiro yells with tears in his eyes that Muzan had committed the gravest sin in the world by killing Tamio, and declares that he will wipe the Demon Lord from the face of the world. The Hashira battle Muzan, but the site of their battle repeatedly changes within the Infinity Castle, and Mitsuri begins to get dizzy. Muzan snarls at them, and the love Hashira cowers in fear, wishing for Gyome to arrive and aid them. Saying that Yushira's plan to have them pretend to be dead was now in shambles, and that Giyu and Tanjiro were in greater danger than they had realized. Flashing back to Yushiro explaining his plan to her, Mitsuri recalled how the demon told her to cooperate with him if she wasn't an idiot. She said to herself that she wasn't one, agreed, and Yushiro told her to distract Nakime so that he would be able to sneak up behind her and take control of her mind, to show her a false vision to feed Muzan of all of the Hashira being dead, so that they would be able to storm him at once with him being caught unaware. Mitsuri is amazed at this ability of his and tells him so. Back at the battle with Muzan, the landscape continues to rapidly change as the Demon Lord identifies that Yushiro is controlling Nakime. He attempts to wrestle back control of Nakime's mind from Yushiro and manages to weaken the young demon's hold, even beginning to spread his cells to Yushiro's hands. A demon slayer next to Yushiro offers to be eaten by the demon to strengthen him and give him a better chance against Muzan, but Yushiro fiercely rejects this notion. Muzan's attention is suddenly brought back to the battlefield as Giyu and Iguro attack him with water-breathing fourth form Striking Tide and serpent-breathing first form Winding Serpent Slash respectively. Yushiro begins to fight back while Muzan is distracted and manages to have Nakime change the battlefield again, leaving Muzan and the Hashira falling. As he falls, Muzan reaches forward and clenches his fist, destroying Nakime's skull. Sensing that the castle will soon collapse, Yushiro attempts to transport all of the Demon Slayers out of the castle before it is destroyed. The floor reappears beneath them all again as the Demon Slayers continue to fight against Muzan and dodge his attacks. Tanjiro gets hit by one of the attacks and his right shoulder begins bleeding. The castle begins to creak and Obanai senses that it will soon be destroyed, noting that if it happens then only Muzan would survive. As Mitsuri notices that they are all being pushed upwards, Muzan launches an attack at her, taking her completely by surprise. Tanjiro rushes forward though to intervene and swings his blade, flinging a Demon Slayer's broken sword straight into Muzan's head, taking the demon by surprise and infuriating him further. The castle finally stops moving as it bursts through the ground to the outside, flinging them all to the surface. Tanjiro regains consciousness and sees the night sky above him, finally back at the surface after Yushiro had worked so hard to get them all there. Realizing that they were in the middle of a city, Tanjiro panics and Karaya Ubuyashiki sweats while saying that they were flung much further than he had expected. He asks his sister how long until dawn, and she tells him that there is still an hour and a half before daybreak. Karaya's eyes widen at the knowledge that there's still so much longer left. A crow tells the Demon Slayers how much longer they have left until dawn, and taking note of the fact, Tanjiro looks around to confirm that his comrades are doing alright. Relieved that the Hashira who had been with him are all safe, Tanjiro moves out to find Muzan. Suddenly, the Demon Lord bursts through a pile of rubble, sending it flying in all directions.
Enraged, Muzan taunts the Demon Slayers and dares them to keep him there until dawn if they can even do so. He launches a wave of attacks that the Hashira all evade and then begin to attack Muzan. Obanai with the serpent-breathing third form Coil Choke, and Mitsuri with her love-breathing second form Love Pangs. Giyu then attacks with the water-breathing 8th form Waterfall Basin. Obanai manages to slice through Muzan's neck, but is surprised to see that his blade goes through the demon and is unable to leave any damage. He realizes that he is regenerating the instant they damage him. At once, Muzan resumes his attacks on all the Hashira. However, he is pushed back by the junior demon slayers who wish to give their lives to take out Muzan. All of them begin attacking him together and quickly make an opening for those who are able to fend off Muzan, giving them a chance to survive. The Hashira are horrified at the chaotic battle scene and their subordinates being killed one by one to protect them. Tanjiro struggles for air, unable to keep fighting due to the pain of his words. Muzan explains that those who die immediately from his attacks are fortunate, for even a wound would be fatal. Those who die from them will suffer a greater pain. He nods towards Tanjiro as the boy lies on the ground, writhing in pain with a tumor growing out the entire right half of his face. Saying that he mixes his blood into all of his attacks, Muzan tells Tanjiro that he won't become a demon since the concentration of his blood in his attacks is too high. He would be poisoned instead, destroying Tanjiro's cells and ending him. Tanjiro continues to writhe in pain, grabbing his throat as Muzan confidently declares that the boy is dead. Sakonji shakes with fear as Nezuko wakes him up for the second time. As soon as she opens her eyes, he asks her what's wrong. Outside, Tengen Uzui and Shinjuro look on in shock as Nezuko somehow begins to run away. Uzui yells after her, asking where she's going, while his colleague Shinjuro reports to Karaya Ubuyashiki that the girl had begun to run away. Karaya was afraid that Muzan might be influencing her, but he felt his father's hand on his shoulder. The voice reassured Karaya that it would be okay and all he needed to do now was let Nezuko make her own decisions. Karaya ordered them not to follow her, to their initial consternation, as if she were caught by a demon they would be able to retrieve her. However, he tells them with tears in his eyes that his father had told him it would be alright. Nezuko is faster than Sakonji and he loses her just as she leaps off a cliff after being pointed in the direction by her father's ghostly appearance. As she lands safely, Sakonji is shocked to see that Tamio's medicine to make her human again had not worked. Elsewhere, Giyu, Obanai and Mitsuri continue to battle Muzan, who had manifested his malevolent presence over Tanjiro's face. The tumor can be seen growing just above his eye. They are all struck by this, but Muzan unleashes another flurry of attacks and commends them for still being able to move. However, those with Demon Slayer marks would not fall so easily. Mitsuri's wound flares as she is unable to move, yelling at her companions to protect themselves. Muzan's outstretched whip is suddenly cleaved off by Gyomei to Mitsuri's relief. The Stone Hashira apologizes for being late as Muzan recognizes him as the demon who slew Kokushibo. He is suddenly taken aback as he is sliced clean down the middle from behind by Sanemi, who also flings a few bottles of oil towards the demon, who slashes them and gets drenched in the liquid. Sanemi backflips away and lights a match midair, throwing it towards Muzan, setting the demon on fire. Muzan cries out that Sanemi played a dirty trick, to which the Hashira responded that it's the perfect fit for the demon, saying he will grind him to smithereens. Murata peeks out from the rubble at the scene and Giyu notices him, yelling at him to carry Tanjiro to safety as the boy is unable to move. Touched that Giyu remembers his name, Murata carries Tanjiro forward as the boy begins to dream. While envisioning the past, Tanjiro is back at home with an axe in hand chopping firewood, but he is shocked that he cannot smell anything. Tanjiro notices he is in a home that looks similar to his own and not actually his own. Confused at the fate that has befallen him, he comes across a nearby man who is bowing respectfully before him. He realizes this must be the swordsman of the first breath, Yoruichi Tsukikuni. Meanwhile, Murata is doing all he can to resuscitate Tanjiro's physical body. He was unable to find a pulse and the heart had stopped beating. Back at the home, Yoruichi reveals that he came to speak about what was on his mind and he wanted someone to listen. Tanjiro wonders if it involves the 13th form. He says it's been 2 years since they last met and he's glad that Yoruichi is doing alright. Tanjiro was surprised to see this, but he also noted that Sumire had grown up since they last met. He realizes that his actions and words are those of his ancestor Sumiyoshi, meaning he cannot interact with them. Yoruichi states though that he is happy to see him happy, saying he is happy when he sees other people happy, and believing it to be a blessing to be born in this world. His mother was a very religious woman who often prayed for peace in the world. She would pray to the sun god to shine on his ears, back when he was considered deaf. He worried her when he couldn't speak as a child, something that only got worse with his age. His brother, Michikatsu, was a kind boy who always worried for him despite garnering abuse from his father for it, even gifting him with a handmade flute. The day his mother died, Yoruichi ran from the house, knowing that he was unwanted, and he was to become a priest of the temple, as well as ensuring Michikatsu would be the rightful heir. He ran as far as he could, seeing the beautiful night sky, but despite running for almost an entire day, his feet never became tired. Soon after, Yoruichi came across a young girl, around his age, standing alone in a paddy. When asked about what she was doing, she sadly states that her entire family had died of a plague, leaving her the only survivor. She wanted to take some tadpoles home for company, but she remained unmoving for the rest of the day, and as the sun began to set, she decided to release them, unwilling to separate the tadpoles from their families. Yoruichi offered to take her home with him, and as she looked at his face, he saw that her eyes were dark, like obsidian. The girl's name was Uta, and she began living with Yoruichi. She was talkative, capable of speaking for almost an entire day, while he was quiet. But Uta taught him how different he was to normal people. She stated she had never met another person who could see inside a living creature like Yoruichi can. This enlightenment led him to realize why he always felt like an outsider. But Uta cared for Yoruichi greatly. He considered himself like a kite with a cut string. She grabbed it and held on tight. 10 years later, Yoruichi and Yuta had married, and Yuta was pregnant, expecting her first child soon. Yoruichi went to get a midwife to prepare for the birth while hoping to return before sunset. While out, he encounters an old man attempting to cross the mountain despite being in poor shape. The man's son was wounded in battle, and Yoruichi took the man to see him for his final moments. Deciding to fetch the midwife the next day, he ran home as quickly as he could, but the sun had already set. Yoruichi found Uta had been killed by a demon along with the child inside her belly. As a shocked Tanjiro listens, Yoruichi comments that even if something is more precious than your own life, others can easily trample over it. He spent 10 days absent-mindedly cradling the corpses of his family until a demon slayer chasing the demon had found him. He told him that he believed the two should receive proper burials. All he ever wanted to do was live with his family in a small house. He wanted to have the futons close together, at a distance, where he could see their faces or easily reach out and grab their hands. It would have been enough for him, but that dream would never happen, he sadly says. Demons exist in this beautiful world. Yoruichi became a demon slayer shortly after this, learning people had been chasing demons for a long time, yet nobody had used breaths like him, so he taught them how they worked. The best swordsmen were known as the Hashira, and now armed with the new breaths of flame, water, wind, and stone, their powers increased even further. They began killing demons like never before. Yoruichi, also adding his own brother, had also joined upon the deaths of his subordinates. Soon after, Yoruichi came face to face with the originator of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, and he finally understood upon meeting him that he knew he had been born for only one purpose of defeating that man. After crossing paths with Muzan, Yoruichi immediately senses his violent intent, comparing it to magma erupting from a volcano. Muzan instigates the confrontation by stating his disinterest in swordsmen that use breathing techniques. Shortly after, he unleashes his attack and attempts to kill him. Though Yoruichi dodges the attack, he knew that even if a single strike hit him, it would be fatal. By seeing through Muzan's transparent body, Yoruichi was able to discern that he had a total of 7 hearts and 5 brains. Despite his immense power, Yoruichi manages to complete his sword forms and combine them into a single attack, overwhelming Muzan completely. As Tanjiro, through Sumiyoshi, listens to the story, he realizes Yoruichi had created the 13th and final form of sun breathing. Despite trying to regenerate his body, Muzan becomes stunned and is forced to hold his head in place to keep it from falling off. Yoruichi realizes that the immense amount of damage was caused by the bright red blade that he wielded. He questions Muzan on what he believed the value of life to be, only receiving a furious glare in response. Believing his words didn't reach him, Yoruichi's attention is then drawn to the young demon girl traveling with Muzan. He immediately notices her eyes staring directly at Muzan, not with a look of concern, but with a look of hope as he sat there, dismembered, holding his severed head. Before he began dealing with her, Yoruichi approaches Muzan in order to finish him off. However, as he walks towards him, the sound of teeth grinding grew louder until Muzan's body burst into many small pieces. Caught off guard, Yoruichi was only able to cut about 1,500 of the 1,800 total bits of flesh, leaving the remaining portions to regenerate somewhere else and escape. The girl collapses on the floor and begins to weep while tearing out her hair and angrily cursing that Muzan should have died. She is then surprised that she managed to survive despite saying Muzan's name out loud. Yoruichi approaches her and calms her down before she eagerly informs him about Muzan, how he was the originator of demons and would most likely never appear before Yoruichi again. He asks for her compliance in defeating Muzan, to which she agrees and allows her to escape. She introduces herself as Tamio to Yoruichi, something that Tanjiro is surprised at. After his interactions with the demons, Yoruichi is approached by the demon slayers, whom inform him that his brother, Michikatsu, had become a demon. Once they return to the estate, he is angrily confronted by the rest of the swordsmen for failing to kill Muzan, for letting Tamio escape, and for Michikatsu's transformation into a demon. As a result, he was banished from the Demon Slayer Corps and was demanded to commit seppuku, but the newly assigned Oyukasa would not allow it to happen. After telling Sumiyoshi the end of his story, Yoruichi reveals his thoughts of being born with a gift to defeat Muzan, but his failure to do so, and that because of his mistake, many more people would begin to perish at the hands of Muzan, telling him it pains him. Distraught by his inability to comfort his friend for going through so much, Sumiyoshi sits beside Yoruichi in silence until Sumide slowly walks towards the swordsman. She tugs softly on his clothes and says hug. Surprised by the child's sudden demand, Sumiyoshi asks if his guest would mind carrying her to make her happy. Without a response, Yoruichi picks up the girl and lifts her up into the air. The little girl squeals with the delight of happiness, causing Yoruichi to emotionally break down and his eyes fill with tears. Soon after, Suyuko returns from gathering chestnuts in the forest and discovers Yoruichi weeping as he hugs the little girl. Suyako comes forth to comfort Yoruichi, saying she'll treat him to a warm meal. Back in reality, as Tanjiro sleeps, he wishes that Yoruichi's heart would find any form of peace after hearing everything that the man had to go through. After a series of attacks from Muzan, Gyome comments on how he appears to be getting faster, so fast that Mitsuri barely manages to dodge his attacks on pure intuition and luck. Before Mitsuri can land an attack, she realizes that she is getting dragged down by one of Muzan's arms. Another attack from him manages to slice off some of the Hashira's right cheek and injure the shoulder of her right arm. Obanai jumps to rescue her, and with the help of Sanemi, Giyu, and Gyome holding Muzan back, he is able to carry her to another demon slayer. He commands the slayer to find Yushiro to treat her injuries, and the slayer agrees. However, Mitsuri insists on fighting, but Obanai doesn't allow her. As he leaves her, she pleads for him not to die. As he's running, Obanai contemplates the number of people that have had to die, all because of the existence of demons. At first, he wishes that he and Mitsuri had met under normal circumstances, but takes it back, saying that he would rather die and cleanse himself of the filthy bloodline he carries within him. His bandages fall behind him as he's running to reveal the slits across his cheek. In a flashback, it is revealed that his family stole and lived a luxurious life from it. Obanai was the first male born into the clan in over 370 years and was confined to a cell because of this. He would have died earlier if it wasn't for his different coloured eyes, as the demon living there with the lower body of a serpent decided that he should grow to a more satisfying size before she'd eat him. She was also the one who ordered the other females of the clan to cut the sides of his mouth to resemble her. As Obanai was trying to get away, Kaburamaru, his snake friend, had strayed inside the cell before their escape. Using a hairpin, Obanai slowly cut away at the wooden cage, and they were able to slip out soon after. Because of him, the serpent demon killed everyone else in the clan, and tried to kill Obanai, but Shinjuro, the flame Hashira of the time, cut her head off, saving Obanai and his female cousin. By becoming a demon slayer, he felt as though he could become a better person, even though the souls of the dead family members always dragged him down. Obanai restates that he would like to die by killing Muzan to purify his blood and hopes to meet Mitsuri again in another life, one without demons, saying that if he and her are ever reincarnated into humans, he'll confess his love to her. Nezuko continues to run towards the location of the fight as the group of Kikuchi attempt to keep the site of the battle clear of civilians and redirect all approaching people to safety. They tell them that they are a rescue team sent by the local policemen. Another group of Kikuchi examine the rubble of the buildings destroyed by Muzan's attacks and find that no one has been harmed due to the damage, except for a cat trapped in the rubble. After freeing the cat, it ran off to the battlefield with a bag strapped to its back. This cat was no one other than Tamiyo's. Over at the fight, Obanai and Sanemi battled Muzan at close quarters, and Obanai chopped off one of Muzan's arms, cleverly kicking this away as he severed it to prevent the demon from regenerating immediately. Muzan notes the strategy as well, but is unconcerned, saying that the extra time the Demon Slayer has brought is but a blink. Muzan attacks Obanai with his whip, and the Hashira rues all the energy he is having to waste just to avoid the mouth of the whip. He assuredly thinks that he will only allow himself to faint 1 second after dawn, as every second is precious and has been bought with the lives of all of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Giyu begins to weaken as a result of the venom he has received from all of Muzan's attacks, and his sword is whipped away from him by one of Muzan's attacks. Obanai and Gyome intervene, slicing the creature, with Sanemi grabbing his sword and throwing it near the water Hashira and yelling at him to focus, or else he will kill him himself. Giyu gratefully grabs the sword and performs the water-breathing third form flowing dance, resolving not to back down and keep fighting until the very end. Muzan admits that they are more resilient than he had expected, but is unconcerned as it is only a matter of time before his venom kills them all, long before dawn. The Hashira continue to struggle against Muzan as the poison continues to weaken them, until suddenly Tamiyo's cat jumps onto the scene and ejects its cargo, vials of antidote to Muzan's poison. It manages to file all the vials at the Hashira, and they immediately begin to inject the antidote into them. As this happens, Muzan slices the cat into pieces. Sanemi smiles as he notices his tumors disappear, and Gyome also notices his frenzied pulse and constant pain vanishes. The Hashira are able to fight with more ease again, which Sanemi is thankful for. Gyome notes that it is possibly just a temporary cure for the symptoms, but that they are fortunate for such an event to actually happen. Muzan quickly deduces what had happened and realizes Tamiyo had done it, cursing her for being a thorn in his side even in death. With immense fury, he launches a frenzied attack that creates multiple craters in the landscape ahead of him. The Hashira all barely manage to dodge the attack, with Obanai wistfully thinking to himself how his contribution has been the lowest, wishing he could land more crucial blows. Thinking that when one's life is in danger, one is able to exert explosive strength. He reflects back on how before he had never lifted anything heavier than a pair of chopsticks, and his biggest task was escaping a prison cell. He couldn't believe it himself when he had successfully done so, and thought of what Michiru did in his final part against Kokushibo by changing the colour of his sword. According to the crows, all he would have been able to do was grip his sword tightly, saying he had been shocked when he heard about it, and at first believed it had changed colour due to a rise in temperature. However, now he realised that to obtain a bright red blade, he would have to grip his sword with all his might and grit his teeth. He put all his strength into gripping his sword, and it slowly began to shift from its usual colour to a bright red. Obanai reflects on how he saw stars in his peripheral vision when he saw the bright red blade and realised he had made a mistake. Recognising that he had been too fixated on tightening his grip on his sword and gaining the bright red blade to the point he had almost passed out due to lack of oxygen. He is brought back to Earth with a yell from Sanemi, who warns him to watch out as Muzan launches an attack his way, noting that even if one of them falls, it will increase the burden on the others. Obanai tries to stand up and fight, willing himself to make up for Mitsuri's absence. However, he has lost feeling in all parts of his body except for his sword hand. Giyu attempts to intercept Muzan's attacks, but he isn't able to outpace the demon's blow. Suddenly, he looks up and sees Obanai in the air, having somehow successfully dodged the attack. Muzan sees this and attempts to attack him in midair, but is shocked to see the serpent Hashira dodge easily again. Further surprised at his right arm and whips being cut off seemingly from nowhere, Muzan notices that there is an odd kind of cut that could not have been made by the weapons of those that he is fighting. Muzan forcibly regrows his severed limbs with a delay, then resumes his attack to stop Gyome and Sanemi from getting in too close. He is further surprised as his left arm is chopped off as a result of a similarly mysterious cut. Muzan deduces that it has to be from a blade with jagged edges, and realizes that someone else is present who is also aiming to destroy him. Quickly assessing the new threat, Muzan analyzes his surroundings, saying that even if a spell from Tamiyo's demon could make
make someone invisible, it could not erase their traces of existence. Though he is unable to see any silhouettes through the dust clouds, Muzan is still able to hear the air parting in some areas, deducing that there are 3 hidden attackers around him. He slices at their approximate locations and is able to land a hit on all 3 of them. Inosuke, Kano, and Zenitsu suddenly pop into view as Muzan's attacks slice off the seals on their heads. They are taken aback at how quickly he was able to find them out, but Gyome is pleasantly surprised to see that they are all still alive. Inosuke boasts that he won't die and that he has plenty of seals to spare. Muzan unceremoniously interrupts Inosuke's monologue and swipes at him with a whip, but his attention is drawn back to himself mid-attack as Obanai slices off both of his arms. He is displeased at the time it takes to regrow from these attacks by a bright red blade, and Tsunemi is heartened as he notes this fact to his companions. Kano and Zenitsu hurriedly put on new seals and attack Muzan with flower-breathing 4th form Crimson Hanagomoro and thunder-breathing 1st form Thunderclap and Flash. Enraged, Muzan calls them a bunch of pesky flies, saying that they have nothing but pitiful tricks. But he is interrupted by Obanai, who attacks him with serpent-breathing 3rd form Coil Choke. While this happens, Gyome thinks to himself that this addition to their numbers and Obanai manifesting a bright red blade has helped them, and it also allows him to concentrate more. The Stone Hashira clangs his weapons together, and upon impact, both of them change colour to a bright red. He swings at Muzan and knocks off his entire left shoulder, exposing his spine. The demon pauses and Tsunemi yells Giyu to prepare himself as he swings his blade at Giyu's, turning both of their weapons bright red as well. A crow arrives overhead and announces that dawn will break in 1 hour and 3 minutes. With this, Tsunemi declares that there is no problem as they will chop Muzan into pieces. Yushiro injects Tanjiro multiple times with the antidote to Muzan's poison, made by Tamio in an attempt to rejuvenate him. The demon slayers around him ask if injecting Tanjiro so many times is safe for him. He quietens them and says that his condition has been worsening since Muzan struck him. The demon slayers try to free Tanjiro's katana from his hands, but he has a very tight grip on it, so they fail. Yushiro takes this as a sign that Tanjiro still has the will to fight, and suddenly the demon slayer holding Tanjiro's head yells out, saying that he had felt his pulse return. They attempt to wake him up, and when one of them mentions that Muzan might get away, they are all left completely stunned as Tanjiro's katana begins to creak as his grip on it tightens considerably and he jolts back awake. Back at the fight with Muzan, a Kikuchi, hidden out of sight, peers over to see how things are faring, and gets hope that they might hold out until dawn. Gyome cleaves off the left half of Muzan's torso, and Tsunemi rushes over to a pile of seals on the ground and puts one on his forehead. As soon as he put it on, he could see Kanoa, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, as Inosuke declared that he wanted a bright red blade like the Hashira. Tsunemi launches the wind-breathing 7th form Gale Sudden Gust towards Muzan. Gyome is relieved at the arrival of the new fighters as that allows him to concentrate more, looking into the transparent world. He sees that Muzan has multiple hearts and brains, and thus will not die if they chop his head off. He also notes that they move around his entire body, making it difficult to actually strike them. An idea suddenly strikes him, believing that if the others could also see Muzan in the transparent world, they will be able to strike the organs simultaneously and destroy Muzan for good. He calls out to the others to look closely at Muzan's body and see if their vision changes, and if they can see through him. For an instant, Obanai is able to do so and is shocked at the sight. He doesn't have long to ponder this idea, however, as Muzan launches a devastating attack in all directions and crushes everything around him, flinging everyone into their surroundings. The Kikuchi is shocked at the sound and looks over again to see what had happened, and is dumbfounded as he sees Muzan standing on his own and the surrounding area having sustained heavy damage. Looking right next to him, he is even more baffled as he sees Gyome knocked into the building he is hiding behind and that he had lost his leg. His horror only grows as he sees Tsunemi has been flung into the upper story of a tall building, while Obanai, Zenitsu and Inosuke are all unconscious in the rubble, and Giyu's sword arm has been severed. Kano's sword falls to pieces as her seal falls off and she falls to her knees, with Muzan right in front of her. She tries to urge herself to stand up and attack him, but she can only stare transfixed at him in fear and shock. The Kikuchi rushes from his hiding place to attack, but Tanjiro interrupts Muzan's attack with the Hinokami Kagura, Beneficent Radiance, cutting off Muzan's arm. The remaining stump of flesh sizzles.
Muzan looks at it in concern as it does not grow back immediately, while Tanjiro apologizes to Kanoa for being late. Handing her off to the Kikuchi, he turns to face Muzan as he says that the boy looks positively awful and taunts him by saying that in his current condition, it is difficult to tell who the demon is between the two of them. As he gazes at the boy, Muzan is reminded of Yoruichi and says that he makes his skin crawl, and Tanjiro challenges Muzan, saying that they should finish it all. Tanjiro thought about how his understanding drastically changed after seeing the proper forms of the Hinokami Kagura with his own eyes. He noticed wasted movements and the variation of the angle of his wrists, differences in footwork and the intervals between breaths. He said that Yoruichi was a quiet and simple person, and when Suyaku asked him to show her the different forms, he obliged. Sumiyoshi made sure to memorize all of them, searing them into his memory, left breathless by the beauty of the movements. When he finished demonstrating, Suyaku and the children were overflowing with excitement, and Yoruichi bowed his head in embarrassment. Sumiyoshi asked Yoruichi to come back someday, but when they parted, the Demon Slayer gave his Hanafuda earrings to Sumiyoshi, who realized that this meant he would never see his friend again. This brought tears to his eyes, and he yelled out to Yoruichi as he left that they were grateful for him, for saving their lives, and they would continue on his legacy. Shouting that Yoruichi's life was not without value and that he shouldn't feel as if he hadn't accomplished anything, Sumiyoshi said he would pass down the sun breathing and the earrings to his future generations. Hearing all of this, Yoruichi turns around and thanks Sumiyoshi with a beaming smile. In the present, Tanjiro stands in front of Muzan and thanks Yoruichi for his actions, including sparing Tamio, whose own works had aided the Demon Slayers in fighting the demon, and for showing his sun breathing, with which Tanjiro could assuredly defeat Muzan. He thinks to himself at how he had pondered over what the 13th form could be, and how he had noticed the 1st and 12th form had similar names, recalling that his father had told him that if he learned to breathe properly, then he would be able to dance forever. Saying that his suspicions had been confirmed when he saw Muzan's current state, that performing all 12 forms sequentially would complete a ring that would result in the 13th form, Tanjiro plans to attack Muzan by connecting all forms together and continue to strike his brain and heart until dawn. Realizing the gravity of his task, Tanjiro understands how someone such as the Flame Hashira who spoke with Yoruichi about his fight with Muzan could lose confidence, believing that he doesn't have Yoruichi or even his own father's skill, and unsure on how he would prevent Muzan from escaping as he did against Yoruichi. He asks how he can do something even the great Sunbreather couldn't do. Steeling himself, Tanjiro resolves to try his best, rallying himself to keep his heart burning. He charges at Muzan, who begins to rapidly attack him as he uses the sun breathing. Seeing Tanjiro's attacks remind Muzan of Yoruichi, and he cries out that he is a ghost. He slashes around so violently that the ground around them cracks into pieces, and he lands a hit on Tanjiro, who is pushed back. Meanwhile, Tanjiro notices how Muzan had been able to defeat everyone else. He had 9 whips growing out from his back in addition to his own 2 arms, and he also had 8 even faster whips that grew out of his thighs. Realizing that since the demon could change shape, he needs to stop thinking of Muzan as having a fixed form to avoid being taken by surprise. Tanjiro attempts to combine all the forms to perform the 13th form by using the sun-breathing, dance and raging sun, but is thwarted midway during the fire wheel and pushed back yet again. Unfazed, Tanjiro says that he will connect all the forms as that's how they were designed to be, and resolves to succeed. Muzan notes that living creatures are able to tap into reserves of strengths that they are not aware of to escape death, and looks on to see Tanjiro doing the same in an attempt to connect all 12 forms of the sun breathing. He sees that Tanjiro has turned his blade bright red just as the other Hashira had, but is unconcerned as he says that the Demon Slayer's attacks are nowhere near as powerful as those of Yoruichi's. As the young Demon Slayer connects the sun breathing, dragon sun, halo head dance and fire wheel, he successfully manages to connect 6 of the forms. However, Muzan's organs keep moving within his body, preventing him from attacking his torso. Beginning to feel fatigued, Tanjiro heaves and slows down, but he keeps telling himself to focus on 1 second at a time while connects the sun-breathing fake rainbow and burning bone summer. Muzan notices that Tanjiro's attacks begin to lose their accuracy and surmises that he will soon lose his red blade as well, saying that he is yet another swordsman who will never live up to Yoruichi, nor reproduce the terrifying technique that the old swordsman had used against him. Launching another attack towards Tanjiro, Muzan manages to connect and knock the boy back. Tanjiro coughs up blood and Muzan whips at him yet again, barely managing to evade it. Swiftly regaining his footing, Tanjiro resumes his task of connecting together all forms of the sun breathing. This puzzles Muzan as he wonders why he is struggling so much against one weak and wounded human being who is growing weaker by the second. Deducing that he himself is also going slower as a one-on-one fight wouldn't have lasted so long, Muzan suspects it is an after effect of the antidote injected into him by Tamio. Resolving to ask her himself as he had absorbed her cells, Muzan seeks out her remaining presence in his subconsciousness. Finding the remnants of the demon within him as a severed head, Muzan holds it in his palm and asks her what she had done as he believed the drug had only made demons human again. Tamio's head reaffirms this, but she smiles evilly and says that she won't tell him what else it does, as that would be something his multiple brains should figure out. Enraged, Muzan crushes the remnants of Tamio's head within his hands and tries an alternative method to figure out what had been done to him by reading the memories lying in her remaining cells. Muzan dives through her memories and finds one of her in a lab with Yushiro and Shinobu. Recognizing Shinobu as the poison user who had fought Doma, Muzan watches as she suggests that they mix in 2 poisons instead of 1, under the assumption that he could withstand one of them, with the first poison being the antidote to turn demons into humans and the second one being an aging potion Tamio had concocted to make its victims older by 50 years every minute. Suddenly realizing that he had been struggling against the Hashira and Tanjiro because his body had been diverting strength to combat against his aging, Muzan attempts to calculate how much he had aged, noting that it had been almost 5 hours since Tamio had injected him with the drug and the aging potion had only begun to take effect 3 hours ago. Muzan is shocked as he realizes that he has aged by at least 9,000 years over the whole battle. Recognizing that he should have noticed this earlier when his color did not return to his hair, Muzan jerks his head to the side as he hears a crow announce that there are 59 minutes until dawn. Tanjiro keeps continuing by using sun-breathing solar heat haze, beneficient radiance, clear blue sky, fire wheel, raging sun, and flame dance. Yelling at Tanjiro to stop jumping around, Muzan attempts to attack the young demon slayer again with renewed ferocity, but Tanjiro dodges his attacks with sun-breathing fake rainbow and follows that up with dance-setting sun transformation, burning bones, summer sun, dragon sun halo head dance, and sunflower thrust. With that, he successfully connected all 12 forms of the sun breathing, and with a new renewed hope, he determines to keep doing so until daybreak, even with greater speed and accuracy. Yushiro and some of the demon slayers make their way towards Chachumaru's mangled body, and the demon reattaches the cat's head to its body, cradling it in his arms as it recovers. The accompanying demon slayers are taken aback at this and ask Yushiro if Chachumaru is also a demon, and he replies in the affirmative, saying that he and Tamio had turned it into a demon shortly before the battle. Yushiro snaps at the pair to stop dawdling and tend to the injured. They run off with vials of Tamio's anti-Muzan serum and get to Inosuke, Kano, and Zenitsu. Walking over to Gyome, Yushiro assesses the damage on the Hashira and notes that he has lost a lot of blood in addition to his leg. Tying up the wound to stem the bleeding, Yushiro begins to worry as he declares that Gyome is in no position to fight even if he does regain consciousness in time, as the blood loss and lack of equilibrium will hinder him too much. Within over 50 minutes left till sunrise, he thinks of Tamio and asks her to help Tanjiro in his battle with Muzan, saying there is no way the boy can last this long on his own. Meanwhile, Tanjiro continues to connect the different forms of the sun breathing to defeat Muzan. As he matches blows with the demon, his left sleeve is ripped off and he dodges back to avoid the attacks. Seeing that it is not enough to merely connect the forms, Tanjiro realizes he must accurately target all of Muzan's hearts and brains to effectively use the 13th form. However, just as he attempts to see through Muzan to be able to do so, he almost blacks out due to lack of oxygen. Shocked at this, Tanjiro quickly attempts to regain his bearings and sniff Muzan out instead, but slips and is almost hit in an attack from the demon before Obanai intervenes and scoops him out of harm's way. Quickly dodging all of Muzan's attacks, Obanai successfully carries Tanjiro out of danger, with the demon left angrily exclaiming at their constant resistance, asking why wouldn't they just die already. Tanjiro's vision clears up, and he is able to see his rescuer, and he is overjoyed to recognize the striped Haori of Obanai. This quickly transforms into horror though, as he sees that the serpent Hashira's face has been mutilated with slashes across his face and through his eyes. Mortified, Tanjiro asks Obanai if he was injured while saving him, but the Hashira hastily explains that it was during Muzan's attack from before, which had knocked out all of the Hashira. Continuing to dodge attacks from Muzan, Obanai tells Tanjiro to quit worrying about the others as the boy offers to help out and says the vision impairment will not affect him greatly, as one of his eyes has always been weak, and that he has a snake friend Kaburamaru.
Confirming that Tanjiro has recovered, Obanai lets go of the boy and quickly engages in battle with Muzan, who had jumped towards them with great fury and tackles him one-on-one to Tanjiro's shock. With Kaburamaru's aid, Obanai dodges all of the demon's attacks as the surrounding building is destroyed, and Tanjiro rushes to use Sun Breathing again to help split Muzan's attention. Muzan notices that the snake is relaying information to Obanai, which is allowing the Hashira to dodge his attacks, and is infuriated that such a simple animal is able to read through his attacks. Tanjiro and Obanai match Muzan's attacks in tandem, and the demon is further annoyed at being unable to kill such seriously wounded humans, realizing that it is due to the aging potion. Continuing to evade Muzan's blows, Tanjiro sees that the demon has gradually gotten weaker, but is barely hanging on himself, trying his best to avoid oxygen deprivation. Resolving to help Obanai, who has helped him so much already, Tanjiro was shocked to see Muzan's body begin to change colour as old scars appear all over it. Realizing that these were the wounds Yoruichi gave Muzan so long ago, which the demon was never able to recover from, seeing that the demon had been burnt at the cellular level and that the wounds were his weak spots, Tanjiro says that Yoruichi was still showing them the way. Muzan Kibutsuji reminisces over when he first saw Yoruichi, recalling how he had first thought the swordsman to be weak as he exuded no drive or desire to fight Muzan or any hatred towards him. He had never expected Yoruichi would be able to cut off his head and wound him in such a way that his body, right down to the cells, would continue to hurt, as if being hit with sunlight. Continuing, Muzan says it was entirely out of the blue, and no one could have expected it, and that Yoruichi had been the real monster instead of him. Tanjiro rallies himself to take advantage of Muzan's growing exhaustion and newfound weak spots. Noticing that the scars were all moving across the demon's body, Tanjiro concludes that they all mark his heart and brains, and now even though he cannot see through Muzan anymore due to lack of oxygen, he can still locate his organs and target them. Trying to figure out a way to help Obanai overcome his visual impairment, Tanjiro decides to give the Hashira one of Yushira's seals, and suddenly a crow announces that there are 40 minutes left until dawn. Upon hearing this, Muzan immediately dashes away, leaving the battle, in an attempt to secure himself away from sunlight. Tanjiro quickly yells this out to Obanai, who remembers that Muzan is not like a human who would act on emotion, and that he would cling to his life first and foremost. Muzan begins to further the distance between himself and the Demon Slayers, much to Tanjiro's frustration, and suddenly passes through a crowd of Demon Slayer corpses, trampling on them in his way. This frustrates Tanjiro, who reaches the corpses and begins throwing all their swords straight at Muzan, who quickly slices through all of them, with great concern as piercing attacks would be far worse for him than slashes in his current state. The demon comes to an abrupt halt as Obanai drops from above and stabs him through the top of his chest, jumping away just before Muzan's whips can swipe at him. Tanjiro slices at the whips with sun breathing to ensure Obanai's safety, but has to throw away Yushira's seals while defending from Muzan's ferocious attacks. He yells at Obanai to jump to his right to grab them, but is relieved as Kaburamaru snatches them out of the air and Obanai takes them from him and wears one. Being able to see better than before, Obanai begins to more effectively attack Muzan, who begins to pant. Realizing that his strength will soon give way, Muzan becomes truly concerned, as far away, Nezuko reaches the outskirts of the town where the battle is going on, with one of her eyes having gone back to the way they were when she was human. Nezuko slowly makes her way, panting towards the town where the battle with Muzan is underway. Suddenly, she flashes back to her memory of Muzan's attacks on the Kamado family. After he had attacked all of the members of the family and seen that they had all apparently died due to his attacks, the demon notes that even with a small dose of his blood he had kept in his attacks, none of them had been able to become demons, saying that it would be difficult for him to make a demon who could withstand the sun. Muzan left the Kamado house, unaware that Nezuko had survived. More memories flood into Nezuko's mind as she sees the visions of the people and events she and her brother Tanjiro had encountered during their journey, including Giyu, Sakonji, Yushiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. She collapses to the ground, unable to keep walking, and more memories flash through her brain of the Hashira meeting and Tanemi attempting to lure her into attacking him for his blood, and finally her memory of Kagaya. She remembers the time at the Butterfly Mansion and meeting its residents, including Shinobu, who during her stay once offered to give her a closer look at the goldfish next to her. Nezuko thinks back to their adventures with Kyojuro, Tengen, and their time at the Swordsmith Village. Finding her footing, Nezuko stands up, with her hand transforming back to a human hand as she gets up.
With another memory of her brother's hand, as he told her that he would save her no matter what, Nezuko holds her head, sweating and grunting profusely as she turns back into a human, declaring that she is Nezuko Kamado, whose family was killed by a demon. Meanwhile, the battle with Muzan rages on as the demon rues the fact that he has still been unable to finish off Tanjiro. Sensing that the other Hashira are slowly reviving, Muzan curses the Demon Slayer core, saying that they are like linked beads of rosary which had always been there trying to end him. A crow announces that there are 35 minutes left until dawn, and upon hearing this, he attempts to split himself into several pieces, the way he had done in his fight with Yoruichi. Tanjiro recognizes this technique and realizes what Muzan is about to do, calling out to Obanai, telling him Muzan's plan, secretly worried that if the demon successfully managed to split himself, then they would be unable to stop him. However, Muzan finds that he is unable to do so and quickly realizes that this is yet another side effect of Tamio's medicine. He is shocked yet again as he suddenly coughs up blood, and Tamio tells him that there were 4 ingredients to the medicine, and that when the first 3 had weakened him, the 4th would take effect. The 4th being the destruction of Muzan's cells, with Tamio saying in Muzan's head with an eerily menacing grin that the death he hated so much throughout his life was now terrifyingly near. The apparition of Tamio inside Muzan's head tells him that there is no need for them to be stronger than him to kill him. She says that just as he would do anything to survive, then they who had suffered at his hands would do anything to kill him. Muzan notes that in regular circumstances he would not be concerned at the bright red blades of demon slayers, as they were all weaker than the bright red blade of Yoruichi, and their regeneration would not be so exhausting for him. He curses the medicine injected into him by Tamio, as they now render him susceptible to such exhaustion and make the attacks of the demon slayers far more potent than they normally would be. Realizing the poison is different from the one used on Doma, Muzan notes that it will take some time for him to analyze the compound and counteract it. Suddenly, he freezes and stands still, looking at the sky. For a moment, Tanjiro believes that the demon has finally started to get exhausted and that Tamio's medicine is finally taking effect. He and Obanai attempt to capitalize on this opportunity and attack Muzan, but a giant shockwave with lightning erupts out of the demon's body and strikes everything in close vicinity to Muzan. Huge jaws erupt from Muzan's torso and run along it diagonally to his back as he bares fangs and glares at the destruction he has caused, with Obanai left stunned and unable to move, and Tanjiro also experiencing seizures. Meanwhile, Kuraya Kanata and Kuwana also received damage from the attack due to the Kasugai Crow being instantly killed in the blast. Seeing this, Tengen and Shinjiro rush to their aid. Kuraya, bleeding from the nose, hastily says that he is fine and asks if Tanjiro and Obanai are doing alright. Shinjiro wonders if Muzan somehow sensed the location to be able to cause damage. Kuwanai announces that there are 25 minutes left until dawn, and Kuraya asks the Demon Slayers to hang in there and that a final victory over Muzan is within their grasp. Tanjiro is still unable to get up and wonders if his lungs were damaged in the attack, seeing Muzan walk away in anguish. However, the demon stops in his tracks as Inosuke jumps in front of him, saying that Muzan had really done it now and that he wouldn't stand for it any longer. Enraged, Muzan attacks Inosuke with Tanjiro calling out for him, but he is only able to weakly flail his whips about. Panting, Muzan realizes that he has become too tired after using the shockwave as Inosuke, huffing and wheezing himself, says that Kyume had lost his leg trying to protect them and that Giyu has lost his arm. Continuing, he tells the demon that he had taken the lives of the other demon slayers he had shared meals with, and Inosuke demands that he give them all their lives back, and tearfully says that if he couldn't, then he would pay for it with 1,000,000 deaths. Muzan launches an attack at Inosuke, who manages to jump right out of the way, but just as he lands, Muzan sends his right arm whips into the ground to catch Inosuke from below, managing to ensnare the demon slayer. Tanjiro attempts to get up and help his friend, but is unable to, and says that he will die first. Suddenly, Inosuke is saved by Zenitsu, who slices through Muzan's arm whip and says that Tanjiro is still alive as he can hear his heartbeat. Yelling at Tanjiro to continue fighting and to stay alive, Zenitsu tries to bolster his spirits and tell him not to die so that Nezuko could become human again and they could go back to the house they used to live in. Muzan smacks Zenitsu into the building, but Inosuke quickly slices his whip to prevent any further damage. The demon is infuriated and attacks Inosuke as well, with Tanjiro desperate to help his friends through this fight. Deducing that it could be a blood demon art affecting his nervous system, Tanjiro attempts to undo it by stabbing himself in a non-vital area with his Nichiren sword. The blade sizzles as it enters his body, and Tanjiro prays that it stops the shaking enough for him to help out in the fight. A disheveled Muzan looks on as Zenitsu and Inosuke recover and note that he is unable to raise his arms anymore as both Giyu and Gyome make their way to the battlefield to resume their fight with him, stopping at nothing to finally kill Muzan once and for all. Everyone prays for the success of those fighting Muzan as Inosuke and Zenitsu continue to attempt to hold the demon back. Inosuke performs his beast-breathing fourth fang slice and dice to chop off some of Muzan's whips as Zenitsu follows it up with a thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash Godspeed. Zenitsu notes that he is losing his strength and he would only be able to muster one more attack with his full strength and unleashes a thunder-breathing seventh form Honokazuchi no Kami, but it only produces a shallow cut in Muzan. Seeing that only a bright red blade could deal sufficient damage to Muzan, Zenitsu falls to the ground and Muzan slashes at him. Inosuke intercepts this attack with his beast-breathing fifth fang, Crazy Cutting, following it up with his third fang, Devour, in rapid succession. Muzan is enraged and unleashes a weaker shockwave from the mouth on his torso that flings Inosuke back. Before Muzan is able to do anything else, however, Tanjiro intervenes and performs the sun-breathing Burning Bones Summer Sun and rapidly performing the Raging Sun Firewheel, Beneficent Radiance and Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Noting that Muzan needs to allow his shockwaves to charge before using them, Tanjiro attempts to use more of his sun-breathing technique, but coughs up blood before he can attack, and is bailed out from Muzan's counter-attack by Inosuke, who uses a beast-breathing sixth fang Palisade Bite, which allows Tanjiro to unleash the sun-breathing Dance Clear Blue Sky and Fake Rainbow. Zenitsu remembers his mentor, Jigoro, and asks him to give him the kick he needs, performing another thunder-breathing first form, Thunderclap and Flash. Zenitsu attacks Muzan, but is aggravated by the fact that he is too slow, as Inosuke and Tanjiro continue their combined onslaught on Muzan with their respective sun-breathing Dance and beast-breathing fifth fang Crazy Cutting. Inosuke gets knocked back, but Tanjiro is able to continue attacking Muzan with his sun-breathing Setting Sun Transformation and Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance, with some help from Zenitsu, who takes a blow intended for Tanjiro to allow his friend to continue attacking. Tanjiro manages to perform successive forms of the sun-breathing Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance and Raging Sun to pin Muzan to a wall. With the sun-breathing Sunflower Thrust, he is unable to perform more techniques as the mouth of Muzan's chest attempts to take his blade. Suddenly, Matsuri grabs Muzan's left arm and rips it clean off his body in anger, sacrificing her own arms in the process. Tsunemi appears and quickly chops off Muzan's right arms as well, with the wind-breathing 8th form Primary Gale Slash. Undaunted, Muzan opens wide his mouth from his torso to the top of his head and tries to eat Tanjiro with it. However, Obanai steps in and takes the bite instead, protecting Tanjiro as dawn begins to break. The sun begins to rise as Muzan Kibutsuji is horrified at the sight of it. He unleashes another shockwave and blows Obanai and Tsunemi away. However, Tanjiro holds on but loses his entire left arm. Resolving to keep holding Muzan down, Tanjiro attempts to tighten his grip on his sword and make it go bright red, but is unable to do so. Suddenly, Giyu Tomioka appears behind him and also grabs his blade to help keep Muzan pinned down. With both Demon Slayers holding on to the blade, with their combined might, it turns the blade red and Muzan instantly starts to cough up blood. As the sun rises steadily, the demon quickly attempts to think of a way to avoid disintegrating. Muzan attempts to cover himself in a wall of flesh to block the sunlight from hitting his skin and transforms into a giant baby. As the flesh grows outward and begins to swallow up Tanjiro, he throws his head back to headbutt Giyu out of the flesh's growth, and he gets swallowed into it alongside his blade as the water Hashira yells out to him. Muzan attempts to crawl away from the scene into some shade, and Kuraya Ubuyashiki orders the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps to do everything they could to hinder him. Some lower ranking Demon Slayers throw a bookcase on top of Muzan's head from a building, slowing him down, but he still crawls forward. A pair of Kikuchi ram into him with some cars, yelling at him to die, as Kuraya orders them to all fall back. Muzan crushes the cars and attempts to crawl forward. Finding his way blocked by some tram cars, held by more Kikuchi, Muzan attempts to overcome this hurdle as well, as he slowly begins to sizzle. As Muzan attempts to crush the Kikuchi behind the tram cars with his fist, Kuraya orders them to fall back and stay alive. Tsunemi intervenes and slices off Muzan's right arm with wind-breathing 9th form Ida-10 Typhoon. However, the cut was too shallow to do any more damage. As Muzan continues to try and climb over the cars to avoid dying, Gyome throws his chain around the demon's neck. and with the help of some Kikuchi pulling on him, the Stone Hashira attempts to pull the demon down onto the ground with brute force. He successfully does so, and Karai yells for the demon to finally burn and disintegrate as Kuwano Ubuyashiki prays for their victory. Determined not to die, Muzan continues his resistance and begins to dig underground to avoid the sunlight. Giyu and Sanemi work in tandem to attack the demon and strike him with water-breathing 10th form Constant Flux and wind-breathing 5th form Cold Mountain Wind. They are joined by Obanai, who unleashes the serpent-breathing 4th form twin-headed reptile, but all three are only able to inflict minor damage. With everyone at their limits, Gyome's chain shatters, and Muzan begins to crawl deeper down, with the others left too exhausted to further impede him. Suddenly, Tanjiro tightens his grip on his blade and attacks Muzan from the inside, causing him to rear up in agony, going straight up into the sunlight, and the demon finally begins to disintegrate as he cries out. The sun rises on a new day as Muzan Kibutsuji finally disintegrates, and everyone heaves a sigh of relief, crying as their battle is finally over. Karai Ubuyashiki orders for the injuries of the wounded to be tended to before passing out himself. Gyome refuses to accept any help from the junior demon slayers or Kikuchi, and asks for the injuries of the younger fighters to be tended to first, as he knows that his fate is inevitable. He begins to see all of the children he used to care for at the temple appear before him, and they tell him they had always wanted to apologize for the day they had been attacked by the demon, saying that they knew they had hurt him. They explain that they had not intended to run away, but were instead trying to protect him as he was the blind one. One child says that he was trying to go outside to get farming tools as a weapon, while another says she had been trying to go and call for help. Gyome hears their explanations and accepts them, as they continue on and tell him that they also had a reason for driving out Kaigaku that night, which they would have not told him about had they lived till the morning. Wistfully wishing the next day had dawned for the children as well, Gyome apologizes to them for being unable to protect them. The children tell him not to apologize, saying that they love him and that they had been waiting for him this entire time. Thanking them, Gyome says that they can all now move on together, and passes away with a smile on his face, leaving the Kikuchi in tears. Matsuri comes to and finds herself in Obanai's arms and asks him if they had won. He tells her that they did, and she is relieved, but tells him that she could not feel anything more and that she would die soon. Obanai responds that he would also be dying soon and that she wouldn't be alone. Anguished at this, she tells him not to die, apologizing for not being of much use in the fights. Reporting though that that was not true, Obanai reminds her of the first time they met, when Matsuri had gotten lost in the mansion, and she recalls that Obanai had helped her. Obanai rebuffs, saying that it was the other way around, and that she had been the one who saved him. He tells her that despite all of the troubles she had gone through to become a Hashira, she had still been so normal when they had met, and that she was still capable of enjoying the things around her like a regular human being. This had made Obanai feel like a regular boy as well, as he had cherished his time with her, saying that he was sure the other Hashira had felt the same way. He tells her that her cheerfulness had saved many people around her, and that she had not been useless at all. Matsuri begins to cry and says that meals had tasted better with Obanai, as he had always looked at her with great affection. She asks him if she could be his bride if they are ever reborn, and Obanai replies that she could definitely be if she would have him as hers, and that he would make her happy and protect her. Meanwhile, Sanemi sees a vision of Genya and his siblings all playing together happily in heaven, but looks around for his mother, who is nowhere to be seen. Turning behind to his right, he senses his mother, Shizu Shinazugawa, standing there, and pulls her hand from the darkness, telling her to join her children. However, she refuses, saying that she didn't deserve to go to heaven, as she had attacked her children. Smiling serenely, Sanemi tells her that he would go along with her, saying that Genya would be saddened to see him so soon. He attempts to go with her, but her hand is wrenched away by his father, who says that he would be the one accompanying their mother. Sanemi yells at his father to let go of his mother, but he simply responds that Sanemi isn't ready to die yet, and that he was extra tough. Sanemi regains consciousness, and the Kikuchi are overjoyed to see this. Inosuke regains consciousness as well and bites a Kikuchi who attempted to help him while coughing up blood. Zenitsu tells the Kikuchi tending to him to tell Nezuko that he loved her and was brave fighting to the very end, calling her his wife, as others point out that he's actually not married. Giyu gets up and tries to find Tanjiro, but looks forward to see the boy is kneeling, still holding his blade and having bled heavily after losing his arm. The Kikuchi tearfully informed Giyu that Tanjiro was no longer breathing and had no pulse. Giyu was greatly saddened, tearing up and kneeling down in front of Tanjiro. He grabs the boy's remaining hand and apologizes for having failed to protect him. He was always the one who ended up receiving protection. He apologizes to Nezuko for being unable to protect her brother, not knowing that she had arrived at this scene and was tearfully running for her brother from behind him. As death dwells, Muzan Kibutsuji recounts how death had always been close to him, and that his heart had stopped many times, even while he had been inside of his mother's womb. He had been stubborn, but when he was about to be cremated, he suddenly began writhing around and crying for the first time, and thus had been spared. The demon feels relieved as he says that he had finally achieved what he had been waiting to make happen for so long, admitting that what he could do on his own was limited. He thinks of Kagaya Ubuyashiki and concedes that what the master had told him was correct, saying that everything that lives must die, and their only feelings were external. Muzan says that he did not remember even a single human being he had killed, but their feelings had passed on and stayed alive, even managing to conquer him. Being moved to tears at the fact that the feelings of all the people had vanquished him, Muzan is resigned to his inevitable fate. However, he says that his own feelings are external and undying, just like anyone else's, and he extends his hand towards Tanjiro, who was there with him and still alive. As he gives all of his blood to Tanjiro, Muzan says that if the boy survived this, he would become the strongest demon ever, since he was the brother of Nezuko Kamado, the first demon to develop an immunity to sunlight, and also the one capable of using the breath style of Yoruichi Tsukiguni. As he slowly disintegrates, Muzan tells Tanjiro to make his dream come true and destroy the Demon Slayer core in his place. As Giyu Tomioka kneels in front of Tanjiro and the surrounding Kikuchi shed tears, one of them suddenly gapes in shock as the tumor from Tanjiro's head disappears and he opens his eyes to reveal a demonic gaze. To everyone's shock, Tanjiro regenerates his left arm and swipes at the Kikuchi next to him, but Giyu reacts quickly and pushes the Kikuchi out of harm's way. The other Kikuchi look on in fear and ask why Tanjiro is acting in such a manner. The boy stands, drooling profusely, enjoying his newfound fangs and claws. His Demon Slayer mark mutates and grows down to move past the bridge of his nose, with another identical mark growing upwards from the bottom of his neck, almost to meet in the middle, similar to Kokoshibo's mark. Giyu rushes forward and yells at the other Kikuchi to get away from Tanjiro as the boy looks to swipe at him. Suddenly, the sun shines brightly from the sky, and Tanjiro double takes to look at it. He begins to burn and writhe on the ground, with his swipe at the Kikuchi going off target, but still managing to rip off the lower half of his mask. As Giyu gets in front of the Kikuchi, he tells him to run away as he prepares to face this new threat, yelling for everyone who is still conscious to grab weapons and begin fighting. Everyone else looks on from afar with confusion at the sudden commotion, unaware of Tanjiro's fate, when Giyu suddenly announces to them that Tanjiro has become a demon. He says that they need to pin Tanjiro down and burn him in the sun before he could kill anyone. Tanjiro suddenly attempts to find shade to stop burning, but Giyu intercepts him by stabbing him from the side and dragging him into the ground, with the boy clutching at his hair, noting to himself that if he had not been interrupted by the sun, Tanjiro would have surely killed the Kikuchi. Giyu wistfully begs in his mind for Tanjiro to stay who he was and die as a human. Suddenly, Tanjiro stops burning and Giyu looks on in shock as the boy takes advantage of the Hashira's surprise to swipe at him. Giyu narrowly dodges, but his chin is grazed and Tanjiro follows up with another swipe that is intercepted by Inosuke, who yells at his friend and asks him what he is doing. Giyu attempts to stand up, but feels dizzy from his blood loss and cannot do so. Inosuke stands over him and tries to remind Tanjiro that Giyu is their ally, as Zenitsu also approaches the scene, supported by a Kikuchi. Tanjiro crouches down and a third Demon Slayer mark appears from the other right side of the head and he bares fangs at Inosuke, who can only look on quietly at what has become of his best friend. Zenitsu looks on in disbelief at the scene and says that everyone else is tired and unable to continue fighting, asking for Tanjiro to think of Nezuko. Tanjiro leaps forward to attack Inosuke, who prepares to fight him. Inosuke thinks back to his time together with Tanjiro and says that they are all comrades, like brothers who would pull each other back if one of them started going down the wrong path, steeling himself by thinking that no matter how difficult it was, they would always walk down the right path. Zenitsu yells at Tanjiro to stop, as Inosuke thinks to himself that he would strike Tanjiro down and stop him himself. Suddenly, hit by a memory of Tanjiro offering him some fish to eat together with a smile on his face, Inosuke stops mid-swipe at Tanjiro's neck and is unable to complete his attack, tearing up and saying that it was no use and that he could not attack Tanjiro. Giyu, Inosuke, and Zenitsu look on in shock as Nezuko runs forward and hugs the now demonified Tanjiro. As he sinks his claws and fangs into his sister, she begins to bleed out, but Tanjiro does not proceed to drink her blood. Crying, Nezuko hugs Tanjiro and apologizes to him for all the hardships he had to endure to make her human again. She encourages him to resist becoming a demon and says that going through all of the suffering was quite difficult, but to never give up. As Nezuko tells him to come with her, Tanjiro starts sinking his claws in deeper and lets out a wild howl. Inosuke and Zenitsu rush forward to help Nezuko to try and bring their friend back. Zenitsu grabs Tanjiro from behind and begs him to stop hurting Nezuko and that she had become human again. As he tells him that she might die if he continued further, Tanjiro lets out another howl, but this time is interrupted by Inosuke repeatedly hitting him on the head, saying that Tanjiro was not the kind of person who would hurt his sister. Inosuke tells his friend to snap out of it and to go back to being his kind, usual self. Angered, Tanjiro lets out another feral howl and sends a shockwave that flings Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Giyu back as Nezuko desperately clings on to her brother. She falls to the ground as Tanjiro gets on all fours and releases bone whips similar to those of Muzan's from his back. She begs him to keep fighting his newfound demonic tendencies, however, he still swings a whip towards Zenitsu. Giyu intercepts the attack by performing the water-breathing fourth form Striking Tide, saving Zenitsu and the Kikuchi propping him up. Thinking to himself that things had progressed too far, with Tanjiro having bitten into Nezuko and learning the taste of blood, Giyu aims to kill Tanjiro. However, the water Hashira acknowledges that neither bright red blades nor the sun will work on Tanjiro anymore, leaving him virtually indestructible. Suddenly, Tanjiro charges a ball of pure energy from his mouth. Nezuko sees this and desperately tries to stop her brother from committing any murders, telling him that he has to stop. Nezuko puts her hand in front of Tanjiro's mouth to block the attack and it goes off course, hitting the ground instead. Giyu was able to dodge as Zenitsu calls out to Nezuko in concern. Her entire left hand and forearm begin to bleed profusely as a result of blocking the attack, and she yells at her brother to stop as he gets on all fours. Attempting to stop him from using his whips, Nezuko puts her hand on her brother's back and Tanjiro is only able to strike the ground again. Looking on in shock, understanding begins to dawn on Giyu as he sees that somewhere inside, Tanjiro was fighting his demonic urges as he was avoiding doing any lethal damage to Nezuko. Giyu decides to try and bring Tanjiro back to his senses, though he is unsure he would be able to perform such a miraculous feat. Meanwhile, from behind the shade of a nearby building, Yushiro looks on at the scene, cursing Muzan for continuing to torment people even after his death. Seeing that his blood demon art would disintegrate with sunlight, Yushiro feels powerless to stop the carnage. Suddenly, he sees Kano limping forward to the scene of the battle. Looking on at the sight of the two siblings, Kano tears up and feels sorry for them. She reaches for the vial of medicine in her front pocket and is relieved to find it undamaged. Thinking back to when she received it from Shinobu, Kano remembers the former insect Hashira telling her that she had made an extra vial of Tamiyo's medicine in the fear that there might not be enough left for Nezuko once things had settled. She tells Shinobu that this must be the reason why she has still got one eye. Quickly analysing Tanjiro, Kano assesses that since he had only just become a demon, she would be able to dodge his attacks even with just one eye. Kano activates the flower-breathing final form, Equinential Vermilion Eye, and charges towards Tanjiro, with Giyu doing a double take and recognising the move as Kane's. Tanjiro swipes at Kano, but she evades it by backflipping over the boy and injects the medicine into him, just as he redirects his arm and then slashes at her torso. As she begins to bleed, Kano tells Tanjiro that it is enough, and it is time for him to come back to them, saying that he must not make Nezuko cry. Kano falls to the ground with a thud as something begins to stir inside Tanjiro's consciousness upon hearing Nezuko's name, and the medicine begins to take effect. Nezuko tearfully calls out to her brother to return so that they may finally return home. Tanjiro stirs in his subconscious and responds that he is very tired and wishes to go home as well. Tanjiro prays to the god to return home, saying he only wants to go home with his little sister. But as he raises his arm to reach forward, eyes grow on the flesh growths that cover his body and begin to speak. The voice of Muzan attempts to dissuade Tanjiro from returning to his loved ones, asking what would happen after he returned to them. Muzan tells him that his entire family is dead and that there is no point in returning home, but Tanjiro responds that he still has memories of the happy days there. He tells the Demon Lord that their memories will never disappear as long as he and Nezuko are still alive, and that is why he has to go back. Tanjiro continues to slowly reach forward. As Muzan tries harder to dissuade Tanjiro, he lies to him and says that the boy has killed Nezuko. Unpersuaded, Tanjiro calls Muzan's bluff and says that Nezuko is alive, telling him he lies. His deceased friends then all give him a push to the back to raise him up. Muzan tells them not to interfere and continues to try and mislead Tanjiro, saying that they all now hate him and don't want him to return for what he has done after becoming a demon. Muzan continues to try and discourage the young demon slayer, but Tanjiro responds that he wants to apologize to everyone for hurting them, and Muzan retorts saying that they would not forgive him. Then telling the demon slayer that it was not for him to decide, but Tanjiro perseveres and continues to move forward, saying that he could smell all of his friends being concerned for him. Growing more frustrated, Muzan tells Tanjiro to be silent and says that he is the inheritor of his will, so he should not look forward or try to find any hope, but instead should embrace life as a demon. Telling the boy that he would die in a few short years because he had manifested the Demon Slayer mark, Muzan urges him to think only of himself and live forever. However, the boy refuses and says that he never wanted to live forever, and that he only wanted to return to his friends and live as a human. Adamantly refusing to give up on trying to mislead Tanjiro, Muzan tries to manipulate him further and asks if the boy really wishes to return to a life after everyone else has died. Grabbing the head of Tanjiro in his hands, he asks Tanjiro if he wants to live on without losing anything. More hands push Tanjiro forward and he smells the scent of wisteria flowers. At first, believing it is Shinobu Kocho, he tears up as he sees Nezuko's arms reaching out for him, reaching forward himself to meet her. Tanjiro grabs Nezuko's hand and she attempts to pull him forward, but Muzan grabs his arm and tries to force him away, saying that they had finally conquered the sun and that Tanjiro would go with him, saying that he was a rare being. Muzan tells him to hear the cries of the dead and that they all resented him for being the only one who could move on and keep his life. Rebuffing this, Tanjiro says that they were not such people, and that instead, they had been willing to sacrifice their lives for others, saying that while they were sad and suffered, they did not wish that for others. As Tanjiro begins to be taken away, Muzan grabs at his torso and tries to pull him back, but in vain, as the hands of Giyu, Zenitsu, and Inosuke join Nezuko to pull him up. As even more hands reach out to pull Tanjiro up, Muzan finally loses his grip and Tanjiro regains consciousness to find Nezuko looking down at him with tears in her eyes, with his friends and the Kikuchi surrounding him. Nezuko calls out Tanjiro's name and he apologizes to everyone for having brought them harm. Everyone begins to cheer upon hearing his voice, and Inosuke tells Tanjiro that he hadn't caused them any significant harm at all. Zenitsu begins sobbing and says that he would make Tanjiro pay for his entire life for what he had done to him, and calls Nezuko his wife, much to her shock and consternation. Giyu heaves a sigh of relief, and a Kikuchi holds him to keep him stable. As Nezuko hugs her brother, they both smile through the tears, and a Kikuchi wakes Kano up to tell her the good news. Kano regains consciousness and smiles as she looks on at Tanjiro, with Tanjiro thinking to himself that he was glad that she was still alive. Inosuke grabs Tanjiro's head and begins to sob as Yushiro pulls out Tamiyo's hairpin and begins to weep, saying that it was all finally over. 3 months after the battle against Muzan, the world is now free of evil demons and the survivors of the battle continue living despite all they lost. Tanjiro recovers at the Butterfly Mansion and sees the cherry blossoms in bloom alongside Nezuko. Inosuke and Zenitsu sleep peacefully at the other end of Tanjiro's bed as Nezuko says that the flowers look very pretty. Examining Tanjiro's left hand, now horribly shriveled, Nezuko asks her brother how it feels, and he responds that he cannot feel anything on his left arm beneath his elbow, so he cannot use the hand anymore. Then he points to his right eye and says that while it looks okay, he cannot see anything out of it. Tanjiro asks Nezuko how she is doing and she responds with a beaming smile that she feels perfectly fine. Still feeling guilty though over having attacked her when he was a demon, Tanjiro apologizes to Nezuko for attacking her. Nezuko pouts and says that no one cares if he turned into a demon and attacked everyone, saying that she was just glad he was human again. She tells him that if he apologizes for it again, she would flick him on his forehead. He tells her that Giyu told him he feared all was lost when Tanjiro had bit Nezuko, and she laughs, saying she had felt the same way. Then he tells her that Yushiro had told him that it was quite lucky actually, because they had Shinobu Kochu's medicine with them, and because Nezuko had already been a demon before, she had also developed an immunity to Muzan's cells. These words fly over Nezuko's head as Tanjiro reiterates what Yushiro had told him.
The demon had told Tanjiro that had they not Shinobu's medicine, or had Nezuko not been the one that he had bitten, then he may have never become human again. Hashira had been impressed that Tanjiro hadn't completely lost himself, since he had been more powerful than either Muzan or Nezuko, even conquering the sun in an instant. He told Tanjiro that he admired him for having fought valiantly, and the boy had stammered over his words at the compliments, modestly saying that he had received a lot of help. Yushiro had told him that it was a joke and not to take it seriously before picking up Chachumaru and leaving. Tanjiro had called out to him before he left though, asking him to stay alive and to not die, as he was the only one who could keep Tamio's memory alive. Tanjiro had not heard from the demon since then and was getting slightly worried about him. Suddenly remembering Giyu, he asks Nezuko where he is, and she responds that he is alright and was with Karaya Ubuyashiki. Meanwhile, Karaya began the final Hashira meeting, with the two remaining Hashira, Giyu Tomioka and Tsunemi Shinazugawa, both in attendance. Karaya announces that the Demon Slayer Corps was disbanding from that moment on. The Ubuyashikis express their gratitude to the Hashira and the Demon Slayers for their centuries of service and bow before them, with both Hashira protesting this, telling the Ubuyashikis that they were the one that kept the Corps together, and that they did not want any thanks. The Hashira instead expressed their gratitude towards the Ubuyashikis. Giyu tells Karaya that he was excellent at his job, and that his father and ancestors would be proud, and the Ubuyashiki tears up at these words. As Karaya thanks Giyu for his compliment, the two Hashira look on at each other and smile, as their long journey had finally ended. Meanwhile, Tengen Uzui and his three wives visit Tanjiro, being glad to meet them again. Suma rushes forward to greet Nezuko and starts loudly doting over the girl, so much that Makio hits her for being too loud, much to her frustration. She asks Tengen if he saw Makio hit her, but he responds that he missed it. Tengen tells Tanjiro to visit them when he got better, giving them their address, and Hinatsuru handed him a snack. Shinjiro speaks with Tanjiro and thanks him for using Kyojoro's handguard on his blade during the final battle, saying it would have made his son quite happy. Tanjiro humbly replies that Kyojoro's words had been quite inspiring for him, and that they had helped him throughout his journey. Zenitsu suddenly wakes up and finds that the swordsmiths are waiting outside of Tanjiro's room, saying that they come every day and creep him out. His shock only grows as a group of Kikuchi also arrive and they all enter the room, filling it to the brim. Zenitsu holds onto Tanjiro. Oh my god, man. Zenitsu holds onto Tanjiro, scared at the turn of events as Tanjiro smiles at the sight of more of his comrades. Meanwhile, Inosuke sneaks away into the kitchen and grabs his snack as Aoi is busy cooking. He swipes some of the food and she catches him, saying he was stealing again, and then offered him a plate of prepared food, telling him to stop stealing food. Inosuke is quite impressed at how quickly she caught him and wonders if she's strong, and then smiles serenely as he begins to dig into the food presented to him. Kano stands in the garden in front of a cherry blossom tree, and Tanjiro comes to meet her, saying it was a beautiful tree. She tells him that it was called Victory and had been planted by the first user of the flower breathing, and she had come to tell it that they had finally defeated Muzan. Tanjiro asks her how she is doing, and she responds that she still has some vision left in her eyes and that her wound was better, saying that even Tsunemi had given her Obanai's pet snake Kaburamaru to take care of as the serpent slithers out of her collar. Tsunemi meets Nezuko and she greets him, asking him how his injuries were, to which he responds that they are fine. Tsunemi apologizes to Nezuko for having passed out after Muzan's defeat, leaving them to deal with Tanjiro on their own, but she cheerfully responded that it was no trouble, and that she had once passed out for 2 whole years, saying that it was nothing compared to that. She then says that she loved sleeping, which makes Tsunemi think of Genya Shinazugawa when he was a child, and when he had told Tsunemi that he loved sleeping because he didn't get hungry. Tsunemi smiles and pats Nezuko's head, telling her to take care, as Zenitsu jealously looked on from around the corner of the hallway and raged at Tsunemi's actions. Tanjiro and Nezuko find Giyu and Sakonji and greet them, glad to finally be reunited. Later on, they go and pay their respects at the graves of all of the fallen before they depart the Butterfly Mansion for the Kamado residence. Zenitsu complains that it will take all day, but refuses to let Inosuke do it with his faster method, saying he would not pay proper respect. Once they were finished and on their way to the Kamado household, Inosuke asks Zenitsu what he was carrying on his back, as Zenitsu responded that it was his Gramps' remains. Puzzled, Inosuke asks what remains are and if they are edible to Zenitsu's disgust. On their way back,
They meet Saburo, one of the people who had lived near the Kamado family, and he greets them tearfully. When they had arrived back at the Kamado household, they find flowers are growing outside the house, and they pay their respects to the other Kamados by kneeling in front of the flowers and praying. They begin their new life at the Kamado household, and time leaps forward to a large, modern city. We see a large, modern city 3 generations in the future. Kanata Kamado, who resembles Kano in appearance, is the great-great-grandson of Tanjiro and Kano, and the eldest son of the Kamado family. As he tries to wake his younger brother, Sumihiko, up, who almost looks exactly like a younger Tanjiro, he tells him that he will be late for school. However, Sumihiko sleepily responds that he is already up, but Kanata sees that he is barely awake, and leaves for school on his own, leaving Sumihiko to deal with waking up himself. Over at the future Agatsuma household, Yoshiteru reads The Legend of Zenitsu, a supposed autobiography of his great-grandfather Zenitsu Agatsuma, and cries when he reaches the part where they defeated Muzan Kibutsuji. Suddenly, his sister Toko, who resembles their great-grandmother Nezuko, kicks Yoshiteru in the back and tells him to stop reading their great-grandfather's novel of lies, and to focus on his study as his grades had been unruly low. He objects to being sent to go study, but Toko twists his ear and tells him that the Demon Slayers studied too, which she uses in a way to trick him into following suit. With the two also only being great-grandchildren, this proves the fact that both Zenitsu and Nezuko lived long lives together, as Zenitsu himself never achieved the Demon Slayer mark, and thus would have not died before the age of 25. As the two of them make their way to school together, Yoshiteru thinks to himself how the other women in his family were all quiet and polite, but Toko was nothing like them. With an annoyed expression, he asked Toko if she believed in reincarnation, and she merely snapped at him, asking what he was making such an expression for. Yoshiteru then said, while something like that was hard to prove conclusively, it was his belief that everyone who had died while fighting the demons for a peaceful world had found some kind of path to happiness. Toko ignores him and looks at the news alert on her phone with admiration, which declares that an athlete called Tenma Uzui had won a gold medal in gymnastics for Japan at only 20 years of age, taking his ancestor Tengen Uzui's appearance into style and physique. Yoshiteru says that Tenma was a rude and nasty person, but Toko defends him and says that it was truly possible to get away with anything if one was as good looking and of course as flashy as he is. Another news story catches Yoshiteru's eye and he snatches Toko's phone from her, much to her irritation. He opens the story about a beautiful looking botanist called Yaiba Hashibera, who had discovered a rare flower called the blue spider lily. Yaiba is the great-grandson of Inosuke Hashibera and Aoi Kanzaki, who also would have lived long fulfilling lives together, just like Zenitsu and Nezuko. It also reveals the true reasoning behind why Muzan would have never been able to achieve his goal of finding the blue spider lily, as it was an extremely rare plant that only bloomed during the day on occasion every few years and for 2 or 3 days every year, making it near impossible for Muzan to achieve his actual goal. Obviously though, we never know, and this could have possibly changed if he had formed some kind of relationship with a human who could have searched for it during the day, which thankfully never happened though. Sadly though, in the future, Yaiba had come under intense criticism following a mistake in their handling of the lilies, which caused them all to wither, and he was forced to apologize at a press conference. Yoshiteru denounces this attitude towards such a stunning and beautiful woman, but Toko corrects him and tells him that Yaiba is in fact a man, much to his shock and disgust. As the two continued onward, they encountered a woman pushing 2 strollers with twin children in them. They were wrapped in nice, mist-patterned blankets and had black hair reminiscent of the Tokito twins, Muchiro and Yuichiro. Yoshiteru, taking on the personality of Zenitsu, asked if they were girls or not, and Toko said he was creepy, to which he cried out and declared that he was not creepy at all. The two then pass a pair of female students, and Yoshiteru immediately recognizes that they are from the nearby Sakura Women's Academy, with the 2 students having an exact likeness to that of Kane Kocho and Shinobu. Toko looks at her brother with extreme disappointment, but is quickly distracted when she spots Kanata. She eagerly runs over to tell him he looked cute, with Kanata returning the compliment to her delight. Yoshiteru mutters that he had been learning how to cast curses and says that they should watch out, but Toko angrily tells him to repeat himself, in which he quickly apologizes as his voice begins to tremble. They then cross next to the kindergarten and Yoshiteru stares at the teacher, who happens to look exactly like Gyome, but also notes that he looked funny in his pink apron. Toko asks Kanata if he wants to go with her to a certain diner on their way home. Kanata asks if she meant the one with the snake decor and the giant serving sizes, to which Toko confirms and Kanata responds that he is unsure if he could ever show his face there again. He shares the story of when he was last at that store with Yoshiteru. The boy had been completely transfixed with the woman's chest who had worked there. Obviously, this woman just happened to resemble the voluptuous Mitsuri. Her husband, who also worked in the store, got mad and had thrown a knife at him. And of course, he looked like no one other than Obanai, also finally fulfilling the wish that the two had made on their deathbeds. Toko turns around to Yoshiteru in disgust and rage as the boy stammers, claiming that this was a false accusation and that he was not looking at her chest. Back at the Kamado household, Sumihiko finally wakes up and notices that he was running late, wondering why no one had come in and woken him up. He then gets ready for school and dives out of his window to the bottom of their apartment and sprints for his school. On his way, he passes a house with two elderly men playing shogi. They bear a resemblance and wear robes similar to that of Sakonji and Jigoro's. They yell out at Sumihiko, asking him why he did this every morning. Meanwhile, on the old men's television, a news report began about an Ubiyashiki who had set the record for the eldest living Japanese person. This Ubiyashiki is actually Kuraya, meaning that over a century after Muzan's defeat, Kuraya is still alive and the oldest living person in Japan, being at least 108 years old. The fact that he lived so long is amazing proof that the illness which previously cursed their family is now long gone with Muzan. When Kuraya first learnt about the curse being broken, he didn't believe it, but as he grew past the age of 20 and then 30, it cemented to him that the curse was truly gone. This made him cry for hours alongside his wife, children and sisters. Sumihiko continues racing, and while running, he runs past a store called Haganezuka Maintenance and three girls who recognize him as the Running Man. These girls all closely resemble Sumi, Kyo, and Naho. As Sumihiko arrives at a traffic light that had just gone green, he attempts to jump over the hood of a police car to avoid having to stop, which startles the policemen inside, who both look like the brothers Sanemi and Genya. The policeman resembling Genya is actually his descendant and is incensed and believes that Sumihiko must be the one they have had 7 reports of. They attempt to chase after him, but Sumihiko dashes off even faster. He crosses a group of 3 children, bearing a resemblance to our boy Giyu Tomioka and his best friends Sabito and Makomo. The boy resembling Tomioka is named Gichi and is a confirmed descendant of Giyu's, probably a great-great-grandson, just like Sumihiko is of Tanjiro. The boys have some rare toys, which are shaped like the masks once made by Sakonji for his pupils. The girl says she has spent all her allowance. Luckily though, they give her one of theirs so that she can have one as well. At the school, Yoshiteru watches as a boy named Goto looks at his phone at an image of a beautiful woman who looks just like Tamio. Yoshiteru interrupts the boy and his friend says that he recognizes that as one of the paintings of Yushiro Yamamoto, which is obviously the only remaining demon alive, Yushiro, who has followed through with Tanjiro's last wishes to him and kept the memory of Tamio alive through the paintings of her. In the future, Yoshiro had begun to receive acclaim throughout the world for his paintings of Tamio, which were said to be like photographs. Yoshiteru notes that Yushiro would attempt to shoot at any reporters who came to ask him questions, but mentions that his first love was number 812 Tamio with dark blue flowers. He then walks off, leaving the 2 boys bewildered at him and his personality. Sumihiko continues to run and is joined by Tojuro, one of the descendants from Rengoku's bloodline. Tojuro even resembles Kyojuro specifically with his fiery hair. Greeting the boy, Sumihiko says that it's unusual for him to be late, and Tojuro explains that he woke up at 4 AM but got absorbed into his training throughout the morning. He says that he couldn't hear anything until his father whacked him. Suddenly, the police car from before draws nearer to the boys, pestering Sumihiko for him to stop. Tojuro tells Sumihiko that he should get into a sport, but he responds that it would just cut into his sleeping time. Tojuro is adamant though that he would be great at whatever sport he picked. They keep running, even as police keep up their chase with them in their car. The police are screaming at them to stop as they arrive at their high school, where a teacher, who looks just like the Demon Slayer Corps member Murata, asks for the gate to be closed as soon as he sees Sumihiko. The person at the gate says that there are still 3 minutes before it should close, but the teacher insists that Sumihiko is a habitual offender. As the gate begins to shut, Sumihiko says that he believes they will make it in time, and Tojuro agrees. Both of them glide over the gate and land inside of the school, running for their classes. The police car comes to a screeching halt and the officer, looking like Sanemi, walks over to the gate and tells the teacher that they need to talk. Aoba sits on a bench in the park and notes
how it is a quiet day, saying he wishes he could live a quiet life alone in the mountains. Back at the Kamado residence, Sumihiko's mother receives a phone call and is told of her son's doing, being highly surprised and apologizing for the trouble her son had caused. Next to her, on the wall, we see a katana that is actually Tanjiro's black Nichiren blade, with Kyojuro's flame hilt still attached. Just above the blade hang some photographs and an old yellowing picture of all of those who would survive the battle against Muzan, smiling happily together, and the 2 Hanafuda earrings of Yoruichi Tsukiguni hanging right next to them as the series finally comes to its end.